Stumbling, she collided with someone, one who felt strangely familiar. Xia Xian, what's wrong? It was Quan Ruifeng. Too worried to leave her alone, he had decided to follow her. After losing sight of her briefly, he now came across her like this. Are you unwell? Let me take you to the hospital. Quan Ruifeng frowned, immediately noticing something was wrong. But Xia Xian, in her haze, had a deep fear of hospitals. The humiliation of being abandoned resurfaced, and she clung to Quan Ruifeng, shaking her head wildly. I don't want to go to the hospital. No hospital. I'm just a little dizzy. Take me somewhere to rest, and I'll be fine. Her reaction was intense. Quan Ruifeng looked her over carefully. Her face was flushed, her mind clearly foggy, as if drunk. After thinking it over, he took her back to his dorm instead of the hospital. Yet the moment they entered, Xia Xian said she was hot and began tugging at her clothes, her smooth shoulders and half-exposed chest showing. Quan Ruifeng's eyes widened. He immediately grabbed her hands. Xia Xian, snap out of it. He quickly sat her down, fixed her clothes, then fetched water to wipe her face, hoping to cool her down. After giving her some water, Xia Xian's head cleared slightly, but her body still burned. She felt her racing heartbeat, feverish skin, and restless desire. Her gaze landed on the handsome Quan Ruifeng, her eyes full of desire. Quan Ruifeng's throat moved. He knew what was happening to her. Are you willing? You can refuse. Before he could finish, Xia Xian suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him close. Their faces were inches apart, Quan Ruifeng looming over her, their hot breath mixing. Xia Xian's eyes burned. She knew she had been drugged, but right now she wanted to live freely. No hospital, she would embrace life. The future was far more open anyway. With someone like Quan Ruifeng, she was getting the better deal. Is this what I think it means? Xia Xian, don't act impulsively. Quan Ruifeng locked eyes with her, voice hoarse. No man could refuse the invitation of the woman he loved, but Quan Ruifeng struggled to hold back. Xia Xian responded with action. She planted a quick, firm kiss on his lips, then pulled back. You don't dislike me, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed silent when your friends teased you about me. Quan Ruifeng, I don't need you to take responsibility. Don't worry about anything. Done with his hesitation, Xia Xian pulled him down onto the bed with slender fingers, her pale hand already slipping under his shirt, bold and confident. She knew exactly what she was doing. She wouldn't regret it. Quan Ruifeng, you can't hide it anymore. Xia Xian said slowly, smirking confidently. Yeah, I can't. He liked her. How could he remain unaffected when she was like this? Quan Ruifeng admitted it openly, without another word. He pulled her close, switching their positions in one swift motion. Xia Xian, you're the one drugged. Let me take care of you. He chose not to confess his feelings now. Words spoken in bed might not be taken seriously. He would tell her later. Right now, she needed him. Quan Ruifeng leaned down, cupping Xia Xian's delicate face, and kissed her properly. Xia Xian closed her eyes, giving herself over to him. She could feel Quan Ruifeng, his overwhelming presence. The sound of buttons coming undone made her heart race faster. Blushing, she opened her eyes just as Quan Ruifeng's intense gaze locked onto hers before he kissed her without hesitation. Overcome with shyness, Xia Xian shut her eyes again, voice shaky. Quan Ruifeng. Chapter 48. Let's double back for payback. Quan Ruifeng's thin lips were scorching. Xia Xian had never imagined that someone as cold as Quan Ruifeng, with such a handsome yet seemingly unfeeling mouth, could possess a heat so intense it felt capable of consuming her entirely. However, events did not unfold as Xia Xian had anticipated. The drug Bai Lian had procured wasn't particularly potent. Its effects could be resolved without actual intercourse. Rather than merely helping Xia Xian counteract the drug, Quan Ruifeng seemed more intent on demonstrating his capabilities, offering himself up for the task. He was determined to make Xia Xian comfortable, sparing no effort. He never truly crossed the line with her. From start to finish, he never allowed himself to truly overstep. His clothes remained perfectly intact, only slightly disheveled and wrinkled where Xia Xian had clutched them. He focused solely on helping Xia Xian, his well-defined fingers stroking her fair, tender skin, his burning lips sending her soaring to the heights of ecstasy. Clusters of fireworks exploded in Xia Xian's mind. Dazed and disoriented, her lips parted slightly, unsure of what to say. She could only grip Quan Ruifeng's thick, dark hair, arching her slender, graceful neck as she softly, breathlessly called his name. Quan Ruifeng. I'm here. After a long while, the intimate stirrings gradually subsided. Quan Ruifeng looked down at Xia Xian, her face flushed, eyes shimmering with lingering pleasure. Breathing heavily, he asked in a low, husky voice, "Is that enough? Xia Xian, do you still feel unwell?" His tone was gentle, yet his dark eyes burned with an intense, unconcealed possessiveness that made her heart skip a beat. Yet, Xia Xian's gaze was unfocused. Though her eyes were open, she was staring blankly at the ceiling, her mind still too hazy to process anything. Her entire body was utterly relaxed, with only one thought remaining. So good. So satisfying. What a miserable life she had lived before. This was how a woman should live. So this was what it felt like to be pleasured by someone. She couldn't even imagine what it would feel like if she and Quan Ruifeng actually went all the way. It definitely wouldn't be anything like what that scumbag Chu Xing could manage. Back then, she had felt nothing at all. Overwhelmed by the intensity of her sensations, Xia Xian knew Quan Ruifeng was watching her. She covered her face with her hands and lightly patted her cheeks, finally snapping back to reality. Though slightly embarrassed, she had no regrets. It's enough. I'm not uncomfortable anymore. Think. She kept her face covered, her voice muffled. She had meant to thank him, but it felt oddly inappropriate, so she cut herself off. Still, why had Quan Ruifeng? As long as you're all right. Who drugged you? I'll go catch them. Quan Ruifeng considerately pulled the blanket over Xia Xian, sensing her returning awareness and discomfort. He smoothly changed the subject. But the thought of Xia Xian being drugged made his eyes darken, a chilling aura emanating from him once more. In such a short time, Xia Xian had been ambushed. If she hadn't run into him just now, if she had encountered someone else, who would be by her side right now? The mere possibility made jealousy burn through Quan Ruifeng, his eyes turning even colder. Bai Lian, that neighbor sister of Chu Xing's, the one who compensated me 20 yuan last time. In case Quan Ruifeng didn't remember her, Xia Xian offered a brief reminder. How dare she drug me with such a vile substance in broad daylight? Her tactics are getting increasingly sinister. But there were no witnesses at the time, so she'd never admit it. And since I didn't go to the hospital, there's no medical record to prove anything. Xia Xian seethed with anger when speaking of Bai Lian. She never expected that merely passing by that area would lead Bai Lian to use such underhanded tricks against her. Their animosity wasn't that deep yet. What was Bai Lian trying to achieve by drugging her? If Bai Lian had knocked her out and beaten her up, that would have made some sense. But this kind of drug? What was she plotting? Was she trying to deliver her to someone's bed? That part, Xia Xian couldn't figure out. I'll testify. I saw it. I will not let such a lawbreaker roam free. She is flouting the law and harming innocent women at will. Quan Ruifeng's voice was stern, his handsome face tense, eyes sharp with a murderous glint. Even if Bai Lian hadn't targeted Xia Xian, he wouldn't have stood by. Such disgusting tactics, who knew what she was plotting? It could ruin someone's life. You didn't actually see her drug me. She's smooth-talking and loves putting on waterworks. If word gets out, people might accuse you of shielding me and fabricating testimony. Not only would she escape punishment, but it would ruin both our reputations. Though Xia Xian's name was already mud, she couldn't let Bai Lian drag Quan Ruifeng down with her. So she shot down his suggestion, but she had no intention of letting Bai Lian off the hook. In this life, whoever wanted to swallow their anger could go ahead. She wouldn't. Every insult she endured was like swallowing a needle. It only hurt her while others felt nothing. This time, she'd make sure the needles stabbed everyone else. She wouldn't suffer a single one herself. So she hatched a better plan. She just didn't know if Quan Ruifeng would cooperate. Let's double back for a counterattack. Let's see what Bai Lian's up to. Maybe we can eavesdrop on her and her mother's schemes. She's allergic to aloe. If we don't uncover the truth or force her to confess, I'll jam aloe down her throat. If she harms me, why can't I harm her? She'd be too guilty to report it anyway. Even if she did, I could confront her and trick her into admitting everything. Xia Xian's tone was cold and sharp. Without ruthlessness, one couldn't stand firm. But she couldn't handle both Bai Lian and her mother alone, so she needed Quan Ruifeng to go with her. He could intervene at crucial moments to ensure she wasn't ambushed. Still, if Bai Lian and her mother saw Quan Ruifeng, it could create complications. So Xia Xian didn't insist. If not for their current situation, she would have gone after Bai Lian alone, but she wasn't sure if Quan Ruifeng would side with Bai Lian if she reported it. He was perceptive, he'd surely realize it was her doing. Quan Ruifeng was a man of justice. It wouldn't be far-fetched for him to sacrifice her for justice. If you won't go, I just hope you'll act like you know nothing today. Don't help me, but don't help Bai Lian either. Take 2 days off, okay? Sea eagles already caught. You were supposed to rest anyway. No more undercover work. This isn't your responsibility. Xia Xian gently coaxed, laying out her plan as a test. She felt their relationship was still somewhat complicated. Quan Ruifeng shouldn't betray her. Maintaining neutrality should be possible. But she hadn't expected him to agree so readily, standing firmly on her side. His response was resolute. I'll go with you. Huh? Okay. Xia Xian hesitated, then nodded in surprise. Why was Quan Ruifeng helping her? Even earlier, he hadn't. So he got nothing out of it after all. The conversation looped right back to where it started. Xia Xian couldn't help but steal a glance at Quan Ruifeng's pants. Though they were loose, she could still notice some evidence. He was still aroused. Xia Xian bit her lip and finally decided to speak up. You, back there, why didn't you? Chapter 49. Anyone will do? Am I just a fling? What do you mean? Xia Xian, you're sober now. If I had really done it, would you regret it? Quan Ruifeng leaned closer, his dark, inky eyes searching as he asked. No. Xia Xian avoided his deep, captivating gaze, but shook her head decisively. She even felt a little regretful. At this thought, she gathered her nerve to turn her eyes back to him, boldly staring at Quan Ruifeng and studying him intently. What if I said? If she wouldn't regret it, that meant she was satisfied with his services. Quan Ruifeng considered this a good opportunity. Perhaps he could use it to make his move. His eyes darkened, and he immediately prepared to confess. Though it was a bit rushed, it would at least prove he wasn't some lecher who only wanted Xia Xian's body. He had done it because he liked her. Wait, let me speak first. Xia Xian had an even bolder idea. She feared that if Quan Ruifeng spoke first, she wouldn't be able to say it herself, so she hurriedly interrupted him before he could continue. Quan Ruifeng stopped, waiting quietly without any irritation at being cut off, curious about what she wanted to say. Well, do you have a partner? It only occurred to Xia Xian now to ask this, though based on what she knew, he probably didn't. Her eyes were bright and expectant, making Quan Ruifeng's heart stir. Could it be that Xia Xian also liked him and was about to confess? Quan Ruifeng slowly shook his head. No. Then, what do you think of me? Xia Xian touched the tip of her nose, her shiny eyes lifting to gaze at him with intense gaze. From this angle, Xia Xian's face looked small and delicate, her skin fair and smooth, almost poreless, flawless as snow. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and delicate brows only enhanced her charm, making her look utterly captivating. Quan Ruifeng subconsciously gulped, his eyes lingering on her. He still remembered how Xia Xian had looked earlier, her eyes damp as she begged him to slow down, her soft, pretty lips reddened from his kisses. She had surrendered completely to him, relying on him alone. It had been intoxicating. Very good. Outstanding. Really likable. Without hesitation, Quan Ruifeng gave her the highest praise. Xia Xian's eyes crinkled with pleasure, pleased. Since you think I'm decent, I'd like to suggest another arrangement. I think you're quite good too. Before you decide to find someone serious, Maybe we could maintain the kind of relationship we just had. What do you think? After all, once or twice makes no difference. I'm willing to take it further, just for fun, no strings attached. No commitments. I won't lose out, and you certainly won't either. Oh, right, if either of us ever wants to end it, we can say so at any time. The other must agree immediately, no questions asked, and we'll keep this secret to the grave. No one else can know. These words had run through Xia Xian's mind countless times, so when she spoke them aloud, they came out smoothly. The more she spoke, the more reasonable it sounded to her. But she failed to consider the era they were in, pre-reform and opening up, and she didn't notice Quan Ruifeng's increasingly darkening expression. His face had darkened, his breath catching before coming out heavier in the quiet room. Almost through gritted teeth, he repeated, just for fun. No strings attached. No responsibility. Take it further. What do you think? If you're not interested, no pressure. I won't force you. Xia Xian finally noticed his expression shifting and quickly backtracked. If he wasn't into it, then forget it. She had just floated the idea out there, feeling a bit hesitant to drop it. But on second thought, at this time, engaging in such things was risky. If caught, the consequences could be dire. She might land herself in serious trouble. Never mind. Better to focus on living well and building her career. Men were just fleeting clouds. In a few years, after reform and opening up, when she had money, she could hire whoever she wanted to serve her. Just a matter of spending some cash. Wherever men could spend money, women could too. With enough wealth, anything was possible. Just pretend I never said anything. I must have lost my mind for a moment. Xia Xian tossed her hair back dismissively, pretending she didn't care, though in reality, she was so embarrassed she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. God, how could she have been so bold? Each time, she outdid herself. She really had grown audacious. I've already heard it. Can't unhear it now. Quan Ruifeng's face was thunderous, his resentment nearly eclipsing his handsome features. Xia Xian, what exactly do you take me for? A tool? I thought you were going to say you liked me. Xia Xian was momentarily speechless. Well, he wasn't wrong. I did it because I like you. Do you think I'd accept that kind of situation with just anyone? Everything happened too suddenly today. I didn't have time to confess my feelings. I was afraid if I said it now, you wouldn't believe me, so I planned to wait until we got to the capital. But now I'm worried if I don't speak up, you'll think I'm some kind of loose man. Xia Xian, is it anyone for you? Then what about me? Quan Ruifeng couldn't help gripping her shoulders as he interrogated her, his usually aloof face completely shattered by anger. Now he looked more like a jealous husband. Xia Xian's mind was in disarray from his accusatory confession, her thoughts scrambled. Wait, hold on, since when did he like her? She had no idea. If she'd known, she wouldn't have said all that. She'd assumed he was just okay with it because she was decent looking. Who would have thought? Xia Xian scratched her head, unsure how to react, only instinctively wanting to apologize and placate him. But Quan Ruifeng didn't give her the chance. He vented his frustrations, not waiting for her to form a complete sentence before suddenly adding, Fine, if all you need is a stand-in, then I'll be that stand-in for you. Just don't go looking for anyone else, okay? His usually cool voice trembled slightly, as if he was barely holding himself together. Is this what they call the unattainable flower and aloof beauty, often used for unapproachable characters, descending from his pedestal for love? You're overdoing it. No, wait. Just hear me out. I don't need you to feel obligated to me. I just need your word that there won't be anyone else besides me. Quan Ruifeng clenched his jaw, speaking with absolute seriousness. As long as she wasn't seeing anyone else, he still had a chance. He was truly pulling out all the stops, leaving Xia Xian no room to backpedal. Xia Xian hurriedly tried to explain. That's not who I am, of course there wouldn't be a second one. Deal. Chapter 50, Redirecting the Blame. Quan Ruifeng made the final decision, giving Xia Xian no chance to interrupt. Xia Xian covered her face, fighting back tears. If she tried to back out now, would Quan Ruifeng want to kill her? But she couldn't keep using him as a pawn after learning he had feelings for her. That would be unfair to him. Besides, it'd be too uncomfortable, unsure how to interact with him from now on. After a long silence, Xia Xian finally calmed herself. She opened her mouth to speak, but Quan Ruifeng anticipated her. Crossing his arms, he looked down at her with a frosty tone. If you're about to say our agreement is void, I'll go tell everyone right now that you had your way with me and won't own up. Xia Xian was truly cornered. Whether she accepted it or not, she had no choice. This wasn't just finding herself a tool, she'd gotten herself into deep trouble. Stunned by Quan Ruifeng's rare display of shamelessness, it took her a moment to respond. If you go shouting about it, we'll both be branded as scoundrels. Do you really want us both to end up in jail? Can't we discuss this again? She looked at him with puppy dog eyes, but Quan Ruifeng remained firm, shaking his head. What's said is said. No takebacks. Didn't you say you wanted to deal with Bailian? Are we going or not? Quan Ruifeng cleverly redirected the conversation to Bailian, diverting the trouble. Xia Xian knew he was dead set on not letting her back out. At the mention of Bailian, her frustration turned to fury. If it weren't for Bailian, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation with Quan Ruifeng. She wouldn't have acted so impulsively. It was all her fault. Bailian was the real culprit. Her anger reignited, and she stopped bargaining with Quan Ruifeng, nodding firmly. Yes, we're going now. No ifs or buts. Good. I'll go with you. Though Quan Ruifeng loved solving cases and catching criminals, at his core, he wasn't particularly rule-abiding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a liking to Xia Xian, pulling strings and spending cash to recruit her as bait. So, he had zero pity for Bailian, who had drugged and bullied Xia Xian. He had no problem helping Xia Xian get even lying for her if necessary. He had no regrets. The two quickly got ready and headed out. Xia Xian knew where to find Aloe. She and Quan Ruifeng first cut a piece before going to confront Bailian. Meanwhile, Bailian and her mother were still at home, seething with frustration, going over what went wrong. They'd drugged Xia Xian. How had she still managed to escape? Was the dose too weak? Or had they chosen the wrong moment? But they were out of the drug now. How could they get more? If they went back to Wei Jiwei, he likely wouldn't play nice and would probably make them pay for it. Unless absolutely necessary, Bailian wouldn't go to Wei Jiwei again. I think we should just go straight to Wei Jiwei and have him set a trap. All you need to do is lure Xia Xian there, he can handle the rest. A grown man like him shouldn't have trouble catching her. This was just a fluke. We overestimated the drug and underestimated Xia Xian. That's why she got away. If we cut her off, there's no way she could stand a chance against Wei Jiwei. Kong Suimei advised Bailian, insisting that Wei Jiwei had to be involved. Talk is cheap. How do we lure her? Even if I convince Wei Jiwei, Xia Xian takes off running when she spots me. I can't catch her, let alone lead her somewhere. She's not stupid. And now that the drugging had failed, who knew how Xia Xian would retaliate? Though Bailian wasn't afraid of Xia Xian reporting her, she had a nagging feeling that Xia Xian didn't play by the rules. There was something unsettling about her, and it made Bailian uneasy. We don't have to do it ourselves. Xiaojun can help. He's 4 now, walks, talks, quick-witted. Xia Xian's never met him. She would never doubt a kid. Have him pretend to be lost, and ask her to help find his parents. Let her somewhere secluded, and Wei Jiwei can handle the dirty work. Kong Suimei immediately thought of Bailian's son, Xiaojun. The apple didn't fall far, both equally ruthless. Bailian grinned. Perfect. No matter what, Xia Xian wouldn't suspect a 4-year-old. Have Xiaojun play lost, get her to help him find his parents, then lead her straight to Wei Jiwei. The two quickly settled on this cruel scheme, each more unscrupulous than the other. Good. Let's refine the details. This time, we can't afford any mistakes. If she escapes again, we're out of options. Wei Jiwei's already seen how pretty Xia Xian is. If we don't catch her, he might not accept a replacement. The two scheming women continued plotting, trying to perfect their plan to ensure Xia Xian fell right into their trap. Just then, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng arrived, listening under the window. Connecting the dots from the fragments they heard, they deduced Kong Suimei and Bailian's entire plan. How low could they sink? The more Xia Xian listened, the angrier she grew, burning to storm in and strangle Bai Lian. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder about the truth behind Bai Lian's escape from Wei Jiwei in her past life. She'd only known that Wei Jiwei was abusive toward Bai Lian, so one day, Bai Lian suddenly divorced him and returned. No one had questioned why Wei Jiwei let her go. But now it seemed Bai Lian had likely found some innocent girl to take her place, just like this lifetime. With a newer, younger wife, Wei Jiwei had willingly let Bai Lian go. If that was the case, Bai Lian's sins piled up even higher. She was beyond redemption. This family kept plumbing new depths, destroying Xia Xian's last shred of faith in humanity. Quan Ruifeng scowled. This mother and daughter were utterly lawless. What they were planning was criminal abduction. They had to be put behind bars. His determination solidified. One more reason to stick around. That's it, I've had enough. Chapter 51, Tearing Bai Lian apart better than being inhuman like you. Xia Xian grew increasingly furious with every word, reaching her breaking point. She was ready to storm in right then. I'll help you. Quan Ruifeng, too, had run out of patience. The mere sound of those two women's voices turned his stomach. Who? What was that sound? Who's talking? Their sudden voices startled Bai Lian, who was deep in plotting inside the house. But no one answered her. Bai Lian's door was locked from the inside, making it impossible to open from the outside. However, the village houses had low walls, easily climbed. Quan Ruifeng first boosted Xia Xian onto his shoulders to reach the top of the wall, then, with a single leap, swiftly vaulted over. He then stretched out his arms, ready for Xia Xian to jump down. Without hesitation, Xia Xian leaped straight into his embrace. Their teamwork was seamless. Scaling the wall took mere seconds. By the time they were both in the yard, Bai Lian and her mother were just opening the door, preparing to investigate. They came face to face with Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng. How are you two together? How did you get into my house? Bai Lian was terrified. The moment she saw Xia Xian, her pupils constricted. Though Xia Xian was beautiful, with rosy lips, pearly teeth, and delicate brows, in Bai Lian's eyes, she was like a vengeful demon come to claim her life. How could she not be afraid? Get out of my house. Or else. Or else what? You'll report me? The police are right here. Should I report you first? You know damn well what you just did to me. Xia Xian sneered, making no attempt to hide her intentions. She was here to settle the score. Bai Lian's heart sank, but she couldn't admit anything. She feigned ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Have I seen you before? No, I haven't. I've been home the whole time. Stop slandering me. If you leave now, I won't pursue this. That's right. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't just barge into someone's house. And you, Kong Suimei pointed at Quan Ruifeng. You're a police officer. You're breaking the law. I'll report you to the police station. Kong Suimei barked, trying to intimidate them with her bluster. But Xia Xian wasn't easily scared. You won't hold it against me? Well, I'm holding it against you. Bai Lian, if you dare provoke me again, this is what will happen. Before she finished speaking, Xia Xian lunged forward. With swift precision, she grabbed a handful of Bai Lian's hair, then ruthlessly slapped her across the face several times. While Bai Lian was still screaming in pain and hadn't recovered, Xia Xian forcefully gripped her jaw and pried her mouth open. Bai Lian screamed as her jaw was forced wide. Xia Xian swiftly pulled out a piece of peeled aloe vera from her pocket and jammed it into Bai Lian's mouth, then slammed her jaw shut, forcing her to swallow. MMPH. Bai Lian thrashed desperately. Though she hadn't clearly seen what Xia Xian had stuffed into her mouth, she knew it couldn't be anything good, it might even be poisonous. She dared not swallow it and fought back with all her might, hoping Kong Suimei would save her. But the moment she moved, Quan Ruifeng stepped in her way. Don't move. His voice was cold and filled with disgust, making it clear that if she dared to act, he wouldn't stand by idly. You're protecting her. Have you forgotten you're a police officer? How can you do this? Colluding with criminals. You're no better than her. Kang Suimei couldn't understand how Quan Ruifeng could openly aid and abet wrongdoing. Didn't he fear they'd report him to other officers at the police station? At least I remember I'm human, unlike you. Quan Ruifeng's sarcasm was as sharp as ever. You. Kang Suimei choked on her words. Seeing his unyielding stance, she knew reasoning with him was pointless. She could only watch helplessly. After all, she certainly couldn't defeat Quan Ruifeng in a fight. Charging in recklessly might only make things worse. Seeing that even her own mother had abandoned her, Bai Lian felt a surge of despair. She had to fight for herself now. She desperately yanked Xia Xian's hair and tried to kick her, hoping to break free. But Xia Xian, now experienced in brawls, swiftly ducked behind Bai Lian, keeping out of reach while still tightly covering her mouth, forcing her to swallow the aloe vera. Xia Xian had packed so much aloe vera into Bai Lian's mouth that, even though she could still breathe through her nose, it was torture. A person couldn't hold back swallowing forever, especially while struggling. Bai Lian had no control over her reflexes. Soon, before she could break free, she involuntarily gagged and swallowed, and the slippery aloe vera slid down her throat. But there was too much, and the chunks were too large. She couldn't swallow at all. The mass lodged in her throat, neither going down nor coming up, nearly blocking her windpipe. A violent, earth-shattering cough suddenly erupted. Cough, cough, cough. Her face contorted in discomfort, and her grip on Xia Xian had long since loosened. Xia Xian had already let go the moment she heard Bai Lian's strained gurgling. Standing behind her, she avoided the spray of half-swallowed aloe vera as Bai Lian coughed violently. Cough, cough. Ugh. The strange taste made Bai Lian gag. Her throat felt sticky and raw. Bent over, she dry-heaved, clawing at her own neck, completely defeated. Xiaolian. Kang Suimei's heart ached seeing her daughter like this. She rushed over to pat her back. But upon closer inspection, she realized Bai Lian had spit up aloe chunks. Oh my god. Xiaolian, this is aloe vera. Did you swallow any? Xia Xian's hands had been coated in aloe vera gel when she forced it into Bai Lian's mouth, and some had smeared on Bai Lian's face and nose. Kang Suimei noticed Bai Lian's lips were already ballooning, and her face and nose were turning red. Bai Lian was deathly allergic to aloe vera. While not life-threatening, contact caused intense pain, itching, and misery. I swallowed Tommy. Bai Lian's eyes widened in horror. She tried to speak, but her tongue felt thick and uncooperative. I need a hospital. Now. Terrified, Bai Lian went limp on the ground. Her words slurred as she begged Kang Suimei to take her to the hospital. Whether from panic or the aloe vera's effects, she felt like her throat was closing. All right. Kang Suimei hurried into the room to get the money. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng watched coldly, not stopping her, only staring at her with disgust. Then, Xia Xian crouched down and patted Bai Lian's rapidly swelling face, her voice sweet but menacing. Be good, and don't provoke me again, understand? If you dare call your son over to trick me, I might just slip up and kill him. That wouldn't be good, would it? You can't have any more children, can you, Bai Lian? Wouldn't want you to die alone, would we? Heh. Bai Lian's already terrified heart instantly seized. How did she know? Chapter 52. An epiphany. Tomorrow I'll touch those abs. She had kept this matter a closely guarded secret. Even her mother didn't know. Aside from herself, only the doctor was aware. It wasn't that she had damaged her body while giving birth to Xiao Jun, leaving her unable to have children. Rather, she had gotten pregnant by someone else and, fearing Wei Jiwei would find out, secretly went to abort the child. But the doctor's medication was ineffective. The fetus wasn't expelled and died inside her. She became infected and nearly died herself. After struggling to switch hospitals and barely surviving, she lost her fertility. If anyone found out about this, her life would be over. How could this happen? Bai Lian's pupils contracted sharply as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Staring at Xia Xian's frosty glare, she couldn't utter a single word. If Wei Jiwei found out, she would die first, and most horribly. Wei Jiwei bore the surname Wei, But her son with him was surnamed Xiao, because Xiao was their family's original name. To inherit the Wei family's assets, Xiao Sr. had become a live-in son-in-law to the Weiss, and with the Wei woman, they had a son named Wei Jiwei, taking his mother's surname. But now, the Wei parents were dead, leaving only the Wei woman. Xiao Sr. wasn't afraid of her at all, so he had his grandson's surname changed back to Xiao. Thus, Bai Lian and Wei Jiwei's son was named Xiao Jun. None of this family were good people. Escaping them was incredibly difficult, let alone trying to take Xiao Jun with her. That was why she had resorted to such dirty tricks. But how did Xia Xian know? Was she threatening her? Bai Lian was falling apart, overwhelmed by terrible conjectures. She didn't dare say a word, only watching helplessly as Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng left before her mother dragged her to the hospital. Having vented her anger on Bai Lian, Xia Xian felt much better, especially seeing Bai Lian's terrified expression. She couldn't help but laugh. Bai Lian, so you do have something to fear after all. In her past life, she had been too kind. Though she knew Bai Lian's secret, she had never exposed her because she was also a woman and understood how devastating such a revelation would be. No matter how wrong she felt, she had never spoken out. But how had Bai Lian repaid her in the end? Since Bai Lian was no good, she couldn't blame her for what came next. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng strode out of Bai Lian's house. Xia Xian had initially planned to go home, too much had happened that day, and she was exhausted, wanting to sleep. But halfway there, she remembered Quan Ruifeng was still beside her. You. She hesitated, glancing at him. Ahem. Thank you for today. I'm heading home now. Xia Xian cleared her throat, too embarrassed to meet his eyes, her words carefully polite. But Quan Ruifeng pretended to misunderstand her meaning. Are you saying that, to thank me, you're inviting me to your place for dinner? He asked leisurely, his gaze smoldering. No, I mean it's time to split up. Not today. How about I treat you to a meal at the state-owned diner tomorrow? Quan Ruifeng had helped her so much, it was only right to treat him. But she hadn't brought much money with her, and dining out required food ration coupons for grain and meat. She'd have to figure out how to exchange for some, otherwise, she couldn't afford the state-owned diner. I'll treat you. I don't want to eat alone. Just show up, and that's enough. Quan Ruifeng stared at her intently, his tone light, but his words a deceptively casual flirtation. Xia Xian licked her lips, awkward and unable to refuse. The memory of what happened in Quan Ruifeng's dorm resurfaced. She truly didn't know how to interact with him anymore. Her thoughts were tangled. She needed to go home and think things through carefully. With that thought, she didn't bother arguing with Quan Ruifeng, just nodding hastily. Whatever. I'm going home, you should go too. With that, she dashed off, not daring to look back. Lei Wan was in a great mood today. Her widowed daughter had landed a good opportunity. Her eldest daughter-in-law had taken over her daughter's job, and her second daughter-in-law was pregnant. It seemed all the good fortune had landed on their family. When Xia Xian returned, Lei Wan was humming while wiping the table. Xiao Xian, you're back. Did Comrade Quan say when he'll take you to the capital? Seeing her, Lei Wan beamed, tossing the rag aside to greet her. It'll take a while. Paperwork and residency paperwork aren't quick, maybe half a month or a month. Xia Xian answered flatly, already trying to slip past her mother to hide in her room. But she noticed her mother's bright mood and couldn't help asking, puzzled. Mom, didn't you not want me to go to the capital? Why are you so happy now? I've changed my mind. Your dad and the others were right. Going to the capital means better opportunities for you. You'll be away from all the gossip and won't have to worry about Chu Xing and his mother bothering you anymore. Plus, people in the capital are surely richer with better jobs. Even if things don't work out with Comrade Quan, marrying someone from there would still be a far better match. The choices here are all mediocre, none of them are good enough for you. I'll write to you when I miss you. Lei Wan explained. She wanted the best for each of her children. Though she was reluctant to let Xia Xian go, for the sake of her future, what else could she do? Make a scene and force her to stay? Besides, once a woman married, her childhood home was no longer hers. She'd spend her days with her in-laws, taking care of them, barely returning home a few times a year. How is that any different from Xia Xian going to the capital? Thinking this way, Lei Wan convinced herself, even started seeing the capital as a great opportunity. No wonder her mood had lifted. Xia Xian hadn't expected her mother to change her mind so quickly and so pragmatically. Should she follow her example and be more open-minded too? When it came to her and Quan Ruifeng, she definitely wasn't losing out. Not only could Quan Ruifeng make her happy, but he was also willing to help her. She was the one benefiting. What bothered her was that Quan Ruifeng liked her. If she went along with this, wouldn't it seem like she was using him? That wouldn't be fair to him. But on the other hand, when they were together, she could also make Quan Ruifeng happy. If he was happy and willing to give, that was his choice. She wasn't demanding or forcing anything. So why was she feeling guilty? The more Xia Xian thought about it, the clearer it became. The pieces fell into place. Tomorrow, she'd go find Quan Ruifeng. His physique was incredible, those chiseled abs, the perfectly sculpted texture. She hadn't gotten a good look or enough touch yet. Missing out would be a shame. Chapter 53. Quan Ruifeng smooth talks his family. Quan Ruifeng didn't realize Xia Xian had come around so quickly. He was carefully choosing his words, preparing to call his family. He needed to explain things to them before Zhou Xingshi started blabbing, or they might form a bad impression of Xia Xian. Whether his parents supported his relationship with Xia Xian or not wasn't his primary concern, but he had to consider her feelings. So, he dialed home. "Hello, it's me." The familiar voice of Quan Ruifeng thrilled Grandma Quan. "It's Xiao Foam. Are you coming back? Didn't you say the fugitive was already caught? When are you returning? I'll have your dad pick you up." She continued, "I'll cook you a big spread when you're back. You must be exhausted over there. And starving. You've definitely lost weight. You need to come home and recover properly." Grandma Quan missed her grandson terribly and dreamed of his swift return. "Grandma, I'm not heading back just yet. Xingshi and the others are taking the fugitive back first. I still have some matters to attend to here." Quan Ruifeng waited for his grandmother to finish before calmly replying. "What? Why? Didn't you go there just to catch the fugitive? Now that he's caught, what else is there to do? Tell me the truth, are you injured and too scared to come home because you don't want us to worry? Are you staying to recover first?" Grandma Quan immediately grew anxious. Her precious grandson worked such a dangerous job, and it worried her sick. But he was all grown up now, and she couldn't stop him from pursuing his ambitions. No, Grandma, don't jump to conclusions. I'm not hurt. I'm fine. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Xingshi later. He can't keep a secret." Quan Ruifeng firmly reassured her, subtly using Zhou Xingshi as a shield. His confidence slightly eased Grandma Quan's worries. "Then why aren't you coming back? If you don't give me a good reason, I won't let this go. You have no idea how much I miss you. If you don't come back soon, I'll take the train to find you myself." Grandma Quan was dead serious. She wasn't joking. Everyone knew how much she adored this grandson. Wooing a girl. Quan Ruifeng got straight to the point. "Huh? Wooing a girl? You've met a girl you like." Grandma Quan lit up instantly and quickly waved for Quan Ruifeng's mother to come listen. Mom Quan had been cooking when she saw Grandma Quan's gesture and rushed over, thinking something was wrong. "It's Xiao Foam. He says he's met a girl he likes over there." "Really?" Mom Quan was thrilled and immediately leaned in closer. "Really?" Quan Ruifeng confirmed, giving his mother a firm answer. "She's sharp, accomplished, and gorgeous, but not the kind of picture-perfect society darling. I don't know if you'll like her, but right now, she doesn't like me. It's one-sided. I'm the one pursuing her. I'm planning to stay here and work for her. I won't be coming back." Quan Ruifeng dropped another bombshell. Grandma Quan and Mom Quan were still trying to figure out what "not the kind of picture-perfect society darling" meant when this announcement left them reeling, practically faint on the spot. Mom Quan snatched the receiver, her voice shrill. "What did you say? You're staying in that podunk town and not coming back. What about me, your dad, and your grandma?" She never imagined her son would leave for a work assignment and decide to stay there for good. "Sorry. Cut the crap. Are you afraid we'll oppose your relationship? Whatever the case, bring her back first. If you stay there for her, I won't agree. I'm 100% against it. How is this different from marrying into her family? Did their family need their only son to marry into her family? Girls were beating down their door to marry into the Quan family. They could afford to be picky. That's part of the reason. But mostly, it's because she doesn't like me. If I want to be with her, I have to stay and fight the long game. Quan Ruifeng's calm voice carried a note of heartbreak. Grandma Quan took the phone back. Why doesn't she like you? You're tall, handsome, outstanding, and from a good family. There's no reason for her to reject you. Is it because you're bad at talking? You need to turn on the charm a little. Don't say things that make folks want to die. What girl doesn't like hearing nice words? Grandma Quan knew her grandson well and reminded him of the most crucial point. That might be part of it, but mostly, she was hurt by someone terrible. Right now, she has no intention of dating or marrying. I'm the one pushing too hard. Quan Ruifeng's voice sounded even more dejected. Grandma Quan and Mom Quan never imagined their usually cold, sharp-tongued son could be so vulnerable. As parents, they could only encourage him. It's all right. True persistence pays off. If you persist, you'll win her over. I'm trying to convince her to come to the capital city with me. She was key in catching the fugitive. I used her as bait and struck a bargain with her. But she's hesitant, afraid she won't adjust to life in the capital since it's unfamiliar. Quan Ruifeng cleverly shifted the narrative. Now, Grandma Quan and Mom Quan were focused solely on whether he could bring Xia Xian to the capital. If he was love-struck and determined to stay in some remote town, they'd have a real headache. Grandma Quan and Mom Quan quickly reassured him. You must persuade her properly. The capital is wonderful. It's the capital city. A big city. Great jobs, high salaries, and all the amenities. How can some small town compare? And she doesn't need to worry about being alone here. Our family will welcome her with open arms. We'll treat her like family. Exactly. You know what kind of people your grandma and I are. We're not those wicked in-laws who make their in-laws miserable. Bring her to the capital first, then court her properly. Your mom and we've got your back. Then I'll do my best. Quan Ruifeng smirked. He'd achieved his goal. The three chatted a bit longer before Mom Quan remembered her cooking was still on the stove, now scorched. She hurried off, ending the call. All right, let's leave it at that for now. You should go eat too, don't starve yourself. And do you still have money? If not, just say the word and Grandma will wire it to you. It was mealtime, and Grandma Quan, concerned for her grandson, didn't want to keep him on the phone too long. Just as she was about to hang up, she suddenly remembered what Quan Ruifeng had mentioned, that the girl had been hurt before. How exactly had she been hurt? She asked, and Quan Ruifeng answered casually. She was tricked into marriage. The man died soon after, just bad luck. Grandma Quan felt like the sky had fallen. It took her a long moment to squeeze out a single sentence. So, you're saying she's a widow? Meaning if she marries you, it'd be her second marriage. Chapter 54. A carefully prepared date. She asked tremulously, feeling sorry for old Lady Quan, who, at her advanced age, had to endure such a shock. That's what people say, but she never consummated the marriage with that dead man. He was so ill he couldn't even move, yet he refused to call off the engagement, tricking a young girl like Xia Xian into a living hell. He was nothing short of a beast. Quan Ruifeng's focus was entirely on Xia Xian's ill-fated ex-husband. Old Lady Quan felt a little better after hearing this, though her chest still felt tight. Damn what people say, her grandson certainly had a way with words. A remarried widow, no less. A widow with no background. Old Lady Quan could already imagine how people would mock the Quan family if the two ever married. Grandma, you and Mom and Dad are such open-minded people. Surely you wouldn't have any objections to her, would you? I'm crazy about her. I won't marry anyone else. If you don't like her, then I just won't get married at all. I'll just be with her without marrying. Your opinions matter to me. I can't completely disregard them. Quan Ruifeng spoke with filial piety. Old Lady Quan's heart clenched even more upon hearing this. Listen to him. Asterisk won't marry anyone else. Just be partners forever. Asterisk, what difference did that make from marriage? The only difference was pushing Quan Ruifeng away. Fine, fine. We won't interfere. Marry who you want, date whoever you want. Just bring her home first, and we'll see. Old lady Quan hung up the phone in exasperation. Even the most beloved grandson could be annoying at times. Quan Ruifeng smiled as he put the phone down. He understood his family better than anyone. If he couldn't even handle this much, how could he have the nerve to pursue Xia Xian? Xia Xian had no idea Quan Ruifeng had already begun working on her behalf, persuading his family to ensure she wouldn't face any hardship in the capital. She hadn't thought that far ahead. She hadn't thought about their future at all. Once she'd made up her mind, she had initially planned to go see Quan Ruifeng the very next day. But then she remembered she still needed to deal with Chu Xing's job. Chu Xing and old lady Chu would be released in a couple of days. If she didn't act now, it would be even harder to strip him of his job once they were out. So she decided to put Quan Ruifeng on hold for now. She had already come up with a solid plan. Chu Xing had just started his job and immediately asked for an advance on his salary. Now he was locked up, absent for a whole week. No supervisor would tolerate that. What's more, Chu Xing still owed her 50 yuan in compensation. She could write a letter in his name to his supervisor, imperiously demanding another advance to pay her back. That would only make the supervisor dislike him even more. She remembered there was a very pretty girl named Lu Yun at the factory, the supervisor's daughter. Except, in reality, it was a son. Because of some superstitious belief about his fate, the boy had been weak and sickly since birth. The only way to survive was to dress and live as a girl. Though it was just feudal superstition, back then, the boy had been at death's door. His family had no choice but to try anything, having him live as a girl, and miraculously, he survived. Since then, he'd lived as a girl. Only his family and neighbors knew the truth. Everyone else thought he was a she. He couldn't return to his true identity until after he turned 20. Right now, Chu Xing was detained at the police station on morals charges. If she laid the groundwork, using Chu Xing's name to intentionally harass Lu Yun, once Chu Xing was released, the accusations would stick. The supervisor would surely find a way to get rid of him. For now, this was the only method Xia Xian could think of. She would try it. In these times, jobs were iron rice bowls, something that could even be passed down to family and children. Stripping someone of their job wasn't easy, but she'd do her best. No matter what, she wouldn't let Chu Xing off easy. As for Bai Lian, she'd already gotten her revenge. With all that aloe forced into her, Bai Lian was probably still in the hospital. She wouldn't let a single person who had hurt her get away with it. Xia Xian's thirst for vengeance returned, and she marched out the door, full of determination. Meanwhile, Quan Ruifeng was meticulously grooming himself for their noon date, their meal. He had polished himself from head to toe, every hair perfectly in place. Knowing Xia Xian liked the scent of the soap he had bought, he washed his clothes with it again, soaking them until they smelled wonderful before hanging them to dry. The weather was hot, so they dried overnight. The next day, he stepped out in a fresh white shirt with a faint scent of soap. He didn't go straight to the state-run restaurant, nor did he go to Xia Xian's house to pick her up. Given their current relationship, suddenly showing up to fetch her would be too abrupt, and she might not even like it. Instead, he went straight to the department store and bought a lady's wristwatch, a Shanghai brand, very prestigious. Not only did he have money, but he also had the required coupons. He could buy whatever he wanted without scrambling to trade coupons like others or resorting to the black market. By now, Quan Ruifeng was something of a celebrity at the department store. Passers-by might not remember his face, but the saleswomen had already memorized both his and Xia Xian's features. Seeing him return to buy something again, the saleswoman checked him out with a straight face, but secretly muttered about him in her mind. The moment he turned away, the women immediately started gossiping. That's him. Who knows which poor girl he's tricking this time? Cheating on one wasn't enough. Looks like he's going for a third. How do you know it's the third? I'd bet it's even more. He's so rich. Where does he even get all this money and coupons? Isn't he just a policeman? My cousin's uncle's brother-in-law is also a cop, and he's broke. How can the gap be this huge? Honestly, if I were a young girl, I'd let him trick me too. Handsome and generous, casually handing out rare luxuries, what girl wouldn't be tempted? Quan Ruifeng overheard the chatter and suddenly remembered he still hadn't cleared Xia Xian's name. His own reputation needed fixing too. Before, he hadn't cared. But now that he wanted to pursue Xia Xian, it felt inappropriate. If they were constantly the subject of gossip, how could she ever consider being with him? Slipping the watch into his pocket, Quan Ruifeng headed to the state-run restaurant, thinking how to clear things up. An official notice was necessary, but far fewer people read notices than indulged in gossip. The two of them really were busy with their own affairs, caught up in their own business. If they ever did end up together, who knew if they'd even have time to spend with each other? Xia Xian had been tied up at the factory and arrived late, close to 1 o'clock. "Sorry I'm late. You must have been waiting a while." Panting, she rushed over and apologized sheepishly to Quan Ruifeng. She hadn't gone to exchange coupons the night before. Only after dealing with Chuxing did she remember and hurriedly tried to trade for some. But grain and meat coupons weren't easy to come by, which was why she was delayed. "Not at all. I just got here too." Having waited for 2 hours, Quan Ruifeng lied through his teeth and gestured for her to order. Xia Xian took in his meticulously groomed appearance and gave him a knowing smile. Chapter 55. A special thanks, and my turn to help you. He couldn't have just arrived. His meticulously styled hair was slightly disheveled, yet it only made him look more effortlessly handsome. Xia Xian didn't expose his peacocking. Instead, she watched him with quiet amusement. Being liked and pampered felt pretty good. And there was something even better. Right after they ordered, Quan Ruifeng took out a watch and handed it to Xia Xian. "What's this?" Xia Xian raised an eyebrow. "A gift. Open it and see if you like it." Quan Ruifeng's tone was casual, but his eyes betrayed his hidden anticipation as he watched Xia Xian. This was the first time he had given Xia Xian a gift. He wasn't sure if she'd like it. He had no experience giving gifts to women. The things he'd bought before were all for missions, so they didn't count. Xia Xian hesitated whether to open it. Though she had decided to enjoy a carefree relationship with Quan Ruifeng, accepting a gift seemed to change the nature of their relationship. Sometimes, she truly hated her own overthinking. If only she could stop worrying about everything. "Xia Xian, you have to give me a chance to pursue you, right? If I do nothing, how can that count as pursuing? I'm giving you this gift because it makes me happy, not for your sake. Don't feel burdened by it. If you don't like it, you can give it to someone else. Just like what you said yesterday, it was for your happiness and for mine. I didn't feel burdened, so neither should you." Quan Ruifeng knew Xia Xian would be reluctant, so he had prepared a whole arsenal of arguments to persuade her. If he could turn black into white and convince his own family, how could he fail to convince Xia Xian? Good heavens, how dare he bring that up in broad daylight? Xia Xian's pretty face flushed, afraid someone might overhear. She quickly took the gift. "All right, I get it, I'll take it. And don't say things like that again." He kept talking about pursuing her so openly. Who knew Quan Ruifeng could be so unreserved? His cool demeanor was completely shattered. She had totally misjudged him. Quan Ruifeng's stance was simple. When you're trying to win someone over, what's the point of being aloof? The fact that he and Zhou Xingshi had grown up together and were good friends meant they shared certain traits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten along. If Zhou Xingshi was willing to be the other man for his childhood sweetheart, Quan Ruifeng was already lucky. He wasn't a third wheel, just starting as a tool man, and a very useful one at that. Xia Xian stopped hesitating and opened the box. Inside was a silver lady's watch with an exquisite bracelet, clearly a high-end piece, easily costing a few hundred. However, Xia Xian now dared not refuse, fearing Quan Ruifeng might say something even more shocking. She had given in. At worst, she'd pay him back when she had money. And she would have money someday, she was absolutely certain. "It's beautiful. I really like it." Xia Xian's eyes sparkled as she looked at the watch. She had always longed for a watch of her own, but every time she got her salary, it went towards groceries for the family, Nanan's tuition, or Chuxing's demands for money. So, she had never been able to own a watch. Quan Ruifeng's gift had truly touched Xia Xian's heart. She immediately put it on and held up her wrist to show him. "Does it look good?" The silver band encircled her fair, slender wrist, looking incredibly beautiful, each enhancing the other in perfect harmony. It looks perfect. I found the best owner for this watch. Discover more. Bookshelves. Book. Book. Quan Ruifeng nodded affirmatively, a faint smile in his eyes. Xia Xian deserved the best of everything. If she wanted it, he was willing to give her all he had. Then, on behalf of this watch, thank you. You have great taste. Xia Xian smiled playfully, gradually relaxing. If not for her impulsive closeness with Quan Ruifeng yesterday, her interactions with him had already been very natural and comfortable, a state completely free of awkwardness. Now, they were simply returning to that normal. Your taste is just as sharp to appreciate it. Giving it to someone who doesn't understand would be a waste. To someone who didn't like watches, a bowl of noodles would be more appealing. Quan Ruifeng's words were always understated, yet they effortlessly made Xia Xian happy. His flattery was incredibly smooth and natural. As they ate and chatted in harmony, the atmosphere was pleasant. With their move to the capital approaching, Xia Xian tentatively asked, "Have you called home recently?" Quan Ruifeng's family was extraordinary and based in the capital. She heard that people in Beijing had news about the college entrance exams reinstatement even before the official announcement. She wondered if there was any news now. She wanted Quan Ruifeng to help her get some study materials. If the news of the exams return broke, materials would be snatched up, making it incredibly difficult for her to buy them. She had found some textbooks herself in the past few days, but crucial materials like the physical chemistry series were still missing. That book was key. Her chances of passing depended on it. Yes, why? I've already told my family about you. They won't have any objections, so don't worry. If anyone in my family disrespects you or says anything unpleasant, you can tell me directly, and I'll handle it. Quan Ruifeng misunderstood Xia Xian's intention, thinking she was pre-screening his family. He quickly answered earnestly. Xia Xian put a hand to her forehead. She couldn't believe Quan Ruifeng was moving so fast. Things weren't even settled between them. She said helplessly, "That's not what I meant. I was asking if your family has mentioned anything important lately. I don't want you staying here and neglecting your own affairs." After beating around the bush, she decided to be direct. "Actually, I wanted to ask for your help. Here's the thing, I only graduated from junior high, and I feel like I don't know enough. Since we're going to the capital soon, and I probably won't find a job immediately, and people there are so excellent, I need to improve myself. I want to pick up my books again and study independently. But there are some materials I can't get. Could you help me get a few books, if it's convenient?" So that's what this was about. Quan Ruifeng immediately agreed. "Of course. What books do you need? I'll find them for you." He wholeheartedly supported Xia Xian's desire to learn. However, it surprised him that Xia Xian had only completed junior high. Her conversation and insights didn't seem like something a girl who had only finished middle school would possess. "I really owe you big time for this." Xia Xian pressed her palms together, her eyes bright with gratitude. "So, to thank you, I've decided." She didn't finish her sentence, instead dipping a finger in water and writing dorm on the table. Given their mutual assistance agreement, she planned to thank him properly later and enjoy herself too. Getting to touch a handsome guy, how could that not be delightful? Quan Ruifeng looked at the upside-down dorm and instantly understood Xia Xian's meaning. His heart stirred and his blood began to boil. Xia Xian was going to. Quan Ruifeng's eyes deepened as he looked at Xia Xian, wishing he could take her back with him right now. Chapter 56. Take off your clothes, just like this. She was growing bolder by the day. But once inhibitions are shed, joy multiplies. After dinner, they headed straight to Quan Ruifeng's dorm. Their pace was so swift it could only be described as a whirlwind, walking with the urgency of someone driving. Well, they did want to get back and drive. The moment the door clicked shut, Quan Ruifeng pressed Xia Xian against it, claiming her mouth in a forceful, possessive kiss. Xia Xian gasped for air, her limbs weak, clinging desperately to him to keep from collapsing. Far from easing his grip, Quan Ruifeng intensified it, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist, compelling her to lean entirely on him. Their lips and tongues intertwined, bodies flush against each other. Until Xia Xian truly couldn't bear it any longer, breathless, and pushed him away with all her strength. Quan Ruifeng braced himself against the door, looking down at her, both of them panting heavily. Xia Xian's face bloomed like a peach blossom, her fair skin flushed with a deep blush. Her swollen, glistening lips looked irresistibly alluring. Quan Ruifeng's handsome face was also slightly flushed, his earlobes burning crimson, his gaze scorching as if he looked ready to devour her whole. Was the kiss not good? He asked humbly, his voice rough with desire. Only by understanding his partner's desires could he be the perfect tool. No. It was too good, too long, she couldn't breathe. Xia Xian shook her head slightly, her eyes glistening. Then, she tilted her head up and pressed a soft kiss to his thin lips. Devastatingly seductive. Quan Ruifeng's breathing grew noticeably heavier. He leaned down, wanting to kiss her again, but Xia Xian turned her face away. Not now. Can you take off your clothes? You saw me last time, but I haven't seen you yet. It's unfair. Besides, since I'm supposed to be your tool today, you'll have to take them off sooner or later anyway. Xia Xian spoke with bold assurance, now acting like an outright temptress, a stark contrast to her usual shy self. As you wish. I'll do whatever you say, no arguments. Quan Ruifeng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, then began slowly unbuttoning his shirt. If Xia Xian had such a request, it meant she was even more interested in him. He was thrilled. Most of his clothes were shirts, white, blue, basic in cut and color. But he noticed Xia Xian loved seeing him in shirts, especially when he undid the buttons. Her gaze was glued to him, like a kitten mesmerized by a ball of yarn. Quan Ruifeng decided then and there to wear nothing but shirts from now on. That way, her eyes would always be on him. He refused to entertain the thought that other men also wore shirts. Button by button, he slowly undid them all, until his crisp white shirt hung loosely over his broad shoulders. He awaited her next instruction. What now? What do you want me to do? Xia Xian had originally intended for him to take the shirt off completely, but she found the partially unbuttoned state incredibly tantalizing. God, a handsome face truly made all the difference. And that body, 8 chiseled abs perfectly aligned, a pronounced Adonis belt drawing the eye, disappearing into his waistband. Truly befitting a police officer, his physique was impeccable. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, a classic V-taper. With just a slight flex, every muscle swelled, vascular definition showing. Mesmerizing. Xia Xian had never developed such muscles herself. Unable to resist, she placed her hands on them, feeling the play of muscles under her touch, the powerful contractions. The texture was amazing. She couldn't help but explore further, finally satisfying her urge to touch him all over. Quan Ruifeng indulged her, watching quietly, maintaining his flexed posture so she could play to her heart's content. Xia Xian hadn't forgotten her promise. After indulging her curiosity a little, she withdrew her hands, lifted her chin, and put on an air of control. You, take this off too. Ahem. How about I draw you a portrait as a thank you gift? I'm decent at drawing, realistic yet artistic. Consider it a little bonus. Inspiration struck, and she made another small suggestion. Truth be told, she felt nervous. Diving right into intimacy was too awkward, the atmosphere needed some warming up. Her boldness ebbed and flowed, and she needed to gather more of it. Sure. Whatever you say. Quan Ruifeng agreed without hesitation, wanting this moment to last forever. His rewards could be claimed slowly. In any case, she wasn't escaping today. Quan Ruifeng fetched paper and pencils for her, then assumed the role of her figure model. Without hesitation, he removed his trousers, revealing lean, muscular thighs, every muscle defined. No matter how many times she looked, his legs were a perfect blend of beauty and strength, like a work of art. Just the sight made Xia Xian's heart race. She couldn't quite bring herself to look at another particularly impressive area. but his flawless physique fired her artistic imagination. With growing excitement, she posed him. Hold a book in your hand, sit on the edge of the bed, one leg bent on the chair, the other hanging down. Keep the white shirt on. At that moment, sunlight streamed in, bathing him in golden light, accentuating his form. His muscles looked even more striking, the composition of the scene utterly beautiful. At that time, Xia Xian enrolled Chu Nanan in after-school art classes. Initially, Chu Nanan was interested in painting, so Xia Xian bit the bullet and signed her up. The classes were quite expensive, but signing up for a whole semester was more cost-effective. However, to her surprise, Chu Nanan lost interest after just 3 sessions. Since the money couldn't be refunded, Xia Xian had no choice but to attend the classes herself, figuring she might as well learn something rather than waste the money. Unexpectedly, she turned out to have quite a talent for painting. By the end of the semester, her paintings actually looked decent, especially in mastering composition and proportions. Her paintings had a special kind of beauty. Just by listening to Xia Xian's instructions, Quan Ruifeng could tell she wasn't joking. She genuinely knew what she was doing. Originally just humoring Xia Xian's playful request, Quan Ruifeng suddenly felt a sense of anticipation, curious to see the final result. He went along with it and grabbed a book, then began reading intently, offering Xia Xian only his sharp profile, his chiseled jawline, and striking features accentuating his handsomeness. The combination of the white shirt and his muscles gave off a book-smart but bad boy look, so captivating that one couldn't look away after just a glance. Xia Xian was thoroughly satisfied with the angle and nodded repeatedly. Stay just like that. I'll speed through this. Chapter 57. Why would I want to run away? She was sketching a quick sketch that didn't take long, just a few strokes, and an elegantly handsome man leapt onto the page. His white shirt and the book contrasted sharply with his exposed, muscular thighs. She even deliberately captured the lighting contrasts. It certainly wasn't as striking as the naked eye view, but she had done her best to highlight the salient features. Xia Xian sped up, trying to complete the drawing as thoroughly as possible, but Quan Ruifeng was really throwing her off. His slightly bent thigh couldn't hide his arousal. There was one area that kept pulsing. Xia Xian's gaze kept drifting toward its movement. It was totally breaking her concentration. Otherwise, she could have finished even faster. An hour later, Xia Xian presented the drawing she was satisfied with to Quan Ruifeng. Here, what do you think? Very. The good died on his lips. Quan Ruifeng suddenly choked, torn between laughter and exasperation. What's this? He couldn't help but point at a dark, smudged patch on the drawing. A perfectly fine sketch had been ruined by this random flourish, turning it ridiculous. Xia Xian hid a smirk. He had noticed after all. Well, it wasn't her fault that it was so, in your face. I don't know, so I couldn't draw it properly. I just used a little animal as a substitute. She lifted her eyes, looking innocently at Quan Ruifeng. Even after pulling such a mischievous stunt, she could still play so innocent. Her acting chops truly came through now. Quan Ruifeng found it amusing. He set the drawing aside. If you don't know and can't draw it, do you need me to give you a better look, He took Xia Xian's slender, delicate hand and placed it on his waist. He was barely covered by a flimsy scrap of fabric, one firm tug, and it would either fall to the floor or be torn to shreds. Now, everything was up to Xia Xian. Her heart pounded like a drum. After all that dancing around, they'd still ended up here, but this time, she had no intention of running. The vibe was perfect. Xia Xian licked her lips, and indeed, the sight hit her like a truck. Even though she had braced herself, the impact of seeing it in person was far greater than she'd imagined. This was just. How was it even? At this moment, only this single word remained in Xia Xian's mind. Oh my god, I want to bolt. Xia Xian swallowed hard, fighting the urge to bolt out the door. Even if it was small, this was too much. Did I pick the wrong guy? Was it too late to switch now? But thoughts aside, her body had already reacted in the most honest way. Their heavy breaths filled the quiet room. Xia Xian's legs trembled, her face flushed, her whole body buzzed like a live wire. Her heart hammered so hard it hurt. You. I. Xia Xian froze, unsure what to do next. But Quan Ruifeng was already moving to take what he was owed. He couldn't wait any longer. Xia Xian, you promised to help me. Now it's time to fulfill that promise, okay? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Quan Ruifeng led her hand down, slow and deliberate, giving her every chance to refuse, his eyes locked on hers. If she showed even the slightest hesitation, he would stop immediately. He would never force her. He'd rather be the one used. Yet, though shy, Xia Xian didn't resist. Instead, she closed her eyes in silent consent until her fingers met hot, unfamiliar skin. Her eyes flew open in surprise. But she didn't dare look down, keeping her gaze fixed on Quan Ruifeng's shoulders instead. Somehow, they'd tangled together on the bed, Xia Xian's slender hands moving with shaky focus. Quan Ruifeng's low, hungry groans filled the air. After a long while, their bodies finally stilled, spent. Quan Ruifeng held Xia Xian close, both of them breathless and slick with sweat, the aftershocks still trembling through them. Unable to contain his affection, he cupped her face and kissed her again, slow and deep. Xia Xian tilted her head obediently, letting him take what he wanted. This, too, soothed her deeply. Xia Xian knew the theory, but not the practice. Later generations were open-minded, hooking up, no strings attached, without emotional attachments. Yet, even then, people didn't seem to enjoy kissing this much. But she and Quan Ruifeng both loved it, neither resisting. They acted like any couple in love. The kiss sparked the heat again before they'd cooled. Quan Ruifeng's strong fingers slipped beneath Xia Xian's clothes, teasing. You want this? His voice was low, rough against her mouth. Of course. Xia Xian was here to lose control. She just didn't know what Quan Ruifeng was thinking. Would he take it further now, or save it for later? Actions spoke louder than words. She leaned in, catching his lip between her teeth, her silent permission. Quan Ruifeng's eyes darkened as he pulled Xia Xian's slender waist tightly and kissed her fiercely. The two of them had been carrying on in the dorm until evening, lost in each other, and now both were satisfied, embracing each other in contentment, wanting to rest for a while. However, it was already late, and she still had to go back for dinner. If she returned too late, her family would surely ask questions, so Xia Xian could only push Quan Ruifeng away, her voice flat. I have to go back. Quan Ruifeng still wanted to be affectionate with her a little longer, just holding her would be enough, but Xia Xian's sudden coldness made him feel slightly hurt. Couldn't she at least act a little reluctant to leave him? Quan Ruifeng felt somewhat upset, but as just a fling, he knew his place. Once he became her boyfriend, then he'd have the right to make demands. Quan Ruifeng was good at rationalizing, and within just a few seconds, he had already thought through all this. He got up, buried his face in Xia Xian's neck one last time, and gave her a kiss, then regained his cool and collected demeanor. All right. Then I'll walk you home. As he spoke, he picked up their clothes. Xia Xian had thought Quan Ruifeng would be unhappy, but it turned out she had read too much into it. It seemed she had assumed the worst about him, and she felt relieved. They could continue developing their relationship in the future. No need to walk me home. It's not dark yet, and it's safe. If they were seen walking together, people might gossip. The way they were now, so lovey-dovey, standing together might give them away. Being rejected again, Quan Ruifeng's handsome face finally showed a flicker of irritation. I'm not being clingy, Xia Xian. I know, you're just worried about my safety. But I've taken this route 100 times, I know it well. There won't be any problems. You can walk me home when we go to the capital next time. I'll come see you again. Xia Xian cut off Quan Ruifeng's protest with a kiss, and they clung to each other. Bai Lian was the last thing on their minds, not realizing the storm ahead. Chapter 58 Heavens. They're all ruined. However, it wasn't their problem, and to Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng, it hardly mattered. At the hospital. Bai Lian was hospitalized due to severe aloe allergy. Kong Suimei couldn't stomach Xia Xian's smugness and was determined to report her and Quan Ruifeng to the police station. She refused to believe the two could really get away with everything. Though Quan Ruifeng was a police officer, he wasn't a leader, there was still the director above him. She was sure the director could take him down. But Bai Lian held her back, pleading with her not to go, even yanking out her four to threaten suicide. Don't go. If you go, how is that any different from forcing me to die? I might as well jump out right now. Bai Lian's furious scream was piercing. Kong Suimei didn't understand how this was forcing Bai Lian to die, but based on Xia Xian's words, she guessed Bai Lian might have some dirt on her. But what exactly was it? How could her own mother not know? If even Kong Suimei didn't know, Bai Lian's dad had no idea. When he returned from work and found no one home, he asked around and learned Kong Suimei had accompanied Bai Lian to the hospital. Rushing over, he walked in on this and exploded. What's wrong with you? You're the one who got bullied. Why are you afraid of them? Even if I have to fight with my last breath, I'll get justice for you. I refuse to believe anyone can do anything to me. Bai Lian's father was stubborn. Though Bai Lian had barely managed to stop her mom with suicide threats, this tactic didn't work on her father. No matter what Bai Lian said, he immediately decided to go to the police station, regardless of whether it was late or if they were still working, dead set on standing his ground. It was precisely because of his inflexibility that years ago, he had stubbornly sought so-called justice and picked a fight, only to get beaten up and hurt so bad Kong Suimei couldn't have more kids. Bai Lian remained their only daughter. But too proud, Bai Lian's father refused to arrange a matrilocal marriage and instead let Bai Lian marry like any other girl, only for her to end up with Wei Jiwei, a devil. Honestly, Bai Lian's father was no genius, and Bai Lian had long resented him. But she knew if she didn't tell him the truth, he wouldn't let it go. She could only yell, "Get back here. I need to tell you something. But you have to promise not to get angry or hit me. I'm your only daughter. If you beat me to death, who's going to take care of you in the future? Who's going to support you in your old age?" Bai Lian was agitated, spilling the ugly truth first and demanding her parents' promise. This was serious. She spoke so quickly even her swollen lips didn't slow her down. Go on. Her father couldn't make that promise. He shut the door, ready to hear what Bai Lian had to say that made her, the victim, so terrified of Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng. Luckily for Bai Lian, though she couldn't afford a private room, this empty shared ward had no other patients, so the three of them could talk openly as long as the door was closed. She knows I can't have children anymore. Bai Lian could no longer hide it and blurted out. Her parents froze. First, they hadn't even known about this. How did Xia Xian find out? Kong Suimei was too busy getting Bai Lian to the hospital to ask about it. So it's true? Why? How did this happen? Why have you never told me? Was it Wei Jiwei, that scum? Had he tortured Bai Lian to the point she couldn't bear children anymore? My God. Just thinking about it choked Kong Suimei up. But Bai Lian denied it. No. Wei Jiwei was indeed a scumbag, but he still wanted her to bear him more children, so it wasn't his doing. Bai Lian hesitated. How could she explain this to her parents? Back then, she had made a mistake. As a young and bright-eyed girl married to Wei Jiwei, her life was nothing like what she'd imagined. But she couldn't divorce, her parents wouldn't support it, so in a moment of weakness, she had slept around. Though she later ended it, the damage was permanent. Out with it. What's with the hesitation? You're making me nuts. Bai Lian's father had no patience. He couldn't wait. His instincts told him this would make him lose it. I had an abortion once, and it messed up my uterus. I can't have children anymore. The child wasn't Wei Jiwei's. If Xia Xian knows I can't have kids, then she knows about this. I'm afraid she'll tell Wei Jiwei, so you can't go after her. Bai Lian took a deep breath and let it all spill. If Wei Jiwei found out, she was done for, he'd kill her. That scumbag allowed himself to cheat left and right, doing whatever he wanted, while demanding she find ways to fund his habits. If she failed, he'd punish her. Scumbag didn't even begin to describe him. So Bai Lian had no choice. Sometimes she flirted with other men just to get money from them, but if she actually slept with anyone, Wei Jiwei would never tolerate it. He only accepted her conning men. What? You mean, Bai Lian? How could I have raised such a shameless girl? When did this happen? How could you be so brazen? Bai Lian's father grabbed his chest, trembling as he pointed at her, wishing he could faint on the spot. Kong Suimei covered her mouth, biting back a scream. Bai Lian had kept this buried in all these years. She'd never mentioned it. No wonder she was so terrified. If Wei Jiwei found out, all hell would break loose. Stop asking. Do you think I wanted this? It's all Wei Jiwei's fault. Why is he allowed to fool around while I'm not? Why does he get to hit and bully me while I have to serve him? Who does he think he is? And it's your fault too. If you'd been any help, gotten me a divorce, I wouldn't have had to stoop to this. I had to take pills by myself. That's why my body was ruined and I can't have kids anymore. Bai Lian spoke defiantly, even blaming her parents. But let's not forget, she was the one who insisted on marrying Wei Jiwei. Her parents hadn't objected, but now she expected them to take responsibility for her failed marriage. And now you're blaming us. Bai Lian, I truly underestimated you. When you were born, I should have strangled you. Bai Lian's father was about to have a stroke, trembling as he cursed her, too weak to even raise a hand. He felt his family was cursed, nothing but trouble. But this couldn't be exposed. If Xia Xian revealed it, Bai Lian's life would be over. Yet the last person they wanted to hear this had already heard it all. Wei Jiwei was holding a little boy in his arms. He kicked the door open furiously, stormed in, and fixed them with an icy stare. Bai Lian, very good. Humph. His voice was eerily cold, and he was unnaturally calm, not immediately lunging at Bai Lian to beat her. The family of three stared at Wei Jiwei, who had suddenly appeared, like they'd seen a ghost. All three of them froze. Their blood ran cold. How could he be here? Oh my god. We're done for. They were all screwed. Chapter 59. All hell breaks loose. Mom. Xiao Jun looked at Bai Lian with a cold gaze, his eyes betraying only pity. Bai Lian hadn't been home for days. Wei Jiwei, tired of waiting for her to return with money, used Xiao Jun as an excuse to track her down. He never expected to stumble upon such a shocking secret. Even though he had grown weary of Bai Lian and their relationship had devolved into a mere transaction, he had agreed to a divorce. That didn't mean he would tolerate her betrayal, especially since she had apparently been cuckolding him for who knew how long. Don't come near me. Wei Jiwei, I was wrong. That was all in the past. I'll make it up to you, ah. That's right. The child is still here. Wei Jiwei, don't do anything reckless. Let's all sit down and talk this through. Bai Lian's parents panicked, rushing to block him. Bai Lian was on the verge of wetting herself. She ripped out her four and frantically tried to escape, but Wei Jiwei stood right at the door. There was nowhere to run. Unless she jumped out the window. But this was the third floor. Bai Lian froze by the window, hesitating, too afraid to leap. Wei Jiwei sneered, taunting her. Go ahead, jump. If you dare, I'll let bygones be bygones. With that, he dumped Xiao Jun on the floor and lunged at Bai Lian, roughly shoving her parents out of the way. One of Bai Lian's parents crashed onto the floor, while the other collapsed onto the hospital bed, their ribs screaming in pain from the impact with a chair. Ugh. Against Wei Jiwei's brute strength, Bai Lian's parents didn't stand a chance. As for Bai Lian herself, when she saw him charging at her, she worked up the nerve to jump, only for Wei Jiwei to grab her by the hair and drag her back. Xiao Jun, thrown to the ground, winced, his backside and tailbone throbbing. He rubbed his sore bottom and glanced hesitantly at his parents, torn about whose side to take. Whichever he chose would likely determine his future. But within seconds, he made up his mind. He would stand with Bai Lian. The fact that Wei Jiwei had no problem throwing him down proved he now doubted whether Xiao Jun was even his son. If Bai Lian could cheat once and abort a child, he'd suspect Xiao Jun was another man's bastard. Besides, Wei Jiwei couldn't be bothered with him, only calling him son, when in a good mood. Bai Lian was the one who truly looked after him. And since Bai Lian couldn't have more children, he was her only son, she'd always take care of him. With that realization, Xiao Jun rushed forward. Despite his young age, he was street-smart and crafty, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived in that household. Let go of my mom. Xiaojun bit Wei Jiwei's arm. Wei Jiwei yelped in pain, but easily shoved him away, sending the boy crashing into the wall, his head hitting the wall with a sickening crack. Wei Jiwei, I'll kill you. Bai Lian, after all, was still a mother. Her heart ached for her son, and she was done living like that any longer. Fighting back was her only way out. This time, she was getting that divorce. She went at him tooth and nail. You bitch! How dare you fight back? Wei Jiwei roared, grabbed Bai Lian and started beating her. Her parents weren't about to just watch. Even Xiaojun, a child, had sided with his mother. How could they not defend their daughter? So Bai Lian's father snatched up a chair and swung it at Wei Jiwei. Stop bullying her, you beast! Kang Suimei, grabbing whatever was handy, jumped into the fray. For against one, the five of them went at each other in a wild melee, the sounds of crashing and wailing bringing nurses running. Only when a crowd rushed in was the chaos finally stopped, and the entire family was hauled down to the station. The hospital staff couldn't care less about their drama, but the damages had to be paid for. If these people didn't compensate, the nurses would have to foot the bill, and who wanted to work for free? When Quan Ruifeng arrived at the station and saw the new arrivals, he paused. What happened? He asked Lu Jun. All of them were banged up to varying degrees, even the youngest was bleeding. It must have been one hell of a fight. What else? They went at each other. They say couples fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot, but this family? No way. One screaming for divorce, the other refuses and keeps beating her. Domestic disputes like this are a nightmare to deal with. Lu Jun massaged his temples. This was the neighborhood committee's job. What was he, a grown man, supposed to do about it? He couldn't force Wei Jiwei to divorce. It took two to get married, and so did divorce. There's never an excuse for violence. Who started it? But since it was mutual combat, book them all. Quan Ruifeng didn't treat this as just some domestic dispute. He went by the book. Nor did he hold a grudge against Bai Lian and frame her. It's not that simple. Look, there's a kid here. We can't just count him as part of the fight and detain him too. I've already sent for their neighborhood's women's director. Let her take them in and sort it out. Lu Jun wanted no part of this shitstorm. Especially since he and Quan Ruifeng had recently caught a serial killer. That asterisk was real work. Thrilling, motivating. Dealing with petty squabbles every day? Exhausting. They fought this badly, what good will the women's director do? Quan Ruifeng wasn't convinced. Then what else can we do? Lu Jun was at a loss. Quan Ruifeng wanted to argue, but Lu Jun pushed him away. Stay out of this. Earlier, Bai Lian and her family even dragged you and Xia Xian into it, claiming you forfeit her aloe to make her hospitalized and broke into their home. If they're miserable, they want everyone else to be too. Bottom line, getting involved with them only brings trouble. Every last one of them is ruthless. Lu Jun knew exactly why they'd fought. He could only shake his head in disbelief. Wei Jiwei had been cuckolded, yet he refused to divorce, clearly. He just wanted to torment Bai Lian. Lu Jun understood that no amount of persuasion would change his mind unless Bai Lian offered something valuable in exchange. And since Bai Lian was the one at fault, no one would take her side. Worse, if Wei Jiwei tracked down Bai Lian's former lover and charged them with hooliganism, both would end up in prison. By the time Xia Xian found out, it was too late. She never imagined the trump card she'd planned to use against Bai Lian would be foolishly exposed by Bai Lian herself. Though Bai Lian was now weathering Wei Jiwei's storm and had no energy to target her, Xia Xian still needed another leverage to secure her position. Right, she should track down Bai Lian's secret lover and stir the pot even more. The messier it got, the better for her. Chapter 60. You really think you can marry her? Xia Xian clapped her hands, an idea striking her. She didn't know who Bai Lian's lover was, though. Her knowledge of the affair was purely accidental. Bai Lian had reconnected with the man and been caught by Chu Xing. While Chu Xing had been furious, Xia Xian had been secretly delighted. If Bai Lian remarried and moved far away from the Bai family, she probably wouldn't be able to entangle herself with Chu Xing anymore. But Bai Lian had refused to leave with that man. Xia Xian had overheard their argument and vaguely remembered what the man looked like, though she couldn't recall his name or exact address. It seemed she would have to stake out the place herself. In her past life, Bai Lian had even used her infertility to play the sympathy card with Chu Xing, successfully winning him back. Chu Xing had even given her money for her recovery, while Xia Xian, whose salary had been delayed, had been denied even a little money for groceries. He claimed he had none, insisting Bai Lian needed it more. Recalling the despicable behavior of those two in her past life, Xia Xian felt nothing anymore. This life was different. Someone wanted to please her. She would go to the capital. She had so much more she could do. These people weren't worth her sadness anymore. Xia Xian, ever the woman of action, immediately set out to track down that man. By the time Chu Xing and his mother were released from detention, everything would have changed. Before leaving the detention center, Chu Xing had to pay Xia Xian the compensation he owed her. He went to his supervisor to ask for a salary advance, but not only was he denied, he was also chewed out. If you can work, work. If not, get out. You're nothing but a headache. Who do you think you are? Just another employee. Do you think I can't replace you in a heartbeat? You wouldn't dare utter a word. The supervisor went off on him, hurling insults and even saying things Chu Xing didn't fully understand. He was puzzled, but he was too busy scrambling to come up with the money for Xia Xian and borrow some living expenses. Otherwise, he and his mother would starve. Preoccupied with his financial struggles, he didn't dwell on it, assuming the supervisor was just angry about him requesting 2 salary advances and being absent for days due to detention. It made sense the man was upset. So Chu Xing let it go, apologized profusely, and rushed off to borrow money from friends and relatives. He needed to settle this mess quickly and return to work. Once he was back, if he performed well, the supervisor would surely approve his next request for an advance. Chu Xing was still dreaming, unaware he was on the verge of losing his job. After finally scraping together the money and paying Xia Xian, just as he was about to catch his breath and return to work, she maliciously dropped a bomb. Counting the money slowly, Xia Xian said, "Chu Xing, I heard you like your neighbor, Bai Lian. Congratulations, you two are truly meant to be. She and her husband just got out of the police station too. Didn't you know? Bai Lian and her husband are getting a divorce. Do you think it's because of you? Does she like you too? Is it mutual?" Hearing Xia Xian speak of Bai Lian in that tone, Chu Xing frowned, expecting her to say something derogatory. Instead, she claimed Bai Lian liked him. Flattered, Chu Xing forgot to process the part about Bai Lian being at the police station. He puffed out his chest proudly. "Of course Xiao Lian likes me. I've treated her so well. If I weren't a couple years younger, and she hadn't married so young, she would have married me. If I married her, do you think I'd ever settle for you? Now that she's divorcing, I'll definitely marry her. You can stay a lonely widow forever. No one would want a husband killer like you." High on his own ego, Chu Xing was already fantasizing, treating Bai Lian as good as his, and once again insulting Xia Xian. Xia Xian wanted to watch him soar, only to crash into hell. She wanted him to feel the pain. Smiling sweetly, she said in a sickly sweet tone, I forgot. Bai Lian is divorcing because she had an affair. She was with another man for a long time, even got pregnant by him. Sadly, she lost the baby during the abortion and ruined her body. She can never have children again. How pathetic. Oh, I meant for you. She'd rather hook up with someone else than you. Are you sure she'll marry you if she divorces? No, wait, I was wrong. Now that she's a scandalous, childless woman, no one else would want her. If she divorces, you might actually get her. Good luck with that mess. As for my future, don't worry. The guy who's into me is far better than you, so much so that saying it might hurt your pride, so I'll save you the embarrassment." Her tone was casual and mocking. After pocketing the money, she leisurely admired Chu Xing's gobsmacked expression. His face twisted in rage as he glared at her, shouting in denial. "What are you saying? You're slandering Xiao Lian. There's no way she's that kind of woman. She'd never hook up with another man or abort his child and ruin her body. Worse, Bai Lian had chosen another man over him. That shattered his pride. What did that guy have that he didn't? So, what if he was a few years younger? If you don't believe me, go ask her. Plenty of people know. Or ask her husband. I'm sure he'd love to tell you the truth. Xia Xian shrugged, playing it cool. She had already seen Xu Sheng's breakdown. Mission accomplished. Humming, she turned to leave. But Xu Sheng wasn't about to let her go. After taking his money, she had the nerve to taunt him like this. Never one to learn, Xu Sheng, still at the police station entrance, lunged at her, teeth gritted, trying to shove her down the stairs. Die, you bitch. His hand barely grazed her shoulder when someone moved faster. A sweeping kick sent him flying. Chapter 61. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng, a perfect duet, a harmonious pair. At the same time, Xia Xian nimbly dodged to the side. She had sensed Xu Sheng behind her and anticipated his push. After all, they had lived together for so long, she knew him well. She had already calculated the distance, planning to sidestep and let Xu Sheng fall, a taste of his own medicine. Unexpectedly, Quan Ruifeng intervened even faster. Though her plan was disrupted, Xu Sheng still got his comeuppance. Quan Ruifeng looked down at Xu Sheng coldly, his eyes narrowing. Just out of the police station and you're eager to go back? If you're itching for jail time, I can certainly arrange it. Attempted murder. That's at least 3 to 5 years behind bars. Xu Sheng was kicked aside, hitting the ground hard. Dizzy, seeing stars, he could barely make out Quan Ruifeng's words. When he finally managed to scramble up, his first reaction was to lash out at Quan Ruifeng. Why the hell did you kick me? What gives you the right? I'll sue you. Just because you're a cop, you think you're above the law. Is there no justice left? This was the first time Xu Sheng had encountered a cop as brazen as Quan Ruifeng, someone who clearly held no regard for ordinary citizens. How could someone like him still be a police officer? He should be fired. No, sent to the countryside. Let him toil in the fields as a poor peasant. Xu Sheng glared at Quan Ruifeng with naked hatred, his eyes bulging with rage. Do I need a reason to kick you? You are suspected of attempted murder against comrade Xia Xian. I am arresting you now. Come with me for questioning. Quan Ruifeng was never one for unnecessary words. He immediately pulled out handcuffs, ready to take Xu Sheng away. His demeanor was icy and unyielding, utterly unfazed by Xu Sheng's accusations. Seeing the handcuffs, Xu Sheng was both furious and utterly helpless. He truly had no way to deal with Quan Ruifeng. While there was a police chief above him who could rein him in, how was Xu Sheng supposed to meet the chief and lodge a complaint? Gritting his teeth hard enough to crack them, Xu Sheng swallowed his rage and forced out an apologetic plea. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn just now. I acted impulsively, but I never intended to kill anyone. You've got it all wrong. How could I possibly kill someone? I would never lay a hand on Xia Xian. His apology was pitifully submissive, as if he'd do anything for Quan Ruifeng's forgiveness. Quan Ruifeng's gaze remained sharp as a blade, cold and piercing, as if it could flay him piece by piece. The silence stretched, and Xu Sheng waited for judgment like a sword hanging over his head, his heart pounding so hard it felt ready to burst. Forget it. Locking him up would just waste the station's resources. Let him off this time. Xia Xian figured this wouldn't be enough for a serious sentence, at most, another day in custody, a written apology, and a forced admission of guilt. Letting him go now to make trouble for Bai Lian would be far more useful. So she spoke up in his defense, or rather, she gave orders. Xia Xian naturally took charge, making decisions for Quan Ruifeng as if it were the most natural thing in the world. There was an unspoken connection between them. Xu Sheng immediately sensed something was off. How dare Xia Xian talk to Quan Ruifeng like that? What was their relationship? Had they really become involved? Again? Hadn't Quan Ruifeng already dumped her? Wasn't he two-timing? How were they back to? Xu Sheng couldn't make sense of it. He had assumed Quan Ruifeng was just toying with Xia Xian out of boredom and should have grown tired of her by now. How could he let her boss him around so brazenly? His confusion was written all over his face. Quan Ruifeng, having heard the vile things Xu Sheng had said about Xia Xian earlier, decided to enlighten him in a rare show of generosity. Standing beside Xia Xian, Quan Ruifeng stated calmly, Xia Xian won't end up unmarried. Plenty of people want her. I, for one, like Comrade Xia Xian very much. I'm pursuing her, hoping she'll marry me and become my wife. But she turned me down. If she won't even have me, what makes you think she'd settle for someone like you? Worry about yourself instead. You're a downtrodden and disheveled mess, ugly, with a terrible personality, looks, family background, and morals. There's not a single redeeming quality about you, just flaws that jump out at you. Stop projecting your rotten thoughts onto others. You're making yourself a laughingstock. Though Comrade Xia Xian rejected my proposal, she's agreed to go to Beijing with me to start a new life. So next time you delude yourself with daydreams, you'll need a different target. His tone was cutting as ever, laced with disdain. Chu Xing, battered by one blow after another, wished the ground would swallow him whole. Humiliated, he pounded the ground and demanded, "Is that true? You're taking her to Beijing. What's she going to do there? At least here she has a temporary position. What's waiting for her in Beijing?" Had Xia Xian lost her marbles? Following a stranger to some far-off place, giving up her job? What will I do in Beijing? Live the good life, of course. Comrade Quan Ruifeng has already arranged a job for me, just waiting for me to start. Housing settled too, no need for your concern. Since he wants me far away from trash like you, starting fresh in Beijing, he's naturally taken care of everything. Unlike you, all talk and no action, unable to even provide a decent life for your beloved Bai Lian. Pinching pennies like a miser, pathetic. No wonder Bai Lian would rather cheat with someone else than choose you. You're not even fit to lick their boots. I've seen the man she's with, tall and powerfully built, reliable-looking, with kind, honest features. Miles better than you. Most importantly, he's generous with her. Chu Xing, Bai Lian's no swan, but you're definitely a toad, and no one's biting. Xia Xian smirked, landing blow after blow, grinding Chu Xing into the dirt, humiliating and trampling him until his spirit and pride were utterly shattered. Back when he'd belittled her without restraint, he should have known karma would come knocking for him one day. No, I don't believe it. You're all lying. None of this is true. I refuse to believe it. Chu Xing was on the verge of madness. His traumatized mind activated its self-preservation mode, dismissing everything as fiction before he stumbled away, in a deranged state, to find Bai Lian. If Bai Lian's situation was fake, then everything else had to be fake too, just Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng messing with him. Unfortunately, he was in for disappointment. Meanwhile, Xia Xian, having successfully crushed him, curled her lips in satisfaction. Even standing outside the police station, the air had never smelled sweeter, life brighter. Truly, nothing sweetens life like an enemy's misery. Quan Ruifeng had played his part well. Xia Xian scanned their surroundings, confirming no one was nearby, then gestured for Quan Ruifeng to follow her behind a pillar. The moment he uttered the questioning sound, Xia Xian rose on her tiptoes and her soft lips met his. Chapter 62, luring him in, a three-way confrontation. Their touch was fleeting, so quick that Quan Ruifeng couldn't even react. You. Quan Ruifeng's eyebrows shot up in surprise, but a smile he couldn't control crept onto his lips. He was secretly thrilled. This is your reward. Thank you for helping me. Xia Xian was becoming adept at rewarding Quan Ruifeng. With a smile, she stepped back, and without waiting for his reply, vanished like the wind, leaving only a graceful silhouette for Quan Ruifeng to savor the lingering fragrance. So, good deeds truly had their rewards. He could do more, encounter more fools like Chu Xing. It would only deepen his bond with Xia Xian. Quan Ruifeng lingered, a faint smile playing on his lips, until Xia Xian's figure completely disappeared before he finally departed. However, Xia Xian didn't head straight home. Instead, she secretly made her way to the vicinity of Keboen's residence. After days of diligent observation, she had finally identified the man, Keboen. He was indeed Bai Lian's former lover. She recognized his face. Though she had located Keboen, she hadn't yet formulated a plan for how to approach him. Now an idea had sparked, though she wasn't certain he would believe it. Xia Xian waited near his home for a long time before finally catching Keboen returning from work. He was still wearing gloves, his face slick with sweat, clearly having rushed back for lunch. His expression was drawn, indicating he was in a foul mood. But since she was already there, Xia Xian decided to take her chance. She stepped forward and called out to him. "Keboan? You're Keboan, aren't you?" Xia Xian's voice was hushed, barely a whisper, clearly signaling a private matter not meant for others' ears. "I am. And you are?" Keboan scrutinized her, instinctively glancing around before lowering his own voice. Inwardly, he was perplexed. He had never seen Xia Xian before and had no idea who she was or why she was seeking him out. "Bailian sent me to find you. It's not convenient to talk here." Xia Xian invoked Bailian's name, then gestured for Keboan to follow her to a more secluded spot. After all, with people constantly passing by, their conversation could easily be overheard. Bailian? It had been a long time since Keboan had heard that name. Hearing it again left him not only disoriented but also wary. He instinctively denied it, unwilling to fall into Xia Xian's trap. "Who's Bailian?" "I don't know her." "What did she send you for?" "If you truly don't know Bailian, then why ask why I'm here? Just consider it Bailian's misjudgment of you. She believed you two once shared a past, that she had an abortion because of you, and that her health was ruined as a result, that at the very least, you still cared for her. And that you've remained unmarried all this time, perhaps still thinking of her. That's why she sent me to beg for your help. Now, her husband has discovered your affair. They've been fighting incessantly, and he's even threatened to kill her. She's terrified and can't escape his clutches, so she wants you to take her away. She wants to marry you. I don't know when your feelings developed, and she didn't explicitly tell me, but reading between the lines, it seems the son she has now is yours, not her husband's. Her husband can't even stand the sight of the child anymore. He wants to kill him too. But you know the saying, even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. If the child were truly his, he wouldn't treat him like this. So, the child must be yours. Anyway, I've delivered the message. What you do with it is your business. Whether you go to her or not is your choice. Right now, she's staying at her parents' place with the child. Wei Jiwei comes every day with a knife, threatening them. Their whole family doesn't even dare step outside. Xia Xian shook her head, feigning disappointment. Having delivered her message, she turned to leave without waiting for Keboan's reaction. Her demeanor was that of a mere messenger, making her story all the more convincing. Sure enough, Keboan hesitated, then quickly chased after her, grabbing her arm. "Is everything you said true?" His voice was urgent, laced with worry, but also a hint of joy. Back then, Bailian had abruptly severed their relationship, giving him no time to react. He never knew she had been pregnant, never knew she had lost his child, and now, this child might actually be his. He had been too heartbroken to think clearly. But the reason he had remained unmarried all this time was precisely because he still harbored feelings for Bailian, still hoped she might change her mind and return to him. To him, Bailian would always be special, so beautiful, so kind, so delicate, deserving of every wonderful word. He would have given her everything. It was just a shame she hadn't wanted it. It's true. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. See if Wei Jiwei is standing guard with a knife. Though right now, Wei Jiwei hasn't spread the news, probably because he's too ashamed. They've already gone to the police about it. Bailian wants a divorce, but Wei Jiwei refuses. He's determined to make her suffer with him. Even the police can't reason with him. If you go now, whether to find Bailian or confront Wei Jiwei, you can escalate things, let the whole world know Wei Jiwei's been cuckolded. Once he's humiliated, he won't dare stay married to her. Then they'll divorce. Of course, once the truth comes out, you'll be caught up in the scandal too. It's up to you whether you're willing to stick your neck out for Bailian. Do you want her to suffer alone, endure Wei Jiwei's abuse while people point fingers at her? Or do you want to share the consequences, weather the storm together, and then build a life together? The choice is yours. Xia Xian shrugged. She had made her case and would say no more. This time, no matter how Keboan called after her, she wouldn't stop. Xia Xian had good reason for this approach. Keboan truly was hopelessly infatuated with Bailian. He had remained celibate for years because of her, only marrying much later. But just after his wedding, he learned Bai Lian had divorced. Full of remorse, he immediately sought her out, even offering to divorce his new wife and marry her instead. Unfortunately, he had fallen seriously ill in those 2 years, spending all his savings on treatment. Now he was flat broke. Of course, Bai Lian would never marry him. She was just stringing him along, keeping him as a backup wallet, just like Xu Xing. Since he was so infatuated with Bai Lian, Xia Xian's story was highly likely to succeed, pushing him to charge in blindly. And when that happened, oh, what a spectacle it would be. Once the scandal broke, no woman would want to marry him anyway. Better that than letting him lead another girl on. Xia Xian didn't feel guilty at all. If anything, she believed she was saving another woman from suffering the same fate. As it turned out, her plan worked perfectly. Kuboan couldn't resist the bait. After only a brief hesitation, he rushed straight to Bai Lian's parents' home to verify Xia Xian's words. And then Wei Jiwei, Xu Xing, and Kuboan all showed up at once. Chapter 63. Xiao Xian, please help your nephew. This was a collision of Mars and Earth, a volcanic eruption of epic proportions. All 3 men sustained injuries of varying degrees. It wasn't just a fistfight. Wei Jiwei and Xu Xing even resorted to knives, making the scene incredibly bloody. In the end, Lu Jun, Quan Ruifeng, and other police officers had to deploy all available forces to halt the tragedy. Fortunately, Xia Xian wasn't there to witness it. Otherwise, she might have been caught in the crossfire. Xia Xian had been out and about every day, making it impossible for Lei Wan to catch her for a chat. She left early and returned late, but today, she came back a little earlier. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Wan immediately pulled her aside for a heart-to-heart. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Oh, and tomorrow, I'm taking you to the hospital for some medical tests. Last time I wanted to take you, you refused, saying you were too busy. It's not like you can run away once you're at the hospital, and you certainly wouldn't go by yourself. What's gotten into you? You absolutely have to go tomorrow, or I won't feel comfortable letting you out of my sight," Xia Xian stated firmly, laying down the law. Lei Wan couldn't understand why a health checkup was necessary. Wasn't it a waste of money? She had already taken her for some tests last time, but Xia Xian insisted on a full examination. Wouldn't it be better to save that money for food? But Lei Wan also knew that Xia Xian had matured significantly. After losing her husband, she had endured much and become very independent. Lei Wan could no longer control her and could only comply. All right, we'll go tomorrow, okay? You won't be at peace until you've squandered all that money." With Xia Xian's insistence, Lei Wan's melancholic mood dissipated. She went back to her room and retrieved a few items. "I prepared these for you. The capital is far, and we can't just visit whenever. If something happens to you there, your dad and I will be beyond reach, so you must take good care of yourself. This 100 yuan is what your dad and I managed to scrape together for you. Keep it to yourself. Don't let your brothers or sisters-in-law know, or it'll cause trouble. There are also some herbs I gathered for you, some for colds, some for headaches, and some for strengthening your body. There isn't much. It took a lot of effort to get even this small amount. Don't mind the hassle of brewing them. They really work. If you feel unwell, just find the right one and take it. Once you're in the capital, you'll be on your own. Whatever you achieve will be entirely up to you, your dad, and I can't help it all. But if you do make something of yourself there, don't forget about your brothers and sisters-in-law back home. We're all family, and I can't bear to see any of you suffer. I just hope all of you will be well." Lei Wan cried as she spoke. She truly hated to see Xia Xian go. In her heart, she knew going to the capital was for the best, and she had convinced herself of that before. But sometimes, she just couldn't help feeling reluctant. Her emotions were a roller coaster. Perhaps only after Xia Xian left would her heart finally settle, and she could sleep soundly again. Seeing that her mother had scraped together 100 yuan and even gathered these herbs for her, Xia Xian was deeply touched. However, when her mother mentioned looking out for her brothers and sisters-in-law, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even if her mother hadn't said it, she would have done so anyway. But bringing it up at this moment made it seem as if all this care was solely for the sake of her brothers and sisters-in-law. Still, she understood her mother's profound love for her children. In her past life, her mother had worried about her to the point of becoming ill and passing away too soon. There was no doubt about her mother's love for her, it was just that her mother couldn't love only her. Besides her, she had several other sons to care for. Xia Xian embraced Lei Wan, her eyes welling up. I know, Mom. When I'm capable, I'll do my best to help my brothers and sisters-in-law. It's too early to talk about this now, but I want to make it clear I'll help them, but only if I'm doing well myself. I have to secure my own life first, and only when I have enough to share will I help them. And I won't be giving them much money, just advice or perhaps helping them find jobs. They'll have to put in the effort themselves. I can only try to open doors for them. After all, I can't support them forever. Xia Xian spelled it out clearly up front, not wanting future conflicts over money. Good, no need to give money. Job opportunities are the most valuable thing. If you can find them better paying work, that's more than enough. Everyone has to rely on their own hands to make a living. You can't depend on others forever. Lean on a mountain, and it will collapse. Lean on a person, and they will run away. I understand that. When you're there, the most important thing is to take care of yourself. Your brothers and sisters-in-law aren't in a hurry. They're doing just fine. Our family is already better off than many others. Lei Wan agreed readily and didn't press the matter further. She just wanted her children to support each other, not to exploit anyone. Having cleared things up with her mother, Xia Xian felt completely at ease. But Xia Yuan, that little blabbermouth, couldn't keep a secret. As Xia Xian's departure grew near, when Xia Datian teased him, he let it slip. My sister would never abandon me. She said if I study hard, once she settles down in the capital, she'll take me there to study. Xia Yuan proudly slapped the table, lifting his chin high. This idiot couldn't keep a single secret. Xia Xian put her face in her hands. Really? The reactions varied. Lei Wan and Xia Detian were delighted. Xia Xian's older brothers were skeptical, and the two sisters-in-law exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Of course it's true. I'll definitely study hard. Wherever my sister goes, I'll follow. She won't leave me behind. Xia Yuan was a total sister's boy, dedicated to being Xia Xian's shadow. Xia Xian smiled to herself, but secretly wanted to pinch Xia Yuan. I was just trying to cheer him up so he wouldn't be too sad. How would I have that kind of ability? If I ever do, we'll talk about it then. But regardless, the idea was too tempting. Plus, she had been spending time with Quan Ruifeng, who was from the capital. Perhaps there was a chance of a relationship between them. If Quan Ruifeng could arrange for her to go to the capital, he must be very capable. Perhaps he could arrange for Xia Yuan to go too? And if Xia Yuan could go, arranging for 2 more people might not be so difficult. The sisters-in-law got ideas, especially Wang Muju. She was pregnant now, and since her first child was a daughter, this one was sure to be a boy. She had to plan for his future early. With that in mind, she couldn't help but speak her mind. Xiao Xian, could you arrange for your little nephew to go too? You're his aunt. If you have the means, you should look out for him. He'll definitely be grateful to you. Chapter 64. Who's the ingrate? Wang Muju exclaimed with excitement, as if the matter was already settled and Xia Xian could immediately arrange for her son to study in the capital. In reality, she didn't even know if she was carrying a son or a daughter yet. Xiao's second brother quickly chimed in. Exactly. Xiao Xian, even if you become successful, you can't forget your family. We are your maternal family, your strongest support. If you don't help us, who will you help? Cheng Hongying had initially thought the matter was still up in the air and planned to keep quiet about it. But now that Wang Muju and her husband had spoken up, she couldn't hold back either, afraid of being preempted. She hurriedly added, Xiao Xian, you can't play favorites. They're all your nephews, you can't help one and not the other. Mom and Dad always say a family must be united. If you treat them differently, there will be endless arguments and fights. How can anyone live like that? Besides, having 2 more nephews doting on you is better than nothing, right? None of us are ingrates. If you help us, when you need something in the future, wouldn't we help you? As she spoke, she subtly pinched Xia's eldest brother's thigh, signaling him to speak up too. They couldn't let the second branch monopolize all the benefits. Xia's eldest brother wasn't a fool. Even without his wife's reminder, he would have stepped in. Adopting the heir of an elder brother, he said solemnly. Since ancient times, things should go in order, from oldest to youngest. Even if Xia Xian wants to help, she should naturally help our eldest branch's children first, then it would be your second branch's turn. But going back and forth like this is pointless and easily leads to conflict. Why not just arrange for everyone at once? I believe Xia Xian is capable enough to manage it. When the time comes, Xiao Yuan and all the nephews can study in the capital together. They can keep you company and have each other for support. Wouldn't that be wonderful and lively? With just one sentence, he wasn't asking Xia Xian to arrange for one child per family, but several. It was truly a pipe dream. Xia Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Did they think she was some kind of miracle worker with boundless connections? I can't do it. I won't arrange for anyone, and I have no way to arrange it. Is there no school at home? Do they have to go to the capital to study? If you were already in the capital, fine. But you're not even there. Why are you even thinking about this? Even if you're willing to be separated from your children, have you considered whether the children themselves would want to be separated from you? Could they even take care of themselves there? You don't consider anything. You only consider whether there's an advantage to be gained. Xia Xian was truly angry now, her words rattling off like a machine gun, leaving everyone's faces looking grim. The phrase grabbing advantages triggered them, especially Xia's eldest brother. His face darkened as he slammed his hand on the table. Xia Xian, we are still your brothers and sisters-in-law. How can you talk to us like that? Who's grabbing advantages? Isn't it natural for family to support each other? Your words really hurt us. Does all the kindness we showed you before mean nothing now? I think you're truly an ingrate. How could I have a sister like you? Exactly, Xia Xian. Where have we, as your brothers and sisters-in-law, ever wronged you? We're just asking for a little help, and, before you've even started to help, you accuse us of taking advantage. Fine, don't help then. Who cares? Was it necessary to speak to us like that? Xia's second brother was even angrier, directly stating he didn't need Xia Xian's help anymore. It was better this way. Xia Xian certainly couldn't carry such a heavy burden. She was about to speak when Xia Datian and Lei Wan both shouted to cut her off. Enough. Nothing has even happened yet, so why are you all fighting? If that day ever comes, do you really think Xiao Sen wouldn't help you? You're just too impatient. Ungrateful wretch? When she was little, I never saw you treating Xia Xian all that well. Helping you is a favor, not an obligation. If you want her help, treat her better. Stop making such a fuss here. If Xiao Sen refuses to help you in the future, I won't speak up for you either. Do as you please. Raise your own children. Your father and I raised you all this big. Can't you raise your own children? Are there no schools? If you can't go to the capital, studying here is perfectly fine. Lei Wan seemed to be scolding her two sons, but in reality, she still harbored a hope that Xia Xian would help. So, she was subtly telling her sons that if they wanted Xia Xian's help, they had to treat her well and make her willing. Otherwise, as a mother, she wouldn't interfere in their affairs. After all, both were her flesh and blood. She couldn't favor one over the other. Xia Datian's reaction was even more explicit. He stated unequivocally, aside from Xia Xian, I don't see anyone else going. Not only is Xiao Yuan not allowed, but neither are you. And your unborn children? Absolutely not. Xiao Sen going to the capital, what is that? That's leaving home and going far away. Do you really think the capital is full of gold for you to pick up? What's so great about leaving your hometown and going there? If Xia Xian hadn't married the wrong man and had her reputation ruined, would she have needed to go so far away? You don't even know how to care for your sister, yet here you are asking for benefits. If that's not taking advantage, what is? How did I end up with such petty and calculating sons? Are you even men? Xia Datian was furious, slamming the table so hard that the dishes nearly toppled over. Lei Wan quickly scrambled to steady them. As the head of the household, his words carried weight, especially in his anger. The others immediately fell silent, cowering like quails, shrinking their necks and sitting to the side, not daring to speak another word. Xia Xian knew he had caused trouble and dared not make a sound, quietly eating his meal. Xia Xian, however, felt a little relieved by her father's words. Regardless of whether she had the ability, she couldn't let her eldest brother and sister-in-law, or her second brother and sister-in-law, develop the bad habit of constantly asking for handouts. Otherwise, she would be the one to suffer in the future. Xia Xian picked up her chopsticks and ate in silence, letting the awkward and tense atmosphere linger. After the meal, she left immediately, not wanting to stay at home any longer. But after thinking it over, she realized she had nowhere else to go, so she simply went to Quan Ruifeng's place. Passing by the police station, she happened to see Wei Jiwei and the others, their faces covered in blood. Doctors arrived with stretchers to take them to the hospital, while Quan Ruifeng and his team supervised, preventing them from fighting again. The bloody scene made Xia Xian feel a bit queasy, but she also knew it was the result of her own instigation. They all deserved it. Not a single one of them was any good. Xia Xian smirked as she watched the men being loaded onto stretchers and wheeled away before approaching Quan Ruifeng. Despite being incredibly busy, Quan Ruifeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile when he saw her. "What brings you here?" "You've come at a perfect time. There's something I need to tell you." Chapter 65. Buying Tickets. A Fateful Encounter with Xiao Jun. "What is it?" Xia Xian cast a cool, indifferent glance at him. Quan Ruifeng keenly sensed Xia Xian's low spirits, assuming the unpleasant sight of Wei Jiwei and the others had soured her mood. He immediately stepped in front of her, shielding the bloody scene from her view. "Are you in a bad mood?" he asked, cutting straight to the chase. "Yeah." Xia Xian didn't bother to conceal it, nodding perfunctorily and letting a hint of her true feelings show. Even though she had exacted her revenge, she still couldn't muster any enthusiasm. The smile in Quan Ruifeng's eyes faded. "Would you mind telling me why?" Without knowing the reason, Quan Ruifeng found it difficult to offer comfort. "It's nothing, just some family matters that are giving me a headache." "What did you want to tell me?" Xia Xian saw no need to elaborate. Even the closest siblings grow distant as adults, and once financial interests are involved, emotional bonds become fragile. She had long understood and accepted this reality. Human nature is complex. She always kept that in mind. If it was indeed about family, then the news he was about to share might actually lift her spirits. "Zhou Xingshi called me. He said he's taken care of everything for you. Your household registration is finalized. You can come back to Beijing with me anytime now. My own arrangements are simple. As for housing, my family has a small vacant property. It's plenty for just you, and it's not far from our home. If anything comes up, you can easily reach me, which is very convenient. For work, that'll have to wait until we get to Beijing. I'll figure something out based on your preferences." Zhou Xingshi couldn't handle everything for him. Some matters required his personal attention to ensure they were done properly. Listening to this, Xia Xian's mood brightened considerably. This was indeed good news. And the fact that Quan Ruifeng had a separate house for her meant she wouldn't have to share, making everything much more convenient and private. "Good. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to leave within 3 days and go to Beijing with you." Xia Xian nodded, stating her preference. Quan Ruifeng naturally wouldn't refuse. 3 days would be enough time to arrange everything. "Then I'll transfer my responsibilities to Lu Jun and buy the tickets tomorrow morning." He feared Xia Xian might change her mind if she stayed even 1 day longer. He wanted to bring her back as soon as possible. Once their plans were settled, Xia Xian asked about Wei Jiwei and the others. How did they end up like that? She was clearly asking the obvious, but Quan Ruifeng didn't know that, and even if he did, he was more than happy to explain. They fought. Chu Xing, Wei Jiwei, and a surprise third party, Kaboan, all gathered outside Bai Lian's house, each claiming she loved them. Kaboan even claimed that Xiao Jun was his child, loudly demanding Bai Lian leave with him and divorce Wei Jiwei. Wei Jiwei had a knife, but hadn't used it yet when Chu Xing rushed home, grabbed a cleaver, and attacked Kaboan. Chu Xing was convinced Bai Lian had been forced by Kaboan and that she truly loved him. Kaboan wasn't about to take it lying down. Weaponless, he tried to grab Wei Jiwei's knife, who mistook it as an attack and struck back. The three men devolved into a bloody fight. Initially, they were just brandishing knives, but things escalated. Wei Jiwei's arm was badly slashed, so deep he might never lift heavy objects again. Chu Xing took a hit to the leg, while Kaboan was injured in both his hand and leg. They refused treatment, determined to keep fighting, so we had to cuff them and bring them to the station before calling the hospital. They were treated while still in handcuffs. Quan Ruifeng recounted the events in detail, but Xia Xian noticed he hadn't mentioned Bai Lian's involvement. She asked about it. With knives involved, Bai Lian wasn't about to come out. She hid inside, ignoring everything. She wasn't going to show herself. Still, if we hadn't arrived in time, she might have been hurt too. Those men had already hacked through her door and were about to break in. Had they succeeded, their frenzy could have easily led to Bai Lian getting caught in the crossfire. Quan Ruifeng was at a loss for words. Bai Lian was merely average-looking, with a poor personality and worse morals. What made men fight over her? Though, to be fair, the men were no prizes either. They matched her perfectly. But the fact that they were willing to brawl and risk their lives for her meant she wasn't as simple as she seemed. Xia Xian felt a pang of disappointment. If they had broken in and confronted Bai Lian directly, the showdown would have been priceless. She'd lucked out this time, but there would be a next time. The police couldn't always arrive so quickly. Since Bai Lian loved entangling herself with men, let her experience what it was like to be hounded by three of them at once. Xia Xian decided not to intervene further. Bai Lian was already on a self-destructive path, it was only a matter of time. As for Chu Xing, injured again, even if he avoided hospitalization, he'd still face detention or sentencing. Unable to work with Xia Xian's final push, his job was history. With that, her business here was practically settled. She could leave for Beijing with Quan Ruifeng without worries. Both Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng were highly efficient. Early the next morning, she made one last trip to Chu Xing's factory. By afternoon, the plant had publicly announced his misconduct and fired him outright. When Chu Xing tried to return, he'd discover real despair. No home, no wife, no job, and buried in debt. We'll see how he bounces back. Meanwhile, Quan Ruifeng bought train tickets for the next morning. He had already instructed Lu Jun to keep an eye on Bai Lian and prevent her from trapping other girls with Wei Jiwei. If she broke the law again, arrest her immediately. As she prepared to leave, Xia Xian said her final goodbyes to family and set out to recover her hidden gold bars. She had assumed she wouldn't meet Xiao Jun again until he turned 18, when she'd shatter one of his legs as retribution for her past life. But life had a surprise in store. While retrieving the gold, she came face to face with Xiao Jun. Chapter 66. Oh no, he's setting her up. It was him, the one who had killed her in her previous life. Even though he was just a child now, she couldn't see him as an ordinary person, as if nothing had ever happened. Xia Xian stared fixedly at the little boy, Xiao Jun, as he approached, her eyes burning with undisguised hatred. But he was still just a small child. No matter how much she hated him, Xia Xian couldn't bring herself to abuse a child, leaving her deeply conflicted. As she hesitated, wondering whether to pretend not to know him and simply walk past, Xiao Jun had already reached her. He crossed his arms and looked at Xia Xian with disdain. "You're Xia Xian." Xia Xian was shocked that he dared to speak to her. What was his game? How did he even know her now? Though filled with questions, Xia Xian wasn't intimidated. She met his gaze with an icy stare. "That's me. What do you want?" Her stare could freeze hell over. She had to dig her nails into her palms to stop herself from impulsively lunging forward and kicking him away. "You're the one who bullied my mom. Don't think we don't know it was all you're doing." Xiao Jun mimicked Xia Xian's cold smirk. But as a child, his imitation was a clumsy attempt at being intimidating, making him look ridiculous instead. "You need to fix all of this. No matter what you do, make sure my dad, Chu Xing, and that Kaboan creep stop bothering my mom. They need to treat her better. Clear up all the misunderstandings with them, or don't blame me for what I'll do to you." The nerve of him to make such a demand. This was not the behavior of a child, but of a shameless adult. Truly, He was Bai Lian's son through and through. Xia Xian found it utterly laughable. What did I do? What trouble did I cause? Wasn't it all your mother Bai Lian's doing? What does it have to do with me? I don't even know who this Caboan is. What, has your mom gotten herself into more romantic entanglements? If she can't handle her love life, maybe she should just behave herself. Then there wouldn't be so much drama. I won't agree to any of your demands. So, what are you going to do to me? Xia Xian studied him calmly. Things were different now, he was just a child. What could he possibly do to her? Kick her to death like in her past life? Not only was her health not as frail now, but he only came up to her thigh. Even if he kicked her a few times, it wouldn't faze her. On the contrary, she could send him flying with one kick and let him experience the pain he had inflicted in her past life. I'm not telling you. Just tell me if you'll agree to my demands or not. Why are you talking so much nonsense, wasting my time? Fine. I see you're just a wicked woman who doesn't know what's good for her. In that case, you don't need to agree to my demands. You're dead. Xiao Jun's expression darkened as he snarled, determined to avenge his mother. Only by taking down Xia Xian could his family have a good life. His mother had already planned to pin everything on Xia Xian. As long as he completed his part, Xia Xian wouldn't escape. You're the one who's dead. If you want to die, go ahead and do it now, no need to meddle in my business. I'll certainly outlive you, I'll live to be 100. Xia Xian didn't hold back just because he was a child, dismissing the idea of innocent childish remarks. Instead, she retorted directly, bouncing all his curses back at him. Her expression was serious and earnest. Xiao Jun choked, likely unaccustomed to being cursed at like this. But his mental resilience was strong. Ignoring Xia Xian's words, he took a running start and charged, like an aggressive little bull calf with horns, ready to gore someone if they weren't careful. But a bull calf was still just a bull calf, nowhere near the power of a full-grown ox. Those tiny horns could be broken with a snap. Xia Xian didn't even need to bother breaking his horns. A slight sidestep was all it took to dodge him, sending him stumbling. And, because he had run too hard, he tripped over something and fell to the ground with a thud. You dare to dodge? Do you think you can escape? Xiao Jun wasn't discouraged, nor was he afraid of pain. He got up, dusted himself off, and charged at Xia Xian again. Xia Xian couldn't understand why a child would think he could beat her. What was he trying to achieve with all this effort? Just to beat her up? Xia Xian couldn't figure it out, but she felt something was amiss. She didn't want to get entangled with Xiao Jun any further. He was just a child, and continuing this was pointless. She wanted to leave. Digging up gold bars was more important. But Xiao Jun was relentless, still chasing after her. Hearing his footsteps, Xia Xian turned back in annoyance, intending to teach him a lesson and let him know that some people shouldn't be provoked. But when she turned, she saw Xiao Jun clutching a short knife. Was he going to stab her? Did he want to kill her? He truly was rotten, even as a child. No wonder he grew up to be so wicked. His whole family was black-hearted, not a single normal person among them. Xia Xian's eyes turned red with anger. She simply stopped, waiting for Xiao Jun to lunge so she could snatch the knife away. Bai Lian must have thought that a child committing murder wouldn't face serious consequences. At most, he'd be sent to a juvenile detention center, but not prison. That's why she had Xiao Jun do this. Bai Lian was ruthless to others, and she wasn't soft-hearted even with her own son, using him as a pawn to get revenge on her. Even if he avoided prison, juvenile detention would ruin most of his life. Fine. If that's what Bai Lian wanted, Xia Xian would let Xiao Jun cut her, just enough to send her only son straight to juvenile detention for proper reform. Then she'd pay people to pull strings, ensuring he suffered more inside, slowly tormenting him. That would be payback for her past life. No need to wait until he was an adult to come back and break his leg. Xia Xian quickly formed a plan to turn the tables on Bai Lian. However, Bai Lian's true intention was the opposite of what Xia Xian had imagined. As Xiao Jun lunged, Xia Xian realized that the knife in his hand was aimed at himself, not her. As he was about to pounce on her, in a flash of lightning, Xia Xian suddenly understood. Bai Lian didn't want Xiao Jun to kill Xia Xian at all. She wanted to frame her. She wanted Xiao Jun to self-harm and then pin the blame on her, sending her to prison. As an adult, if she were to harm a child with a knife, she would not only be condemned by everyone, but also be sentenced to prison. What a vicious scheme Bai Lian had. Oh no! Xia Xian's face changed, and she immediately lunged to snatch the knife from him. She absolutely couldn't let him cut himself. Chapter 67. Took a knife, but it paid off. Xiao Jun flashed an eerie grin at Xia Xian, his mouth stretching wide to reveal a row of teeth that resembled a gaping maw. Despite being just a 4- or 5-year-old child with a tender face, his expression was unnervingly vicious, enough to make your blood run cold. His grin seemed to mock her, as if declaring, "Too late, you're done for." But Xia Xian would rather go down fighting than let him and Bai Lian's sinister scheme succeed. In desperation, she shoved him hard, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Losing his balance, Xiao Jun couldn't stab himself in the stomach. As intended, the blade veered off course, slicing nothing but air instead. The impact of the fall jolted his grip, and the knife skidded across the pavement. His reflexes were quick. Ignoring the pain or any potential injuries, his first instinct was to grab the knife again. His fingers had just curled around the hilt when Xia Xian stomped on his hand, grinding her heel into his fingers. Screech! Xia Xian put her full weight into it. The full force of an adult's weight bore down on that tiny, delicate hand. With fingers being one of the most sensitive parts of the body, the sheer agony Xiao Jun felt was evident from his ear-splitting shriek. It was dusk, the sky fading to twilight. Most people had already returned home for dinner, leaving the streets deserted. No one had witnessed the earlier struggle, but Xiao Jun's scream was so piercing that it rang out for blocks. Neighbors would surely hear and come running. And when they showed up, they would all become her witnesses. Xia Xian didn't indulge in the satisfaction of revenge for long. Instead of continuing to crush his hand, she swiftly crouched down, grabbed the blade, and forced it back into Xiao Jun's grip, this time making him clutch the blade with both hands. Then, she aimed the tip toward herself and jammed it into her side. Someone help. There's a crazy kid here. He stabbed a girl. She released her hold. The knife clattered to the ground once more, its blade now dripping red. Xiao Jun stared at the knife, then at Xia Xian, who was screaming for help, frozen in shock. How could she? These were supposed to be his lines. The plan was for him to stab himself and frame Xia Xian. He was the one who should be playing the victim. They were supposed to use this as leverage to force Xia Xian to admit to everything, then use it to handle Kaboan and the others. If she refused, they'd report her to the police for attempted murder. As long as she didn't want to go to prison, she'd have no choice but to comply. Bai Lian had thought everything through, even throwing her kid under the bus, just to trap Xia Xian. But she never expected Xia Xian to see through the scheme and turn it against Xiao Jun instead. Xiao Jun, after all, was still just a child. He had only acted on Bai Lian's orders. Now that things had gone sideways, fear took over. Panicking, he lurched upright, snatched the knife, and tried to flee, but just as he grabbed it, a crowd of people rushed over, catching him red-handed. Oh my God, a child just stabbed someone. What kind of monster? Whose kid is this? How can someone so young be so vicious? This is messed up. Help! Xia Xian clutched her wound, lying weakly on the ground as she pleaded for help. Tears welled in her eyes, her face pale, her voice a shaky whisper. The crowd's hearts broke at the sight. They immediately rushed to lift her up, preparing to take her to the hospital, while others moved to restrain Xiao Jun, preventing him from escaping. Terrified, Xiao Jun flung the knife down, waving his hands frantically. It wasn't me. I didn't stab her. She did it herself. She's lying. She's a liar. It's a setup. His voice was shrill with panic, his voice cracking from desperation. But no one believed a word he said. Instead, someone grabbed his arms, twisted them behind his back, and pinned him down. Another hawked a loogie on him in disgust. Who'd be dumb enough to stab themselves? Unless they've got a death wish. You're not just evil, you're a lying little snake. Who are your parents? Let's see how they raised such a monster. What kind of grudge could a kid like you possibly have to pull a knife? If you're like this now, you'll be a stone-cold felon when you grow up. A waste of space. Yeah, exactly. The mob was livid. No one trusted Xiao Jun's words, not even considering his age. They trusted only what they saw with their own eyes. The evidence was undeniable. No matter how much Xiao Jun denied it, it was useless. As Xia Xian was helped to her feet, her wound throbbing painfully, her face drained of color and slick with cold sweat, she still managed to let a sly grin slip in Xiao Jun's direction. Asterisk Xiao Jun, by Lian this time, I win. Let's see how you'll worm your way out now, asterisk. She would send Xiao Jun to juvenile detention. She'd rip them apart. She'd make sure Xiao Jun suffered every torment inside. Let's see what Bai Lian could possibly use against her after this. When Xiao Jun caught sight of Xia Xian's smug smile, he bellowed like a stuck pig, jerking his chin toward her. She's framing me. She's faking it. She stomped on my hand. Look at her, she's smirking. She's the bad one, not me. The crowd glanced at Xia Xian, but she had already wiped away her smirk, replacing it with a pitiful, tearful expression. As their eyes fell on her, 2 crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks. I don't even know him. I don't know why he suddenly went crazy and stabbed me. Wah, it hurts so bad, there's so much blood, please, take me to the hospital. Her sobs were gut-wrenching, her blood-stained hand trembling as she deliberately exposed the crimson smears on her pale palm. The stark contrast between the red blood and her fair skin was enough to make you sick. No one could possibly doubt her now. They immediately rallied around her, while one furious woman laid into Xiao Jun hard across the face. Shut your lying mouth. If your parents won't teach you manners, I will. You little murderer. The woman was a take-no-crap lady, utterly disgusted by this brat. No, not a brat. A murderer through and through. The kind who'd end up on death row one day. Someone keep an eye on him. I'll take Xia Xian to the hospital. I'll go get her parents. Since this happened not far from Xia Xian's home, someone recognized her and hurried off to fetch Xia Detian and Lei Wan. Though it would undoubtedly worry them, there was no other choice. The situation had been too urgent. Xia Xian couldn't think of a better way to break free from the trap. But all in all, this stab wound was worth it. Now, Bai Lian and Xiao Jun could never use this method against her again, not when Xiao Jun already had a criminal record. As she calculated the gains from this injury, she had no idea that Quan Ruifeng, upon hearing she'd been hurt, his heart damn near failed. Chapter 68. Sorry, I won't do that again. He felt as though he had just cheated death. Yet, when he hurried over, he found Xia Datian, Lei Wan, Xia Xian's 2 elder brothers and their wives, and even her younger brother had already arrived, filling the room to capacity, leaving no space for him. Quan Ruifeng paused at the doorway, glancing inside but not entering. Xia Xian didn't want anyone to know about their relationship. Even if he wished to formalize it, he wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics to force her acknowledgement or demand a title. For now, he could only retreat with regret. Bai Lian knew her son was clever, so she didn't follow him. After giving instructions, she let Xiao Jun handle the matter alone, confident he would succeed. Besides, it wasn't safe for her to go out. If Wei Jiwei caught her, she'd be done for. But instead of good news from Xiao Jun, what arrived were the police. Comrade Bai Lian, you are suspected of instructing your son to harm another person. You and your son are now under arrest. Please come with us. Lu Jun and his team knocked on Bai Lian's door, entered, and apprehended her. Though panicked, Bai Lian managed to compose herself. I don't understand what you're talking about. Where's my son? I want to see him first. What have you done to him? He's at the police station. If you want to see him, come with us. Lu Jun was unyielding and wasted no words. He handcuffed her and led her away. Since Xiao Jun was still a minor, even if he had committed the act, he wouldn't face criminal charges. The primary blame would fall on the parent. There was a good chance Bai Lian would be the one imprisoned. This woman truly astonished him. He had never met anyone like her, someone who would instruct such a young child to stab another person. Regardless of Xia Xian's innocence, how could she involve a child in such an act? Didn't she fear the psychological trauma it would inflict? If this continued, the boy would grow up to be a monster. She was practically grooming him to be a killer. Fine, I'll go. Don't push me, I can walk on my own. Bai Lian resented Lu Jun but had no choice but to comply. She wanted to preserve what little dignity she had left, refusing to be forcibly escorted by the police. Meanwhile, her mind raced, desperately searching for a way to deflect responsibility. She also wondered how much of Xiao Jun's task had been completed. Had he managed to stab Xia Xian? Why was there a charge of intentional harm? Had he accidentally injured her instead? Bai Lian braced herself for the worst-case scenario, her heart sinking with each thought. On the other hand, Xia Xian had only suffered a superficial wound, all bark and no bite. Though there had been a lot of blood, no vital areas were injured. There was no need for hospitalization. It just needed bandaging. The Xia family rushed to the hospital in a panic, only to find her perfectly fine. Soon, they trickled out, realizing there was no need for such a crowd. It only got in the way. But Lei Wan, still worried, insisted she stay overnight. You've never acted like money was an issue before. Are you suddenly worried about the cost? Don't be, I'll cover the hospital fees. Just stay here for one night, please. Lei Wan, unable to bear the fright, pleaded with reddened eyes, begging Xia Xian to remain in the hospital. Xia Xian let out an exasperated sigh. Mom, it's not about the money. There's just no need to stay. Besides, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I need to pack my things tonight, I can't afford any delays. Her train ticket was for the next morning, and she didn't want to change it. What? Even after this, you're still leaving so early tomorrow? Can't you discuss it with Comrade Quan and delay your trip to the capital for a few more days? Is it really that urgent? Lei Wan was equal parts worried and angry. How could she still think about traveling in this state? Young people were always reckless with their health. Yes, Comrade Quan has business in the capital. His plans can't keep shifting. Everything's already arranged. Mom, you saw the wound. It's not deep. A child doesn't have the strength to do serious damage. There's no reason to stay in the hospital. Xia Xian stood her ground. She really didn't want to remain there. Fine. Seeing her determination, Lei Wan reluctantly gave in and went to handle the discharge. Xia Detian had already left with Xia Xian's brothers. After a long day without food, they were exhausted. Since Xia Xian wasn't seriously hurt, there was no need for everyone to crowd the hospital. Now, only Xia Xian was left in the ward. Quan Ruifeng hadn't left. He had only stepped out to buy her some food. With no one else around, this was the perfect time for him to enter. He entered with the food, his tone calm. Eat some liver porridge to replenish your blood. He had bought liver porridge and prepared jujube and brown sugar tea considerate touches. Why did you come? Don't worry, everything's going according to plan. We'll still leave for the capital tomorrow morning. As for the police station, I'll give my statement later. Let the authorities handle the rest. Xia Xian was done dealing with the mess. As she spoke, she took a sip of the jujube and brown sugar tea. It was warm and sweet. Whether it actually helped with blood loss or not, it certainly comforted her. Xia Xian, can you tell me how you got hurt? Was it intentional? Someone as smart as you wouldn't let a child harm you, would you? Seeing how lightly she brushed off her injury and still planned to travel the next day, Quan Ruifeng grew angry. His expression darkened, his eyes piercing as he stared at her, his tone accusatory. He could no longer feign calmness, his true feelings showed. He was furious that she didn't take care of herself. I couldn't think of a better solution at the time. Xia Xian hinted at the truth. When she noticed Quan Ruifeng pursing his lips, she realized he was angry and belatedly understood that he was worried about her. She scratched her head. Since when had Quan Ruifeng gotten so cautious? Back when he had her act as bait to lure out Sea Eagle, he hadn't been this tense. This was just a child, how bad could it be? All right, I won't do it again next time. I know I acted impulsively. Faced with Quan Ruifeng's silence and those penetrating eyes, Xia Xian mumbled an apology. Her family and Quan Ruifeng had been so worried, maybe she really shouldn't have done it. Clutching the bowl tightly, she regretted her actions. As long as she understood her mistake, that was enough. Seeing her relent, Quan Ruifeng couldn't remain mad. He asked if she wanted to postpone their trip. He wasn't pressed for time. Delaying their return to the capital was fine. But Xia Xian insisted on sticking to the original plan. After quickly confirming the next day's arrangements, she signaled for him to leave with a tilt of her chin. It almost felt like she was using him and tossing him aside. If you don't leave now, my mother's about to return. Chapter 69. The Unavoidable Encounter. Xia Xian wasn't ready for Quan Ruifeng to meet her mother. Otherwise, her mother would undoubtedly barrage him with endless questions. It felt like a clandestine affair. Well, it was a clandestine affair. Quan Ruifeng shot Xia Xian a reproachful look, then picked up the food container and left. Just as he stepped out of the hospital room, he spotted Lei Wan approaching. He quickly pivoted and strode rapidly in the opposite direction. The esteemed young master of Beijing, reduced to such a state. Quan Ruifeng gave a bitter smile. But what could he do? He had willingly put himself in this position. All right, let's go. Lei Wan returned to the ward, completely oblivious to anything amiss. She helped Xia Xian up, supporting her as they prepared to leave. Though Xia Xian was perfectly capable of walking on her own, seeing her mother's concern, she indulged her, leaning weakly against her mother's shoulder. Xia Detian hadn't just returned for a meal. He also discussed with his sons and daughters-in-law, urging them to contribute some money for Xia Xian to take to the capital. After all, it was a long journey, and now that she was injured, who knew how she'd manage there? It was always wise to have extra money for security. Though Xia Xian's eldest and second brothers were somewhat reluctant, their wives were more far-sighted and readily contributed their private savings. I have 50 yuan here. Xiao Sen should take it all. I have 40. Give it to Xiao Xian too. If it's not enough, I can borrow some from my family. Regardless, the two sisters-in-law harbored a bit of self-interest. They believed Xia Xian might marry someone influential in the future. Helping her now could lead to generous reciprocation later. Call it an early investment. Though Xia Detian didn't fully grasp their underlying motives, he was quite pleased with their cooperative attitude. Good, that's the spirit of a sister-in-law. No need to borrow money, Muju. Take your 10 yuan back. It's fine if both of you contribute the same amount. It wouldn't be fair if one gave more or less. Equal shares were best. Together, it amounted to 80 yuan, a considerable sum. Besides, the intention was what truly mattered. When Xia Xian returned and learned of her sisters-in-law's actions, she was quite touched. They were certainly better than her two brothers. She accepted the money openly. Since they were willing to give, she would take it. She didn't want them to develop a habit of expecting something in return. Mutual support was key. This way, when she helped her brothers and sisters-in-law in the future, she wouldn't feel resentful. As for the gold bars, she'd wake up early tomorrow to dig them up. Still weak from significant blood loss, Xia Xian felt exhausted after returning from the hospital. After a quick wash, she collapsed into bed. But she didn't sleep well that night. Instead, she kept dreaming of Xiao Jun, his adult self from her past life, the moment he kicked her to death, and his childhood days when he and Chu Nannan were inseparable. Later, the dream shifted entirely to Chu Nannan. Xia Xian watched like an observer as Chu Nannan grew younger, regressing from her 20s to a 4- or 5-year-old child. The little girl was playing with mud in the yard when she suddenly looked up and, her face eerily blank, spoke to the empty space where Xia Xian stood. "Mom, I'm coming to find you. Aren't you happy?" The words jolted Xia Xian awake. She bolted upright, gasping for air, only to pull at her wound and wince in pain, a cold sweat breaking out. Hiss! Clutching her wounded side, she pondered in confusion. What was happening? It was just a dream, so how could Chu Nannan seem to see her? And why would she say that? Was she really coming for her? Would fate truly repeat itself as in her past life? Would Chu Nannan still be reborn as her child, hers and Chu Sheng's? But in this life, she would die before ever having relations with Chu Xing again. This had to be a dream, a nightmare. Dreams mean the opposite, don't they? This could absolutely not happen. Besides, in just 5 hours, she'd be on a train to the capital with Quan Ruifeng. After this, Chu Xing would never see her again. By the time she returned, she'd be a successful woman, rolling in money. She'd hire bodyguards to protect her. Whatever malicious schemes Xu Sheng might concoct, or however the gears of fate tried to turn, she would firmly grasp her own destiny. Xia Xian continuously reassured herself until the shivers subsided. Little did she know that while dreams and reality were opposites, it wasn't in the way she imagined. Events would unfold far beyond her expectations. The person she least wanted to see would appear in the most unexpected way. Xia Xian got up and drank some cold water to calm herself. But sleep wouldn't return. It was only 3 a.m., still early. She opened the window and stared silently at the crescent moon outside, lost in thought. She stood there until her legs grew numb, then finally sat down to rest. After a while, seemingly composed, she carefully opened the door and stepped out. She went to the spot where she'd hidden the gold bars, unearthed both the gold bars and their wooden box, and brought them home. Then, she nestled them between layers of clothes, tightly wrapped within her bundle. To the casual glance, the bundle looked ordinary. Nothing unusual could be detected unless someone rummaged through it, discovering the hidden fortune. No sooner had she hidden everything than Lei Wan woke up. "I'll hard-boil some extra eggs for you to eat on the train. I'll make some flatbread too. I couldn't get much ration grain for you, so spend it wisely. But since your hukou's being transferred there, you should be able to get rations locally. You won't go hungry, at least." Bubbling over with worry, Lei Wan kept chattering, cooking while giving Xia Xian endless advice. This time, Xia Xian didn't argue. Instead, she nodded obediently, even stepping behind her mother to hug her, resting her head on Lei Wan's shoulder. "I know, Mom. Thank you." Her voice softened with emotion, filled with dependence. Lei Wan's heart melted instantly, her nose stinging with unshed tears. Since when do mothers and daughters keep score? A mother worries when her child travels far. "You'll always be my good girl." Mother and daughter clung to each other in farewell. Soon enough, Xia Detian and the others also woke up. Aside from Lei Wan, Xia Yuan was the one who most hated to see Xia Xian go. If he hadn't messed up, accidentally spilling the truth and causing a family argument, he'd have thrown himself on the ground wailing and refusing to let her go. But guilt tied his tongue. He could only watch helplessly as Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng departed. As the two were about to disappear from sight, Xia Yuan suddenly dashed forward and chased after them. "Xiao Yuan? What are you doing? You're too old for tantrums or throwing yourself on the ground. Stay home and study hard. If there's a chance, I'll bring you to the capital. And this time, don't blab about it." Xia Xian gave him a frustrated smack on the back of the head. "Yeah, I understand." Xia Yuan sniffled, fighting back tears, and nodded firmly. But his final words weren't meant for Xia Xian. Instead, he turned to Quan Ruifeng, standing firm like a man, and challenged him. "Come with me. I have something to say to you." "Oh." Quan Ruifeng raised an eyebrow but agreed right away. All right. He wanted to hear what his soon-to-be brother-in-law had to say. Chapter 70. The capital map unfolds a love rival? Xia Xiaoyuan, don't you dare cause trouble. Xia Xian watched him with a warning gaze, unsure what new mischief he was brewing. "Don't worry, sis. I just want to give him a few pointers. I promise I won't say anything out of line." Could Xia Yuan's promises be trusted? Xia Xian was highly skeptical. But with Xia Yuan's firm resolve and Quan Ruifeng's willingness, she had no choice but to let the two step aside for a private chat. As it turned out, children's words truly couldn't be taken seriously. Xia Yuan's opening line was explosive. "Do you want to be my brother-in-law?" He had already discussed it seriously with his friends and concluded that Quan Ruifeng must like his sister. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to bring her all the way to the capital? It had to be because he couldn't bear to be without her. Xia Yuan crossed his arms, looking disdainfully at Quan Ruifeng. However, his attempt to stare him down was utterly ruined by his short stature, making him look rather pathetic and lacking any real presence. Amused by his attempt to act grown-up, Quan Ruifeng nevertheless gave him a serious answer. He nodded with a faint smile. "Yes, I like your sister and want to be your brother-in-law." "Future brother-in-law, do you have any advice for me?" He knew all men were up to no good. Keeping his arms crossed, he circled Quan Ruifeng twice, scrutinizing him as if evaluating whether he was worthy of his sister. In the end, he reluctantly approved. Dropping his arms, he put on a solemn little face and instructed him. "You're decent looking. A bit pale, but not like one of those useless pretty boys. You should be able to provide for my sister. Once you get to the capital, treat her well. Help her out more. She'll be lonely and scared all by herself there. If you're extra nice to her during this time, she'll definitely fall for you. My sister's heart is really soft, but she won't say what she likes outright. You have to pay attention. If her eyes linger on something for more than 10 seconds, it means she really wants it. You have to buy it for her. Even if she refuses, force it on her anyway. When she's upset, she presses her lips together and stays quiet. When she's uncomfortable, she hunches over and doesn't want to move. As a man, you have to notice these little things and take care of her. Otherwise, what right do you have to be my brother-in-law? My sister would never like you." Xia Xian declared with swagger, convinced his sister was the most beautiful and wonderful person in the world, deserving only the best man. Whether Quan Ruifeng qualified as the best man remained up for debate. It needed more observation. Quan Ruifeng hadn't expected Xia Xian to know Xia Xian so well. It seemed the two really were close. Nodding thoughtfully, he replied, "I'll take your advice to heart. I'll do my best not to disappoint you and to make Xia Xian happy. So you can call me brother-in-law as soon as possible." His deadpan delivery would have earned him a beating from Xia Xian if she'd heard. Though she had no idea what the two were whispering about, Xia Xian was growing impatient. If they didn't leave soon, they'd miss the train. She hurried over to hurry them along. "Are you done yet? Real men shouldn't dawdle like this. If you've said your piece, let's go." "We're done, sis. Take good care of yourself, okay? I'll come find you in the capital." The moment Xia Xian saw Xia Xian, his fierce expression melted into teary-eyed concern. Xia Xian couldn't help but laugh. I know. How many times are you going to say that? Don't worry, I'll live a long, healthy life, and so will you, Xia Xian. Stay out of trouble at home, or when I come back, you'll regret it." She cupped his little face and planted a firm kiss on his forehead, a sister's loving blessing for her brother. "We really have to go now." Without another word, Xia Xian grabbed Quan Ruifeng's hand and pulled him away. Quan Ruifeng glanced back at Xia Xian, who immediately snorted and mouthed a silent warning, "Remember what I said." Quan Ruifeng nodded. A man's agreement had been reached. Under Xia Yuan's tearful gaze, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng disappeared around the street corner, making it to the train station just in time. Once aboard, Xia Xian asked Quan Ruifeng what Xia Yuan had told him. Quan Ruifeng only smiled mysteriously. "I promised him I wouldn't tell you." "You're taking a kid's word seriously? Even children have rights." "A promise is a promise." Well, Quan Ruifeng was surprisingly principled. Xia Xian dropped the subject. Whatever nonsense Xia Yuan had spouted, it couldn't have been important. If Quan Ruifeng didn't want to share, fine, she wasn't that curious anyway. Instead, she asked about the capital. "What's the capital like? Can you tell me a bit about it first? Once we arrive, where are you planning to take me?" "Straight to the house you mentioned. Could you sketch a simple map for me? Mark out the supply and marketing cooperative, the house, and other key spots. Otherwise, I might get lost like a headless fly when I first get there." Excited about her new life in the capital, Xia Xian wanted to be as prepared as possible to avoid any mishaps. "My friend will pick us up at the station. The old house has already been cleaned, but it's not fully furnished yet. It's better if you stay with me for a few meals and a night first. No need to rush moving in. I'll show you around the area first. My family has plenty of people. You staying with us won't raise eyebrows. No one will gossip about us being alone together. Don't worry about that. Besides, you're still injured. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving you on your own so soon. Since I brought you to the capital, I'll take responsibility for you." Quan Ruifeng wasn't usually talkative, but when he had a goal in mind, he would automatically switch to talkative mode, speaking endlessly to persuade whoever he needed. And he wouldn't stop until he succeeded. Xia Xian couldn't get a word in edgewise and finally relented. All right, we'll do it your way. Being new to the city, it was better to have Quan Ruifeng looking out for her. There was no need to be overly cautious. Besides, their relationship was still undefined. Having lived a second life, Xia Xian had learned to be straightforward, do what was most beneficial without overthinking the minor details. If Quan Ruifeng's family didn't like her, she could always move out later. The thought settled easily in her mind. Lie down and rest for a while. Your injury needs time to heal. Sleep well. We'll arrive in the capital by morning. Pleased with her agreement, Quan Ruifeng urged her to rest with a smile. He had booked a soft sleeper for comfort, perfect for Xia Xian in her condition. Okay. Xia Xian hadn't slept well the night before and was genuinely tired. Without another word, she lay down to rest. The day passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the capital's train station. Quan Ruifeng was responsible for carrying the luggage and protecting Xia Xian, keeping her safe from the crowd so her wound wouldn't reopen. He carefully escorted her out of the train station, where Zhou Xingshi and the others had already arrived by car and were waiting at the entrance. Spotting the two, Zhou Xingshi's heart leaped. He waved and shouted, "Ruifeng, we're here." Xinyu was so excited she kept pinching Zhou Xingshi's arm, squealing uncontrollably. So this is the girl Ruifeng likes? She's gorgeous. Way to go, Ruifeng. Yeah. Qinwen, standing nearby, forced a stiff agreement, but her expression was grim. Her fists clenched tighter and tighter, as if she could barely contain her anger. Her? A widow who's already been married twice? She thinks she's good enough for Quan Ruifeng? What a joke. Chapter 71. Targeting her? The counterattack begins. She wouldn't let them be together. Qinwen's breath hitched as she silently swore to herself. But as Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian approached, she forced a smile and greeted them warmly. "Hey Quan, long time no see. And this must be Xia Xian, right? She's truly beautiful." No wonder Xingshi couldn't stop talking about her after he came back. Zhou Xingshi, unexpectedly dragged into the conversation, looked shocked and immediately protested. "Wenwen, what kind of joke is that? When did I ever say I couldn't forget her? Don't throw me under the bus like this. That's not funny at all." With Quan Ruifeng here, and his fiancée Xinyu right beside him, this was basically signing his death warrant. He'd be beaten up by both Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu if this kept up. Qinwen let out a giggle, daintily covering her mouth in a ladylike yet playful manner. "It's just a joke. Why are you so nervous? Yu isn't one to get jealous. Right, Yu?" As she spoke, she playfully bumped shoulders with Xinyu. Xinyu gave a careless shrug. "Of course I'm not. Even if he really did have those thoughts, I wouldn't mind. The question is whether he'd have the guts." She arched a brow at Zhou Xingshi, who shot her a glare, clearly annoyed. He muttered something under his breath too quietly for Xinyu to hear, but his spineless act spoke volumes. Quan Ruifeng was getting annoyed by this. "Enough. Did you come here to pick us up or just to joke around? There are so many of you and only two of us. Won't the car be crowded?" His tone was icy. "Crowded? They're all slender girls. 3 of them can easily fit in the back. You just ride shotgun. Here, hand me your things. I'll put them in the trunk." Zhou Xingshi eagerly grabbed their bags and even assigned seats. But Quan Ruifeng shot down the arrangement. "Too many people in the back isn't comfortable. I'll drive. Xia Xian sits in the front with me. You and Xinyu can take the back." His tone brooked no argument. Zhou Xingshi's driving was reckless, and Quan Ruifeng didn't trust him behind the wheel. What if he jolted the car and aggravated Xia Xian's injury? Then he introduced everyone to Xia Xian. "This is Zhou Xingshi. You've met him before. He's my childhood friend. This is Xinyu, his fiancée. The 3 of us are neighbors. And this is Qinwen. We were classmates in middle school and high school." After introducing them one by one, he finally presented Xia Xian to the group, though he carefully avoided defining their relationship. Everyone knew better than to ask. Once the introductions were over, they prepared to get in the car. Just as they were about to leave, Qinwen couldn't resist asking Quan Ruifeng, "Hey Quan, aren't you going to ask why I came today?" Her voice was soft and pleasant. "Probably because Xinyu brought you." Quan Ruifeng couldn't care less. It was obvious. Zhou Xingshi probably ran his mouth to Xinyu, who then told Qin Wenwen, so all three came to see the show. He had no interest in entertaining Qin Wenwen and instead made sure Xia Xian's seatbelt was fastened properly. Does it irritate your injury? If it's uncomfortable, you don't have to wear it. I'll drive slowly, it'll be fine. His concern was laser-focused on Xia Xian. From the moment she got off the train, Xia Xian had only said just one greeting. The others were all old friends, their conversation bouncing off each other, which made it easy to feel excluded. But Quan Ruifeng's attentiveness kept her from feeling left out. Still, since she didn't know them well, she remained quiet, standing to the side like a silent observer. Now that Quan Ruifeng had asked, she finally gave a calm shake of her head. It's fine. I'll keep it on. The wound's on the other side, it doesn't hurt. All right. Quan Ruifeng checked again to confirm the seatbelt wasn't pressing on her injury before finally withdrawing his hand and starting the car. This tender side of him was worlds apart from his usual cold and indifferent demeanor. Xinyu watched from the back seat eating this up, digging her nails into Zhou Xingshi again. Zhou Xingshi's face turned red, but he endured it silently until he finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed her hand and ground out between his teeth. My dear, you're going to draw blood. Can you ease up a little? Don't be such a baby. Xinyu rolled her eyes and scoffed. Nonsense. I'm a man's man. The two of them, as an actual engaged couple, had their own playful chemistry. Meanwhile, Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian, though not speaking much, radiated intimacy through their actions. While driving, Quan Ruifeng kept stealing glances at Xia Xian, checking on her and making small talk. In the end, the only odd one out was Qin Wenwen, completely contrary to her original plan. She had intended for the four of them to reminisce, forming their own circle to exclude Xia Xian and make her feel unwelcome. But things had totally backfired. Unable to bear the atmosphere, she spoke up again, trying to rekindle the conversation. Hey Quan, get this. You'd never guess where I work now, the neighborhood office near your place. So I was the one who helped your friend settle her household registration. Talk about fate, huh? She leaned over, resting her arms on Quan Ruifeng's seat, her tone light. It was unclear whether she meant it was fate between her and Quan Ruifeng or between her and Xia Xian. Xia Xian's brow twitched. And why did Quan sound so strange? Zhou Xingshi and Xinyu, who grew up with him, called him Ruifeng. Why was Qin Wenwen's nickname for him so different? Could it be? Xia Xian's gut told her there was definitely something going on with Qin Wenwen. So the hostility she'd sensed earlier wasn't her imagination. Xia Xian arched an eyebrow and cut in smoothly. Yes, what a coincidence. Thank you for your help, Miss Chen. When we have time, Ruifeng and I will take you out to dinner. Qin Wenwen hadn't expected Xia Xian to cut in and even say she and Quan Ruifeng would treat her. How dare she? Acting like the lady of the house. Her breath hitched, and she bit back a scowl. An invisible battle of wills had begun between the two women. Chapter 72. Class reunion? Then I'll bring Xia Xian. Even someone as clueless as Zhou Xingshi could sense the tension in the air. He wanted to ask Xinyu about it, but was silenced by her sharp glare, shutting him up with a look. Right. Once Xia Xian is settled in, we'll treat you to a meal. Quan Ruifeng nodded in agreement with Xia Xian, the two of them looking like two peas in a pod. It was obvious that it wasn't just Xia Xian's one-sided affection. Qin Wenwen grew even angrier. How could it be that after all these years as classmates, after staying by Quan Ruifeng's side for so long, she still hadn't gotten her chance? How could some country bumpkin steal him away after just a short business trip? Qin Wenwen's heart was boiling with jealousy. She was so jealous she could hardly stop herself from wringing Xia Xian's neck right then and there, making her disappear. But she had to keep her composure. Playing the long game and biding her time were her greatest strengths. She pasted on a smile and tried to play it cool. No need, Quan. We've been classmates and friends for so many years. Why bother with such formalities? It was just a quick favor, something I could easily help with. No need for a big thank you. If you really want to thank me, I'm planning to organize a high school reunion soon. If you have time, you should come. Everyone would love to see you again. Just showing up would be the best present you could give me. High school reunion? When are you planning to hold it? You never mentioned it before, Xinyu finally piped up. The four of them had been classmates in both middle and high school. There was no reason Qinwen wouldn't invite them. Qinwen put on a helpless smile. I just hadn't gotten around to inviting you yet. Guess this counts as your invite now. If you're free, you should all come. I've been wanting to organize this for a long time. You've got to show up and have my back. Don't let me embarrass myself. Otherwise, everyone will say Qinwen bit off more than she could chew by organizing a reunion no one attended. How awkward would that be, right? I haven't picked a date yet, but it'll probably be next Saturday or Sunday, a weekend so everyone can make it. She deliberately lumped them in as her besties, asking them to back her up, suddenly acting all chummy. Xinyu went with it and assured her. Who'd dare say no to the beautiful Qinwen? Don't worry, Zhou Xingshi and I will definitely be there. Xinyu jumped at it, then turned to Quan Ruifeng, grinning like a Cheshire cat. The only question is whether Ruifeng can squeeze it in. I'll see when the time comes. I can't give a definite answer now. Quan Ruifeng never made promises he couldn't keep. He had just returned to the capital and still needed to check in at work, settle Xia Xian in, and help her get familiar with the city. Besides, he couldn't care less about some high school reunion. He'd much rather spend that time with Xia Xian. Seeing his reluctance, Qinwen's face fell for a second before she put on a cutesy voice. You just said you wanted to thank me, but now you won't even agree to come to the reunion? Just treat it as the meal you owe me. Seems like your gratitude isn't that sincere after all. Quan, just come, okay? It won't take long. If you're really busy, you can just show your face, stay for a bit, and leave early. No one's forcing you to stay the whole time. Her voice turned cloyingly sweet, far more intimate than before. Whether to annoy someone or not, Xia Xian couldn't tell, but it gave her the ick. Still, this was a matter between high school classmates. Xia Xian knew better than to butt in. She stared out the window at the blurry scenery, pretending not to hear anything. Quan Ruifeng was equally uncomfortable with this side of Qinwen, but with so many people present, he couldn't shut her down completely. He could only say, if I'm free then, I'll bring Xia Xian along to put in an appearance. His answer remained vague, and he made a point of including Xia Xian. Bringing someone to a class reunion usually implied they were family. By mentioning Xia Xian now, his meaning was clear. He was at least somewhat aware of Qinwen's feelings and wanted her to back off. But if Qinwen knew the meaning of backing off, she wouldn't still be stuck on Quan Ruifeng. She was a firm believer that persistence pays off, that sincerity could move even the hardest hearts, and that constant effort would eventually wear down resistance. She had faced this kind of polite brush-off from him many times before and was used to it. She just rolled with it and continued cheerfully. Great. Even just showing your face will make everyone happy. We'll all be waiting for you then. Qinwen pointedly didn't mention Xia Xian's name. Whether Quan Ruifeng brought her or not didn't matter as long as he showed up. Besides, she couldn't imagine Xia Xian would dare to tag along to a class reunion when they weren't even an item. What would she be there as? If she did go, she'd only be laughed at by the others. So Qinwen wasn't worried at all. Hearing that she was involved, Xia Xian gave Quan Ruifeng a what gives look. What was this about? When had she agreed to go? Quan Ruifeng was driving and couldn't engage in much wordless conversation. He could only give her a quick, we'll talk later look, signaling they'd talk later. Fine. Seeing this, Xia Xian decided not to press further and let it go. Qinwen, having learned her lesson, stopped trying to chat with Quan Ruifeng directly and instead turned to Xinyu. But even then, she kept bringing up anecdotes about Quan Ruifeng from their school days, subtly reinforcing the idea that she and Quan Ruifeng had a uniquely close bond. There she goes again. She really doesn't know when to quit. Having lived two lives, Xia Xian saw right through these cheap tricks. The corners of her mouth twitched as she decided to give Qinwen a little surprise once they got out of the car. Soon, the car pulled up in front of Quan Ruifeng's home. We're here, Xia Xian. This is my place. Zhou Xingshi's house is next door, and Xinyu's is behind us. Quan Ruifeng started introducing the area before even turning off the engine, clearly worried Xia Xian might feel uneasy in an unfamiliar place. What a beautiful house. So unique. Just from the entrance, it was obvious the property was spacious. The homes here were traditional courtyard houses, iconic to the capital, grand and elegant. Xia Xian couldn't help but marvel at the sight. She was about to step inside and even stay there. The thought alone filled her with joy. Her life now was worlds apart from her previous one. Qin Wenwen glanced at her with disdain, unimpressed by her gawking like a tourist. Moving in with someone you're not even officially involved with? She was sure Quan Ruifeng's parents and grandmother would take a dim view of that. Confident in the gifts she'd prepared for the Quan family, she stepped out of the car gracefully, poised to outshine Xia Xian with her elegance and propriety. But the moment Quan Ruifeng got out, his first move was to open the car door for Xia Xian. Xia Xian, who knew perfectly well how to unbuckle a seatbelt, blinked up at him innocently, her voice sweetly exaggerated. Quan Ruifeng, how do I undo this seatbelt? I don't know how. Can you help me? Chapter 73, Mind Your Manners, I'm not interested. Her voice became syrupy sweet and soft, and she tilted her head, gazing at Quan Ruifeng with her dark, shining eyes, a direct, almost seductive stare. She was the picture of a calculating green tea girl, and Qin Wenwen, standing by, felt her anger flare up again. How could she act like this, right in front of everyone? She was clearly trying to seduce Quan Ruifeng. This shameless woman, no wonder she came from a small town. She'd stop at nothing to get what she wanted. Qin Wenwen's nails dug into her palms so hard she nearly drew blood. It was the first time Quan Ruifeng had heard Xia Xian speak to him in such a tone, and he raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. He immediately bent down to help her unbuckle the seatbelt. Sure, I'll help you. It's not difficult. Quan Ruifeng was more than happy to assist Xia Xian, but Qin Wenwen suddenly rushed forward, pushing him aside. Let me do it. A Quan is a man, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to do this. If he accidentally touches Xia Xian somewhere, it would be hard to explain. Men and women should maintain proper distance. Sometimes it's better to keep a little space, or people will gossip. And this is right at a Quan's doorstep. If his family sees this and misunderstands, thinking you're not a decent girl, that wouldn't be good. Xia Xian, perhaps you're still young and don't understand how damaging rumors can be. As a girl, you should pay more attention to these things. Qin Wenwen said all this with a sarcastic tone while helping Xia Xian with the seatbelt, her words laced with thinly veiled implications. Her meaning was crystal clear. Quan Ruifeng, standing nearby, was so angry he almost laughed. This woman truly thought highly of herself. Seeing her snatch away his chance to help Xia Xian, his expression turned cold. He felt he had been more than tolerant with Qin Wenwen throughout the journey, giving her enough consideration as a former classmate. But from now on, he wouldn't hold back. His lips pressed into a thin line, and just as he was about to speak, Xia Xian began her slow, deliberate counterattack. He had almost forgotten Xia Xian was not one to be easily pushed around. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Wenwen. I've already felt the sting of gossip firsthand. I guess I should start calling him Comrade Quan now. Using his full name seems a bit too intimate. After all, we don't have any special relationship. We're just familiar with each other from my hometown, interacted frequently, and saw each other daily. He's only been to my house a couple of times. My parents both praised Comrade Quan as an exceptionally good and well-mannered comrade. Every time he visited, he brought so many gifts. I should learn from him so we can both improve together. Xia Xian smiled sweetly as she spoke, then turned to Quan Ruifeng with an apologetic look. Oh, Comrade Quan, this is my first time visiting your home, and I came in such a hurry that I didn't prepare anything. Isn't that impolite? Maybe you should take me to the general store to buy something before we go in. She emphasized the words Comrade Quan, subtly mocking Qin Wenwen's use of a Quan. Who is being more intimate here? The answer was obvious. Not only that, but she also subtly hinted that their relationship was unusually close. They had been in frequent contact back in their hometown, and he had even met her parents. What kind of relationship was that? It was certainly food for thought. Once again, Qin Wenwen was outmaneuvered by Xia Xian's casual remarks. She seethed with fury, her body swaying, and she took an involuntary step back. Who was being overly familiar? They had been classmates for years. She had called him a Quan for so long. Was that wrong? Chen Wenwen had held back again and again, but after being mocked like this, she couldn't take it anymore. She glared at Xia Xian with disgust and snapped. A mere form of address is nothing compared to actually moving into a man's house. Any properly raised girl would know that. If I ever moved into a man's home before marriage, my parents would disown me before I even got the chance to worry about gifts at the door. Her words were even more direct now. The tension between them was palpable. Enough. Chen Wenwen, do you even hear yourself? It was my decision to invite Xia Xian to stay at my home. My parents and grandmother are more than happy to have her. You have no right to comment. She doesn't need to do anything. We'll all welcome her as she is. This isn't about upbringing. If anything, she's so well-mannered that she didn't want to cause me embarrassment by refusing to come. I already told my family I'd bring her. If she hadn't agreed, it would have embarrassed me. I hope you'll learn to mind your words next time and remember your place. I don't want to hear any more of your veiled or outright insults towards Xia Xian. And I won't be attending the class reunion. I'd much rather spend time showing Xia Xian around the city. I'd happily skip a boring reunion to explore Beijing with her any day. Quan Ruifeng's voice was icy as he reprimanded Chen Wenwen, making his stance crystal clear. He had no interest whatsoever in her and hoped she'd accept that sooner rather than later, before she overstepped. As for his earlier offer to thank her with a meal, that had just been politeness for an old classmate's sake. Given his family status, getting Xia Xian's residency paperwork settled had been effortless. It just happened to be Chen Wenwen's duty that day. She hadn't done anything beyond her basic duties, and he had already given her all due courtesy. If she refused to accept this, that was her problem. Quan Ruifeng, how could you say that to me? What did I do wrong? As a classmate, wasn't I just showing concern for you? It's everyone else who wants to see you, not me. And as for her, was anything I said untrue? What girl in Beijing moves into a man's house before marriage? You're just inviting criticism. If you dare to do it, don't complain when people talk. I was only trying to help, but if you won't appreciate it, fine. Go ahead and treat me like some villain. I might as well just die. What? Chen Wenwen couldn't take the humiliation anymore. Covering her eyes, she burst into loud sobs right where she stood. Her crying drew the attention of the people inside the house. Quan Ruifeng's mother, who had been busy preparing, rushed out with the others. But to Chen Wenwen's shock, no one went to comfort her. Instead, they all gathered around Xia Xian. Ruifeng, you're finally back. This must be Xia Xian, right? You must be exhausted from the trip. Come here, let me have a proper look at you. They all passed by Chen Wenwen without a glance, crowding around Xia Xian instead. Chen Wenwen stopped crying abruptly. Was no one even going to notice her crying? Shouldn't they comfort her? What's the matter with his mother? Chapter 74. A good face. She gives her blessing. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Grandma. Xia Xian greeted Quan Ruifeng's grandmother and mother respectfully. Quan Ruifeng's father was still at work. Oh, Xia Xian, welcome. Don't be shy, just make yourself at home. Yes, yes. Dinner's ready. You must be starving, right? Come on in and eat. Quan Ruifeng's mother and grandmother immediately took her hands to lead her inside, but Quan Ruifeng quickly stopped them. Mom, Grandma, she has an injury. Don't pull her, let her walk on her own. Quan Ruifeng reminded them. Oh, right, of course. Quan Ruifeng's mother and grandmother obediently released Xia Xian's hands. Whatever Quan Ruifeng said, they followed. Thanks to Xingshi and Yu for picking them up. You two should stay for dinner too. Huh, who's this girl? She looks a bit familiar. Quan Ruifeng's mother looked at the extra girl with a puzzled expression. Since Chen Wenwen had visited Quan Ruifeng's home before, his mother found her somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite recall who she was. As for how she precisely identified Xia Xian among the two girls, perhaps it was from Quan Ruifeng's body language. Seeing that Quan Ruifeng's mother didn't recognize her, Chen Wenwen grew even angrier. She bit her lip and more tears streamed down. However, knowing that crying in front of others wasn't polite, she quickly wiped her tears and introduced herself. Auntie, I'm Wenwen. Quan's classmate from middle school and high school. I've been to your house before. Don't you remember? I came with Xinyu and even had dinner here for Quan's birthday. With her reminder, Quan Ruifeng's mother finally recalled that occasion. However, at that time, besides her, there were several other classmates Quan Ruifeng knew. To be fair, Xinyu had invited everyone. It was Quan Ruifeng's 18th birthday, and his mother wanted to invite classmates for a lively celebration. But Quan Ruifeng refused, finding it troublesome, so his mother simply had Xinyu invite the classmates she knew well. It was from that time that Chen Wenwen started calling Quan Ruifeng a Quan. She believed her relationship with Quan Ruifeng had grown closer, and no matter how much Quan Ruifeng corrected her, it was useless. Quan Ruifeng was too lazy to argue over a mere nickname and eventually let her be. Oh, it's you. Now that you mention it, Auntie remembers. Quan Ruifeng's mother seemed to understand, though it was unclear if she truly remembered or was just pretending. Nevertheless, she warmly invited Chen Wenwen to join them for dinner. Although she hadn't expected her, she had cooked plenty of dishes, enough for an extra person. Why were you crying just now? After the pleasantries, Quan Ruifeng's mother remembered this question and couldn't help but ask. After all, it was right outside her home, and Chen Wenwen had been with her son, a classmate. She couldn't just ignore it. However, Chen Wenwen took this as a sign that Quan Ruifeng's mother remembered her. She immediately lost sight of her place and was about to complain to Quan Ruifeng's mother. She even familiarly linked arms with Quan Ruifeng's mother, whining and complaining. Auntie, Quan made me angry. He actually said I was meddling. I was just concerned about him and said a few extra words. I'm currently working at the local street office near your home, and I even helped his friend settle her household registration. Even if I don't get credit, I still put in effort, right? Besides, we've been classmates for so many years. I invited him to a class reunion, but he refused to go. All our classmates miss him. He's really something. Why does he always have to be a lone wolf? As soon as she said this, the expressions of those present became subtle. Who complains about someone's son to his own mother, especially when the two are practically strangers? Quan Ruifeng's mother hesitated, looking at Quan Ruifeng, unsure what to say. Then she looked at Xia Xian, who was her future daughter-in-law. Was this really appropriate? So, Quan Ruifeng's mother silently removed Chen Wenwen's hand and stood next to Xia Xian. I don't understand you young people's affairs. You should sort it out yourselves. She smiled awkwardly but politely, indicating she wouldn't intervene. Chen Wenwen's coquettish smile immediately froze on her face. They truly were mother and son, neither gave her any face. Xinyu, watching from the side, felt embarrassed for her. Since they were still good friends, she didn't want Chen Wenwen to be too humiliated, so she stepped in to smooth things over. All right, the class reunion isn't a big deal. If he has time, he'll go. If not, then forget it. Let's hurry in and eat. I don't know if Ruifeng and Xia Xian are hungry, but I certainly am. Annie Gao, what delicious food did you make today? Do you have my favorite braised lion's head pork patties? Xinyu linked arms with Zhou Xingshi and playfully pestered Quan Ruifeng's mother, Gao Shuang. Zhou Xingshi looked puzzled. How did your taste change again? Last week you said you loved stir-fried pork with peppers. She kept changing her mind, yet she always scolded him for not remembering what she liked. So unfair. You shut up. You don't need to know everything about a pretty girl. Xinyu retorted huffily. All right, I won't say another word, okay? Zhou Xingshi raised his hands in surrender. He could never win against this little girl. She had been sharp-tongued since childhood. You two are still bickering? It's been years. You've been fighting since you were kids. I wonder when you two will finally get married. Xiao Feng might even beat you to it. Gao Shuang shook her head helplessly, then seized the opportunity to shift the topic back to Xia Xian. Look at me, I'm so flustered. Xiao Feng just said you have an injury. What happened? How did you get hurt? Is it serious? Do you need to see a doctor in Beijing? The doctors here are quite skilled. Yes, sweetheart, don't be shy. If there's anything we can help with, we definitely will. Xiao Feng has already made it clear from now on we're family. Quan Ruifeng's grandmother also spoke up, not even sparing Chen Wenwen a glance. From beginning to end, Her eyes were fixed solely on Xia Xian. If she had initially been somewhat against the match, only accepting Xia Xian due to Quan Ruifeng's overt and subtle threats, now, the moment she saw Xia Xian's beautiful face, she had already approved of the marriage. This was because Quan Ruifeng's grandmother had a knack for face reading. Although such things couldn't be openly discussed these days, she still quietly observed people. The moment she saw Xia Xian, she recognized that this young girl had an exceptionally good face. Destined for great wealth and prosperity, with a good disposition, and she would bring good fortune to her husband. Although her early life might have had a few minor twists, everything after would be smooth sailing, with no major threats. Even in times of danger, she could turn misfortune into good luck. She would have to ask for her birth details later. They were sure to be a perfect match with Ruifeng's. They were a match made in heaven, a pair destined for each other. Overjoyed, Quan Ruifeng's grandmother affectionately held Xia Xian's hand, unwilling to let go. Grandma? Both Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng were a bit stunned. Quan Ruifeng raised an eyebrow. His grandmother was usually a stern old lady. She was only warm to him and his parents. Even with Zhou Xingshi and Xin Yu, she had never been this affectionate. What was going on? Zhou Xingshi and Xin Yu were also slightly surprised, taking a small breath. Chen Wenwen watched from the side, her eyes red with anger, trembling all over. Although Xin Yu had given her an out, she refused to take it. Today, she was determined to ruin their relationship. She dug her nails so deep into her palms that they drew blood, then rolled her eyes back and collapsed onto Quan Ruifeng. I feel dizzy. Chapter 75. Staying at home. Proximity offers advantage. Quan Ruifeng stood right beside her. Even if she collapsed suddenly, he could have caught her. However, he frowned slightly, unwilling to do so. Yet, to simply watch someone fall in front of him went against both the upbringing he had received since childhood and his identity as a public security officer. So he reached out to study Chen Wenwen by the shoulders. Just as Chen Wenwen was secretly rejoicing, Quan Ruifeng suddenly pushed her forward, straight into Xin Yu's arms. Xin Yu reacted quickly, showing great tacit understanding with Quan Ruifeng. The moment he pushed Chen Wenwen forward, Xin Yu instinctively opened her arms and caught her. Oh dear, Wenwen, what's wrong? Did you suddenly faint? Did you skip breakfast and get low blood sugar? Xin Yu was truly a class act. Even though everyone could somewhat see through the charade, she still thoughtfully offered Chen Wenwen an excuse: low blood sugar. Sorry, I didn't eat anything this morning. Maybe it really is low blood sugar. I've had this issue before. Seeing that her plan had failed, not only had Quan Ruifeng not held her, but she'd also been pushed into Xin Yu's embrace, pressed tightly against another woman. Chen Wenwen felt awkward. She couldn't keep pretending, so she feigned a slight recovery, slowly opening her eyes. But she still clutched her head, pretending to be weak. Zhou Xingshi's frown was deep enough to kill a fly. He couldn't help but suspect Chen Wenwen's motives. Why was she doing this? Did she have feelings for Xin Yu? That wouldn't do. Xin Yu is his fiancé. He immediately pulled Chen Wenwen out of Xin Yu's embrace and instead wrapped his arms around Xin Yu. Deadpan, he said, if you know you have low blood sugar, you should take better care of yourself. Eat on time and avoid causing trouble for others. LOL, this is too funny. Zhou Xingshi's words were too blunt. Chen Wenwen's face fell again, and Xia Xian even wondered if she might fake another faint. This whole soap opera was incredibly entertaining. But Chen Wenwen had overplayed her hand. She couldn't wrap anyone around her finger. Only Xin Yu was willing to give her face. Though, perhaps it was precisely because Xin Yu had been too indulgent that Chen Wenwen had lost sight of her own standing. Xia Xian curved her lips, struggling hard to hold back her laughter. Taking pleasure in others' misfortune wasn't a good look. Grandma Quan couldn't be bothered with this mess. She urged Xia Xian to hurry inside for dinner. Let's go eat and ignore them. Grandma has so much to talk to you about. All right, let's head in first. Xia Xian beamed, linking arms with Grandma Quan as they walked through the courtyard gate. Unlike Chen Wenwen's earlier humiliation, Grandma Quan didn't push her hand away. The contrast was stark. Seeing this, Quan Ruifeng immediately ushered his mother inside, washing his hands of the situation. Whatever happened, happened. Zhou Xingshi, too, quickly tried to drag Xinyu inside for dinner. He was now hypervigilant around Qin Wenwen, terrified she might try to poach his fiancé. It didn't even occur to him that their genders didn't match. In his eyes, Xinyu's charm was so great that a girl falling for her wouldn't be strange at all. Xinyu was speechless, unsure why Zhou Xingshi was suddenly so clingy today. She held him back, stopping him from going inside, then turned to the ignored Qin Wenwen and suggested gently, "I don't think you're in any state to stay for dinner today. Why don't you head home? Or back to your workplace?" Qin Wenwen's workplace was very close, just a 5 or 6 minute walk, so there was no need for anyone to escort her. Was this Xinyu giving up on her too? Was she no longer supporting her pursuit of Quan Ruifeng? Qin Wenwen stared at Xinyu in disbelief, her expression one of utter betrayal. Who drives away a guest in the middle of things? Xinyu, how am I supposed to save face now? Xinyu was speechless. She was the one who'd lost all dignity anyway. If only she hadn't agreed to bring Qin Wenwen along. She'd been too nice for her own good, letting her overstep and forget her place. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted so out of character today. She usually knew better. This was so unlike her, like she'd been possessed. Fine, go in and eat if you want. It's not like they're short on food. But if you feel left out, there's nothing I can do. Xinyu shrugged and walked in with Zhou Xingshi this time, no longer trying to persuade her. She'd already given Qin Wenwen enough leeway today. Watching them walk away, Qin Wenwen swore silently to herself she would win Quan Ruifeng over, make them eat their words, and make them regret how they had treated her today. Remembering her parents' advice, that success required enduring the unendurable, Qin Wenwen gritted her teeth, retrieved the gifts she had bought from the trunk, and walked in as well. Nobody had faith in her, but she was the one putting in the most effort. She would succeed no matter what. Seeing her walk in, Xinyu rolled her eyes at her nerve, just gestured to a seat, and then tuned her out. As expected, the conversation at the table revolved entirely around Xia Xian. Granny Quan wouldn't stop grilling her, asking about her family, her birth date, and growing more pleased with each answer. She nodded repeatedly. Good, good. Both parents alive, plenty of brothers, such a lucky girl. No wonder you're so pretty and charming. Grandma took a liking to you the moment she saw you. Granny Quan, you're embarrassing me. I'm blushing. Xia Xian squirmed under the praise, at a loss for words. He wasn't sure why, but Quan Ruifeng was pleased with how things were going. The fact that his family adored her was a bonus. Thinking this, he didn't stop his grandmother's praises, but joined in instead. Grandma, you have no idea how clever Xia Xian is. She even helped me nab a serial killer. She's just modest to a fault. She was worried you wouldn't like her, and even talked about moving to the old house. How about Xia Xian stays with us? That way, it'll be easier to take care of her. Quan Ruifeng seized the chance to make his request. He really didn't want Xia Xian to move out. Even if the old house wasn't far, having her under the same roof would make it much easier to get closer. Xia Xian hadn't expected him to bring this up in front of the elders. Unable to hold back, she gave his foot a sharp stomp under the table to stop his nonsense, and even ground her heel in for good measure. But she had stepped on the wrong person. Ouch! A woman's voice yelped. Xia Xian's scalp prickled with embarrassment. This was bad. Chapter 76. Is this the only reward? He wants more. She stepped on the wrong person. And it was Quan Ruifeng's mother, Gao Shuang. Who stepped on me? Gao Shuang said in pain and looked down in confusion. The nearest foot was Xia Xian's. Quan Ruifeng also glanced down upon hearing this. Xia Xian, the guilty party, was mortified but had no choice but to step forward and admit it. She bit her lip slightly and apologized. Aunt Gao, I'm sorry. It was me who stepped on you. My foot wasn't placed properly. Oh, it's you? It's fine, really. Gao Shuang immediately shook her head earnestly. Xia Xian was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl under the table. She glared accusingly at Quan Ruifeng. Why'd he pull his leg away? If he hadn't, she wouldn't have stepped on the wrong person. Quan Ruifeng looked innocent. He hadn't known Xia Xian was going to step on him. If he had, he definitely wouldn't have pulled his foot away. He would have let her stomp on him to her heart's content. But why had she wanted to step on him? Before Quan Ruifeng could figure it out, Xia Xian's angry glare made it clear. She was mad he'd acted without asking her. He quickly corrected himself. Well, the old house is nearby anyway. She can stay wherever is convenient. I can bring her meals every day. There's no rush, we'll figure it out based on what works best. Seeing his henpecked look, Quan Ruifeng's grandma and mom shared knowing looks, hiding grins but not calling them out. They simply nodded in agreement. All right, no rush. We'll discuss it later. For now, little Xian can stay here these next few days. She can decide where she wants to stay afterward. There are plenty of empty rooms. And it's no trouble at all for little Feng to bring her meals daily. It's right on his way anyway. Oh? When did you become so considerate? How about bringing me a meal sometime too? As your old friend, don't I deserve that honor at least once? Zhou Xingshi, sensing the gossip, couldn't resist teasing Quan Ruifeng. Quan Ruifeng shot him a glare. Can't even eat in peace with your mouth running. He still hadn't settled the score with Zhou Xingshi for bringing Qin Wenwen along. These two couldn't keep their mouths shut, spilling his business everywhere. As he spoke, he also glanced at Xinyu. Xinyu playfully stuck out her tongue and dug into her food. She hadn't meant to say anything Qin Wenwen had just happened to overhear. Besides, with how close they all were, it was bound to come out eventually. She hadn't lied, just shared part of the truth. She hadn't expected Qin Wenwen to take it so seriously. The woman wasn't acting like herself at all. Fine. Women over friends now, got it. I'll shut up now, all right? Zhou Xingshi backed down, not daring to provoke further. Only then did Quan Ruifeng look away and gently put some food in Xia Xian's bowl. Eat more. You're too thin. Oh, okay. With everyone watching, Xia Xian didn't dare say much. The more she said, the more she might slip up and the more embarrassing it'd be. She'd settle with Quan Ruifeng later. Xia Xian also focused on eating, and the meal concluded peacefully enough. Qin Wenwen, though burning with jealousy as she watched Xia Xian, hardly ate anything. At least she didn't say something to spoil things. After dinner, Gao Shuang had Zhou Xingshi and Xinyu see Qin Wenwen home while she got a room ready for Xia Xian. Little Xian, how do you like this room? I've already cleaned it. Little Feng mentioned you like the soap fragrance, so I specially made a perfume with that fragrance. The whole room has that scent now, even the bed sheets. I bought new bedding too, though I'm not sure if it's the style you young girls like. Gao Shuang enthusiastically introduced the room, even checking with Xinyu first to ensure her taste wasn't outdated. If you don't like it, there are other rooms. Would you like to see them? Though this one happened to be the closest to Quan Ruifeng's room. No need, this one is fine. Xia Xian shook her head. She wasn't picky, and this room was spacious, sunny, and beautifully decorated. She liked it, no need to trouble Gao Shuang further by looking at other rooms. Alright, then let's put your things in here first. Get some rest, and we'll chat more tonight. Gao Shuang signaled Quan Ruifeng to bring Xia Xian's belongings inside, then politely stepped out to help Quan Ruifeng's grandma with the dishes. Xia Xian felt a little guilty and hesitated over whether to help with the dishes. She glanced at Quan Ruifeng, who immediately understood. No need. I'll do it. You're a guest. Before marriage, you'll always be treated as one. Guests don't do dishes or tidy up here. Even after marriage, that'd still be my job. Quan Ruifeng lightly tapped Xia Xian's forehead playfully, grinning. He didn't even have a proper status yet, and he was already talking about marriage? In your dreams. Xia Xian gave an elegant eye roll. I won't be living with your family long term. I hope you won't bring this up again. Otherwise, I'll have to reconsider our relationship. This wasn't her acting spoiled or proud. It was simply inappropriate for her to live with Quan Ruifeng's family indefinitely before marriage. Staying alone at his old house was another story. If she hadn't been injured and Quan Ruifeng's insisting she stay with his family for a few days out of concern, she wouldn't have come. His family had already made preparations for her, so saying no would have been rude. Otherwise, she'd have gone straight to the old house that same day. I know. That was careless of me. I'm sorry, I won't bring it up again. Quan Ruifeng stood stiffly upright as he made a solemn promise. He understood Xia Xian's concerns. He couldn't be so selfish just for his own happiness. Still, your performance today was pretty impressive. I'm quite satisfied. Seeing Quan Ruifeng's assurance, Xia Xian changed tack and praised him instead. With men, you had to mix punishment and praise that way. The initiative would always remain in her hands. Xia Xian had figured this out by now. Though the door wasn't closed, no one was outside their room at the moment, and they stood at an angle where they wouldn't be seen unless someone walked in. After a quick glance at the door, she swiftly rose on her tiptoes and planted a fleeting kiss on Quan Ruifeng's cheek, quick as a butterfly's touch. Thank you for your family's warm hospitality. I'm going to sleep now, you can go now. Go wash the dishes, Comrade Quan. Xia Xian smiled at him, clearly skilled at pulling strings. Quan Ruifeng's gaze turned intense. Dishwashing was the last thing on his mind now. Is this all the reward I get? His voice was a husky murmur as he stepped closer, closing the scant distance between them until he was nearly crowding her. Xia Xian blinked, flustered, and took 2 steps back, hissed, darting a glance at the door. What are you doing? Don't you dare, it's broad daylight, this is your house, and the door isn't even closed. Chapter 77. Both of you, get out. His elders could walk in any second, far too exposed. But if he pushed it, could he get away with shutting the door for a quick minute-long kiss? Would that even work? While Xia Xian usually held the reins, Quan Ruifeng's genuine devotion and striking looks sometimes made her unconsciously indulge him, finding herself considering his feelings more than she intended. Don't you know what I want? The door can be closed, and I can wait until tonight. Xia Xian, can I? Quan Ruifeng took another step toward her, drawing her behind a folding screen. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist, lowering his head to murmur the question. His voice was undeniably alluring, and Xia Xian found it hard to resist. She hesitated, about to nod, when Quan Ruifeng suddenly smirked and chuckled. You are really going to say yes? Just teasing. How could I do something like that under my elders' noses? It would be disrespectful to you. If my parents found out, it wouldn't leave a good impression. Besides, you're still injured. He ruffled her hair, a note of amusement in his voice. He loved seeing Xia Xian flustered, clearly conflicted yet still willing to indulge him. It gave him a cherished feeling. Quan Ruifeng adored and reveled in that subtle leniency she showed him. But I'll still take my reward. I'll help myself. As he spoke, Quan Ruifeng cupped her delicate chin, tilting her face up, and then nipped at her red lips. Though not deep, it was enough to send a jolt through her. He quickly ended the lingering kiss, but reluctantly pressed one last kiss to her brow and eyes. As much as he wanted to hold Xia Xian indefinitely, now wasn't the time. Relying on his formidable willpower, he finally released her. Xia Xian hastily dabbed at her reddened lips, her eyes moist and slightly flushed. Whether from breathlessness or the intensity of the kiss, a few physiological tears welled up, making her eyes shimmer beautifully. She glared at Quan Ruifeng, a playful pout on her face. Who said you could tease me? And I never said you could help yourself to a reward. All right, you should go now. It wouldn't be good if your grandma and mom found you lingering in my room for too long. Xia Xian gave Quan Ruifeng a gentle push, her tone a mix of coyness and feigned annoyance. She wasn't truly angry. She had clearly tacitly approved of Quan Ruifeng's actions. She was just a little embarrassed after the kiss, putting on a small show of temper. She was like a tiny kitten playfully swatting its paws, adorable and utterly harmless. Quan Ruifeng couldn't resist pinching her soft, fair cheek, almost losing his resolve to leave. His voice became slightly hoarse and his eyes deepened. Fine, I'm really going now. You rest. When you wake up, I'll take you to the old house. Quan Ruifeng was already making plans in his head. At the old house, there would be no elders around, making it much easier to do whatever he wanted. As for whether he'd succeed, that remained to be seen. Even a little intimacy would satisfy him. Okay. If Quan Ruifeng stayed any longer, Xia Xian feared she might succumb to temptation, so she quickly urged him to leave out of sight, out of mind. After eating, she did feel a bit sleepy. She closed the door, lay down, and fell asleep shortly after, showing no signs of discomfort in the unfamiliar bed. Perhaps it was his familiar scent that made it feel as if Quan Ruifeng were right beside her, completely dispelling any sense of strangeness. Meanwhile, Chen Wenwen still hadn't left. After leaving Xia Xian's room, Quan Ruifeng went straight to the kitchen, where Chen Wenwen was holding something, persistently trying to give it to Gao Shuang. Gao Shuang didn't want it, but Chen Wenwen kept clinging to her, whining and cajoling, determined to leave the item behind. Zhou Xingshi and Xin Yu leaned against opposite sides of the doorway, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Gao Shuang was utterly exasperated and speechless. She wasn't one to easily lose her temper, but Chen Wenwen was truly infuriating. She couldn't help but place a bowl heavily on the table and speak to her sharply. Chen Wenwen, I've told you I don't want it. Our family doesn't lack anything you might offer. Whatever it is, please take it back. We don't need it. You are merely a normal female classmate of my son. I hope you can understand your place and stop bothering me. If my son liked you, you wouldn't need to curry favor with me. The person he likes is that young girl Xia Xian whom he brought home. He had already made all the arrangements before he even brought her back, which is why his grandmother and I are so friendly to Xia Xian now. Do you understand? A truly good girl wouldn't throw herself at any young man, nor would she insist on coming to someone's home and trying to please their mother when that person doesn't like her, allowing others to pick and choose. Your parents would be heartbroken if they knew what you've been through. So I hope you go home now. All right? Gao Shuang suppressed her anger and reprimanded her thoroughly. Ultimately, Chen Wenwen's behavior was far more self-degrading and would invite more criticism if word got out than Xia Xian staying at Quan Ruifeng's home. After all, Xia Xian was now not only Quan Ruifeng's friend, but had also helped him. She had just arrived in Beijing, so it was perfectly reasonable for Quan Ruifeng to look after her, even allowing her to stay in his home. Aunt Gao. Chen Wenwen's eyes welled up as if on cue, but before she could say anything more, Quan Ruifeng had already strode over. With a cold face, he said to Chen Wenwen, "First, stop calling me a Quan from now on. It's truly inappropriate. Second, please never come to my home again. And don't bother my parents or even my grandmother. And especially don't bother Xia Xian. Although you haven't explicitly stated anything, and I don't know if I've misunderstood your intentions, if I have, then I apologize first. But if you truly like me as I suspect, then I can tell you directly now, I don't like you. I didn't like you before, I don't like you now, and I won't like you in the future. I already have someone I like, and that's Xia Xian. I hope you also stop trying to approach me under the guise of being friends with Xin Yu. I really dislike it. Third, Zhou Xingshi, Xin Yu, if you two can't control your mouths and keep bringing strange people to my house, then both of you can get out too." Quan Ruifeng's last words were directed at the two watching the drama at the doorway. His voice was icy, showing no politeness even to his childhood friends, and his gaze was sharp. Zhou Xingshi and Xin Yu immediately stood at attention and said in unison, "Understood, loud and clear." Quan Ruifeng was genuinely terrifying when angry. The two didn't dare provoke him further. Since it was their own mess, Xin Yu took responsibility. She quickly stepped forward to pull Chen Wenwen away. This time, she would not let her stay in the Quan family, no matter what. Otherwise, Quan Ruifeng might truly skin them alive. Quan Ruifeng had made his words so clear that, even if Chen Wenwen had a shred of self-respect left, she couldn't bear it. Moreover, she had already suffered enough blows that day. She fiercely threw all the gifts onto the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 78, My Room, Solitude, and a Touch. She glared venomously at Quan Ruifeng, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Who likes you? Don't flatter yourself. I only thought your family was well off and, since I work here, wanted to build a good relationship, hoping you'd look out for me as classmates. But since you refuse, then so be it. I will never step foot in your house again, nor will I ever bother you anymore. I mean what I say. I, Chen Wenwen, am not shameless. I have plenty of suitors, you're not that special." With tears in her eyes, Chen Wenwen finished her furious outburst, then shook off Xin Yu's hand and stormed out. Xin Yu chased after her, offering to see her home, but Chen Wenwen pushed her away forcefully. I don't need your help. Who do you think you are, acting all righteous? Cut the act. You only brought me here to laugh at me. You never even considered me a friend. She snapped at Xinyu, her eyes blazing with hostility, clearly now viewing her as an enemy. Xinyu let out a bitter laugh. If she'd wanted to mock Chen Wenwen, would she have bothered? And now she'd even gotten scolded by Quan Ruifeng because of her. Fine, then we don't need to interact anymore. Qinyu's expression darkened as she severed ties with Chen Wenwen. Huh. Chen Wenwen said nothing more, turned sharply, and flounced out. This time, no one chased after her. Whether her words were spoken in anger or not, everyone present came from much better off families than hers, each prouder than the last. Spoken words are like spilled water, there was no taking them back. If she ever wanted to mend things in the future, it would be nearly impossible. Zhou Xingshi felt for Xinyu, caught in the middle and taking flack from both sides. He stepped forward, took Xinyu's hand, and said furiously, Let's never bother with her again. Why put up with this nonsense? He seemed even angrier than Xinyu. Xinyu didn't respond to Zhou Xingshi. Instead, she bid farewell to Quan Ruifeng and Gao Shuang before leaving. She was in a bad mood and needed some quiet time alone. Zhou Xingshi obediently followed. His fiancée was upset, he knew exactly what he had to do. He couldn't just let her wallow in sadness alone. It had to be said, Zhou Xingshi was an ideal, devoted boyfriend. Finally settled. The truth hurts, but it gets the job done. Now that you've found someone you like, watch how you act. Stay away from other girls, don't let Xia Xian misunderstand, and no two timing. Our Quan and Gao families don't tolerate such behavior. Gao Shuang exhaled in relief, then immediately turned to lecturing Quan Ruifeng. It seemed she wasn't as bothered by Xia Xian's widow status anymore. She'd already accepted her son's choice. What else could she do? First, Quan Ruifeng was head over heels. She knew her son, once he set his mind on something, no force on earth could change it. He was set in his ways, and no one could sway him. Second, Xia Xian was genuinely young. With Quan Ruifeng being older, it almost seemed like he was robbing the cradle. Even though Xia Xian had had that short marriage before, she'd been deceived, and nothing had truly happened between them. When you think about it, it wasn't so hard to accept. Besides, even if she made a big deal now, she'd have to accept it eventually. Better to do so early and keep things friendly rather than leave Quan Ruifeng stuck in the middle. And hadn't Quan Ruifeng said it himself? Xia Xian hadn't even agreed to be with him yet. As the future mother-in-law, shouldn't she put in some effort to score some points? If she opposed it, Quan Ruifeng would have an even harder time winning Xia Xian over. All in all, Gao Shuang was a good mother, supportive, broad-minded, and considerate of her son's feelings. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not that kind of person. Quan Ruifeng's assurance was calm. He'd always kept to himself. Aside from Chen Wenwen's relentless pursuit, others had backed off at his cold shoulder. Besides, he'd been completely wrapped up in work before and never gave romance much thought. I know, son. Just reminding you. After all, Chen Wenwen had made her cautious. Chen Wenwen had probably bought into that saying women chase men across a thin veil too much, hence her shameless persistence. Little did she know how much trouble she'd caused. Gao Shuang shook her head and dropped the subject, turning instead to cleaning with Quan Ruifeng. He wasn't the type to be above housework, he knew the basics, especially since hiring help was frowned upon in these times. Quan's father was swamped with work, and his grandmother was getting older, her energy waning. Gao Shuang couldn't handle everything alone, so Quan Ruifeng pitched in. Mother and son worked diligently on household tasks while Xia Xian snoozed away all afternoon. But she woke before dinner. Quan's father still hadn't returned. He'd be lucky if he made it back on time. Gao Shuang and Quan's grandmother were also resting, which suited Quan Ruifeng perfectly. Without informing anyone, he whisked Xia Xian off to their old family house. This is our old place. Mom had it cleaned, but it's still showing its age in places. We don't have all the pots and pans yet, but we've got extras at home we can bring over. You can use the bedding you're sleeping on now, no need to buy new ones. We'll see what else we need and shop for it together. Quan Ruifeng showed Xia Xian around. Gao Shuang had been too busy to handle everything, but this was more than enough. Xia Xian was already pleased. This place is great. Most things are already here, hardly anything to buy. It's more than enough for me, way better than cramming in back home. She meant it, no flattery. Though it was just a simple single-story house, it had 3 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and even a small yard. A bit aged, but spotlessly clean, far better than her family's cramped apartment. If a place like this were available back home, people would fight over it. Glad you like it. Want this room? It's the one I used to stay in. Quan Ruifeng's hidden agenda was obvious as he led her to his old bedroom. Inside, he found Gao Shuang had already laid out fresh sheets. Apparently, mother and son shared the same idea. Sure, this one's fine. Xia Xian had no objections. Even though the Quan family no longer lived here, staying in Quan Ruifeng's room felt more comfortable than his parents' or grandmother's. Plus, the room had a desk, a wardrobe, everything she needed. The thought of having this space to herself filled her with joy. She finally had her own private place. Unable to resist, she lay down on the bed to savor the moment. Though her waist injury kept her from rolling around, she stretched her arms overhead, relishing this rare sense of freedom. Her shirt rode up, revealing a sliver of delicate, pale skin, even fairer than her face. The untouched complexion beneath her clothes could only be described as flawless. Quan Ruifeng's gaze darkened. Unable to hold back any longer, he reached out and placed his broad hand against her waist. Chapter 79. May I, Xia Xian? I want to as well. A large, warm hand suddenly slipped into her fair, slender waist, startling Xia Xian and making her gasp softly. What are you doing? Her voice was soft and slightly breathless. She tried to sit up, but Quan Ruifeng pressed down on her uninjured waist and ribs, making it impossible for her to exert any force. Helpless, she lay there, watching as his hands wandered over her. Yet Quan Ruifeng didn't dare go too far. He merely stroked her waist, satisfying his urge while gazing at her with an innocent expression. Nothing, I just wanted to touch you. Xia Xian, can I take care of you now? Do you need me? As he spoke, his right knee bent, kneeling on the bed beside her. His dark brown eyes were deep and alluring. But Xia Xian was still injured, and she truly wasn't in the mood. So she shook her head honestly. Not really. Yet once Quan Ruifeng had made up his mind, how could a simple no from Xia Xian deter him? He knelt fully over her, enveloping her. Really don't need me? Xia Xian, then why did you kiss me earlier? I'll be very careful. I'll steer clear of your injuries. I won't make you uncomfortable, okay? Can I? He murmured, his gaze intense. Before Xia Xian could even answer. He attacked first. And, honestly, clearly he was the desperate one. But Xia Xian also felt a little guilty. After all, she'd started it at noon. She had clearly sensed his reaction, and it couldn't have been easy for him to hold back until now. So, Xia Xian had always been soft-hearted and easily swayed. She bit her red lips, cast him a glance with her luminous eyes, then slowly closed them. This was her unspoken consent for him to do as he pleased. Too indulgent. Quan Ruifeng's heart melted with tenderness. He leaned down first to kiss her brows and eyes, then kissed his way down slowly, tangling with hers in a deep, lingering kiss. But his scorching hands didn't stop either. Xia Xian was indeed being thoroughly pleasured. Quan Ruifeng was a calculating man. He made sure Xia Xian was completely satisfied before finally asking her. Can I? Xia Xian, please let me, okay? I really want to. Just here. His grip on her smooth, pale thighs tightened, refusing to let go. Even someone as aloof as him could resort to begging when desperate. He pressed lingering kisses against her skin, nuzzling while pleading. Xia Xian glanced at him, her face flushed scarlet. This man was truly too scheming, breaking down her resistance step by step. But at this point, what else could she do? Her reluctance to refuse grew stronger. She gave a barely noticeable nod and pressed her legs together slightly. Quan Ruifeng's heart raced with excitement. His eyes grew darker as he couldn't help leaning down to kiss her again. Xia Xian, you're so sweet. I want you so much. Don't fall for anyone else, okay? Quan Ruifeng could accept if Xia Xian didn't like him, but he absolutely couldn't tolerate her liking someone else. Under his cool exterior lay a deeply possessive streak, though he hid it well. Xia Xian had no idea just how obsessive his thoughts were beneath that cold, handsome facade. She simply allowed him to do as he pleased with her, inside and out. Except for the final step. By the time their heated encounter came to an end, Xia Xian was exhausted and drowsy again. She let out a dainty yawn and weakly pushed at the heavy hand still pressing down on her. Enough. You can get up now. If your mom or grandma comes looking for us, we're finished. In any case, they had to stop now. They couldn't go any further, it was nearly time for dinner. They won't come. Even if they do, they wouldn't walk in without knocking. Don't worry about that. Quan Ruifeng turned his head to plant a kiss against her delicate collarbone, still unwilling to move. In fact, he half hoped their relationship would be discovered by his family. That way, Xia Xian might feel too embarrassed to refuse and would agree to marry him. But of course, such scheming thoughts couldn't be let slip to her. If possible, he wouldn't resort to such underhanded tricks. What he truly wanted was for Xia Xian to marry him willingly. A love obtained through schemes wasn't honorable, he disliked the idea. Still no. Too much isn't healthy. It's bad for your health. Come on, get up or I'll count to 3. If I reach 3, I'll pinch you. Xia Xian threatened, placing her hand over a certain aching length. The moment her soft, cool fingers brushed against him, Quan Ruifeng became even harder. But he didn't dare disobey her. With a frustrated sigh, he bit her reddened earlobe. Then kiss me. If you kiss me, I'll get up. What a demand to make. Fine, since she had already indulged him once or twice, what was one more time? Indulging him was becoming addictive. Truth be told, Xia Xian did quite enjoy Quan Ruifeng's affection and reluctance, so she playfully pinched his chin and gave him a proper kiss. All right, that's enough now, don't push your luck. Xia Xian glared at him with her round almond eyes, slightly breathless and flushed all over. The earlier redness hadn't faded, and now a fresh flush spread across her skin. I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll do, no arguing. Quan Ruifeng was satisfied, running his fingers along Xia Xian's smooth cheek as he made his promise. He got up to put his clothes back on and wouldn't let Xia Xian help, saying with mock seriousness, "The way these clothes came off is the way I'll help them back on. That's called finishing what you start. Xia Xian, you can't let me be a man who starts but doesn't finish." Wow, he was really pulling out all the stops for her, what a smooth talker. But Xia Xian couldn't be bothered to protest, so she let him have his way. Once they were both dressed, they still couldn't leave just yet, so Quan Ruifeng filled Xia Xian in on his plans. Tomorrow I have to report to the local police station. It'll probably be busy, so I won't be able to be with you. Do you want Xinyu to show you around Beijing, or would you rather stay home with my mom and grandma and chat with them? I've already asked someone to gather the materials you'll need. You could stay home and study if you prefer. Study, with everything that had happened lately, and she'd been so caught up with Quan Ruifeng, she'd nearly forgotten her dream of taking the college entrance exams. There were less than 120 days left until the exams. She answered decisively. I'm staying home to study. Quan Ruifeng had wanted to ask, no one does anything without a reason. And now that his relationship with Xia Xian had changed, he went ahead and asked directly, Are you planning to take the Gaokao? Did you get some news about them? His bluntness hit Xia Xian like a punch to the gut. She couldn't help the shadow that crossed her face. Had she been exposed? Chapter 80, Xia Xian's High EQ and Father Quan's Gift. No, that couldn't be right. Aside from asking Quan Ruifeng to help her buy study materials, she had never revealed a single piece of information. Seeing the expression on Xia Xian's face, Quan Ruifeng knew he shouldn't have asked that question. Perhaps he had already touched a raw nerve. His heart sank slightly, tinged with disappointment. Still, he understood. Xia Xian didn't like him yet, so it was only natural she wouldn't want him meddling in her affairs. Suppressing his dejection, he explained gently, I wasn't trying to pry into your privacy. It was just a casual question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. However, the discussion about reinstating the college entrance examination has been ongoing for the past 2 years. After so many years, its restoration has become an inevitable trend. Even if it doesn't happen in the next 2 years, it will eventually. My point is, if you have aspirations of attending university, you should continue studying. Once there's definite news, you'll be in the most advantageous position, as many people won't have persevered. This was truly what Quan Ruifeng wanted to convey. His original intention was to encourage Xia Xian to persist, not to act on a fleeting impulse, lest she regret it later. If the college entrance examination isn't reinstated in the next 2 years, you could attend high school, and then I could recommend you for a worker peasant soldier university. Xia Xian's background qualified her. All she needed was a recommendation and connections. Coincidentally, his family had those connections. And Quan Ruifeng was not stingy about using them for Xia Xian. Only then did Xia Xian realize she had misunderstood Quan Ruifeng. He wouldn't suspect her at all, much less imagine something as bizarre as rebirth. She had been too nervous earlier, and it must have hurt Quan Ruifeng's feelings. "I'm sorry," Xia Xian apologized, her tone direct and sincere. "How could someone from a small county like me get news about the college entrance examination? It's just that I truly have a dream of taking the exam and going to university. I don't want to stay there, living a mundane life. I want to improve, to become a better version of myself and to achieve many, many things. I thought that after all these years, there might be a chance for the college entrance examination to be reinstated. I wanted to persevere, to take a gamble, which is why I asked you to help me find books to study. Besides, it will take me some time to adapt to Beijing anyway. It's a perfect opportunity to study while adapting. It won't be too late to find a job and start earning money later. That way, nothing gets delayed." Xia Xian spoke half-truths, revealing some of her thoughts while keeping others hidden. Of course, she couldn't tell Quan Ruifeng about her rebirth. That was something she would take to her grave, never telling a soul. If anyone found out, they might think she was a monster and drag her off for dissection and experimentation. For her own safety, and for the safety of others, it was best not to say anything. She didn't want to test anyone's humanity. Xia Xian was someone who had experienced betrayal, so her distrust of human nature was understandable. Xia Xian earnestly explained to Quan Ruifeng, saying she was afraid he would think she was delusional, which was why she had reacted that way. Xia Xian's explanation was sincere, and Quan Ruifeng believed her. Even if it had been a lie, what did it matter? Quan Ruifeng would have believed it anyway. "I understand. It's right for you to be cautious. If you told anyone else that you wanted to take the college entrance examination and go to university, most people would think you're talking nonsense. No one wants their dreams to be ridiculed." Quan Ruifeng expressed his understanding, gently stroking Xia Xian's hair and letting the matter drop. The two chatted for a while longer in the old house before heading home. Today, Quan Ruifeng's father had made an effort to leave work early to meet Xia Xian, his future daughter-in-law. When they returned, they were surprised to find that Quan Ruifeng's father was already home. "You must be Xia Xian. The journey must have been tiring. I'm Quan Ruifeng's father." Father Quan introduced himself. He appeared to be a very serious man, holding a high position that required him to maintain a stern demeanor for so long that he rarely smiled anymore. Although he was more easygoing in private, his smile still seemed a bit stiff, lacking warmth. Father Quan tried his best not to intimidate Xia Xian, but judging by her nervous expression, she clearly didn't perceive his efforts. Xia Xian stood up straight and greeted Father Quan. "Hello, uncle. Thank you for having me. I'm not tired. You're the one who works hard. And I'm grateful to Grandma and Aunt Gao for taking care of me. It's our pleasure." The exchange between the two was stiff and awkward. Quan Ruifeng couldn't bear to watch and took over the conversation. "Dad, why don't you ask if I had a tiring trip? You're a grown man, and a police officer at that. What hardships haven't you endured? If a train ride can exhaust you, then I think you need to get some serious exercise." Father Quan criticized, though his eyes held a playful glint, clearly teasing his son. "I think your belly is getting bigger. You're the one who needs exercise." Be careful or mom might dislike you. Right, Xia Xian? Quan Ruifeng smiled at Xia Xian, making sure not to leave her out. Only then did Xia Xian dare to look directly at Father Quan. She observed him carefully. Although Father Quan was older, his bone structure revealed that he must have been handsome in his youth. Moreover, his fair skin made him appear younger than his peers. While not as meticulously maintained as Gao Shuang, he still looked good compared to other men his age. Most importantly, he hadn't suffered from middle-aged weight gain or hair loss. His hair was thick, and his belly was only slightly noticeable, so skipping exercise wasn't a big deal. With high emotional intelligence, she said, a prime minister's belly can hold a boat. Without a bit of a belly, how could he tolerate you? Besides, Uncle is so young and handsome, a slight belly doesn't affect the fact that he and Aunt Gao are a match made in heaven, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Who wouldn't envy them? This praise covered both of them, while subtly teasing Quan Ruifeng. However, the person in question didn't mind. Instead, he smiled and asked Xia Xian again, "Then who do you think is more handsome, me or my dad? Answer incorrectly, and I'll have to punish you." Taking advantage of Xia Xian's slight restraint in front of his father, Quan Ruifeng seized the opportunity to ask for a small favor. Xia Xian secretly glared at him. "Stop your little schemes. Uncle can tell what you're thinking without even looking." Daring to act so brazenly in front of elders, was Quan Ruifeng asking for another beating? "I meant, if you answer poorly, I'll punish you by making you take me to work. It's too exhausting to go to work alone. I need someone to suffer with me." Quan Ruifeng was completely relaxed in front of his father, speaking with great humor and wit. Laughable. The man who loved his job suddenly found work tiring? Xia Xian didn't believe him. She playfully bickered with Quan Ruifeng for a few moments, the two so engrossed that they completely forgot about Father Quan. Father Quan watched them bicker with amusement. The way his son's gaze never left her showed how much he adored her. Moreover, if Quan Ruifeng didn't like Xia Xian, he wouldn't engage in such meaningless bickering. It would be a complete waste of time. Since Quan Ruifeng had already set his heart on Xia Xian, it was time for him, as a father, to show his approval. Once the two settled down, Father Quan took out a long-prepared gift. "Since it's your first visit, Uncle has a gift for you. I hope you'll like it." "Dad?" Quan Ruifeng was startled when he saw what his father had brought out. "Even this? Isn't this a bit impulsive?" Chapter 81. A Grand Gift for the Daughter-in-Law. The item Father Quan presented was a phoenix hairpin, crafted from pure gold. It showcased intricate openwork and inlay techniques from an ancient dynasty, adorned with numerous red and green gemstones that shimmered in harmony, bringing the phoenix to vivid life. This was a museum-worthy piece, a Quan family heirloom passed down through countless generations. Though its exact lineage was lost to time, it was known that their ancestors had once held official positions, and this hairpin was a unique gift bestowed by an empress upon a Quan matriarch, the only one of its kind in existence. Its monetary value was secondary, its true significance lay in its legacy. It was exclusively for the recognized Quan family wife. In the event of a divorce, the hairpin had to be returned. Other Quan treasures could be lost, but never this hairpin. And that wasn't even the most crucial point. The most critical issue was the current unfavorable political climate. Holding such an item was akin to grasping a hot potato. Were it not for the Quan family's powerful network and high standing, they might not have been able to keep it. The family had already divested most of their assets to ensure their safety. For years, they hadn't even employed a maid, handling all cooking and housework themselves. Gao Shuang had long kept the hairpin hidden, not daring to display it for years. Its sudden appearance now was so unexpected that even Quan Ruifeng was visibly surprised. From Quan Ruifeng's expression, Xia Xian discerned the hairpin's immense value. Of course, she could tell its worth even without his reaction, but his surprise elevated its perceived preciousness even further. She quickly declined. "Uncle, this gift is far too valuable for me. Please take it back. Dad, you and Mom should keep this. Young people have no use for such things." Quan Ruifeng also refused. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give the hairpin to Xia Xian, but it was simply too precious. Xia Xian would never accept it. Holding it would feel like clutching a hot potato, leaving her restless and potentially inviting trouble. There was simply no need to burden her with it. Moreover, if Xia Xian accidentally lost the hairpin, his family would undoubtedly be upset. After all, it had been passed down for so many years. If it disappeared under her care, it would be impossible for them not to be angry. Quan Ruifeng wouldn't allow such a situation to arise, so he intended to nip it in the bud. It's fine, keep it. Just for fun. Young people are better suited to wear such things. This was a unanimous decision by your mother, your grandmother, and me to give to comrade Xia Xian. However, it's not suitable to wear these out now. Keep it for private admiration. Father Quan insisted on placing the hairpin in Xia Xian's hands, subtly cautioning her not to flaunt it in public. Quan Ruifeng admired intelligent people, and Xia Xian was no exception. She understood his meaning perfectly. Still, in those times, any sensible person knew such items couldn't be displayed openly, so excessive reminders were unnecessary. Xia Xian truly felt the hairpin was a hot potato, capable of getting her into trouble if mishandled. She firmly refused and handed it back to Quan Ruifeng. "Uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but this hairpin really isn't for me. I can't accept it. Let Quan Ruifeng hold on to it for now." Xia Xian was practical and wouldn't pocket something just because it was valuable. Quan Ruifeng casually slipped the hairpin into his pocket, ending their back and forth. "You two can prepare another gift later. I'll hold on to this for now and personally give it to my wife when I get married. Right, Xia Xian?" Quan Ruifeng asked leisurely, as if Xia Xian would inevitably become his wife. At that moment, Xia Xian didn't grasp the implication and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Only after responding did she realize something was amiss. This Quan Ruifeng, was he truly announcing his feelings for her to everyone? Couldn't he be a little more reserved? What if he couldn't marry her in the future? Wouldn't he lose all dignity? Who else would be so brazenly obvious about their intentions while playing the role of a mere helper? Xia Xian sighed. If Father Quan hadn't been present, she would have pinched him again. This man was becoming increasingly adept at pushing her boundaries, gradually eroding her defenses. She had a premonition that, sooner or later, Quan Ruifeng would succeed in boiling her like a frog in gradually heating water. After all, this man was far too clever and calculating. Yet, despite this premonition, Xia Xian felt no unease. Perhaps Quan Ruifeng was slowly winning her trust. Unlike with other men, she didn't harbor suspicion or wariness toward him. All right, if neither of you wants it, then so be it. Your mother and I will prepare another gift. Father Quan gave a resigned smile and dropped the matter. As elders, they couldn't force the younger generation. Such things had to be accepted willingly. Relieved that Father Quan had finally abandoned the idea, Xia Xian sighed inwardly. Thank heavens. Otherwise, if something so precious were lost, she wouldn't be able to repay its worth even with 100 lives. Quan Ruifeng's earlier emphasis on his family's attitude had made a significant difference. Xia Xian felt completely at ease in the Quan household, everyone treated her well, and she experienced no discomfort. Moreover, with Quan Ruifeng by her side, she gradually familiarized herself with the surroundings. Even if she went out alone, she wouldn't get lost, and she gained a deeper understanding of life in the capital. In just a few short days, Xia Xian was already beginning to integrate into Beijing. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Xiao Jun and Bai Lian were arrested, they remained in custody, still not released. With Wei Jiwei, Kaboan, and Chu Xing stirring up trouble, Bai Lian's scandalous behavior had spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the town throughout the county. It was fortunate Bai Lian was still in police custody, otherwise, if she were out, people would not only curse her behind her back, but likely hurl rotten stones at her as she walked by. How could such a woman exist in this world? However, there was one small mercy. Seeing Bai Lian and Xiao Jun in such a state, Wei Jiwei no longer wanted a wife and son with criminal records. This time, he didn't drag things out but outright divorced Bai Lian, throwing both her and Xiao Jun out. Whether this counted as an unexpected blessing was debatable. Perhaps it was, but Bai Lian couldn't bring herself to smile. The verdict had been delivered. Xiao Jun was to be sent to a juvenile detention center for 10 years of reform. By the time he was released, the world would be completely changed. He would go from a child to a teenager, and she wouldn't even get to see him during that time. He was her only son. As for Bai Lian, she was found guilty of negligent supervision and suspected instigation of her son's crimes. She was sentenced to 3 months in prison, though with a suspended sentence. Though Bai Lian was heartbroken over her only son, she couldn't let both of them be locked up. Somehow, she convinced Xiao Jun to take the blame without implicating her, allowing her to receive only a 3-month suspended sentence. Yet Bai Lian remained dissatisfied. Even with a suspended sentence, the slightest misstep could land her behind bars, and she had no desire to go to prison. The thought of being locked up with all sorts of heinous criminals terrified her. When the verdict was announced, she immediately demanded, "I want to see Xia Xian. If she writes a letter of pardon for me, won't my sentence be waived entirely?" She asked urgently, completely unaware that Xia Xian had already left for the capital and was living comfortably. Chu Xing and Keboan remained loyal to Bai Lian despite everything. To secure her release, the two men even temporarily set aside their rivalry, uniting to get her out first. Chapter 82, Alimony, News about the college entrance exam? Seeing this, Chu Xing immediately said, "Then I'll go find Xia Xian and make sure she forgives you." "Don't you worry, Xiao Lian, I won't let you suffer." "Alien, don't worry, I'll go find her too. I've got savings, I'll pay her off as long as she forgives you." After all, Keboan had been working these past few years without marrying, so he had managed to save a decent amount. "Thank you both so much, Xing Boan. I'm counting on you. It's so good to have you." Bai Lian looked at them with watery eyes, her expression delicate and helpless. Despite the vile things she had done egging her own son on to kill, she still believed herself to be pure and innocent, as if everything had been forced upon her. That was why she could act so convincingly. "Hey, anyone listening? Can you stop talking among yourselves? Xia Xian has already left this place, didn't you know? You won't find her, and she won't write you any letter of forgiveness. You've only been given a 3-month probation. Your luck is already good enough. Quit stirring the pot, or you might end up with a worse punishment. All right, go home now. Without our permission, you're not allowed to leave within a mile radius of your house. We'll talk after these 3 months are over." Lu Jun spoke in a no-nonsense tone, though there was a hint of impatience in his voice. After all, he had been dealing with these people non-stop for days. He was the one who most wanted to see them all locked up, if only to do the world a favor. Xia Xian had been wronged, yet she simply left without staying to confront Bai Lian and Xiao Jun, leaving everything to the police. "She's got a bigger heart than I do." Lu Jun admitted he couldn't have done the same. "She's not here anymore? Then where did she go? Did she really go to the capital? Wait, come to think of it, I haven't seen that Quan Ruifing around these past few days. Did she leave with that man? Did they elope? That damn hussy. She's still my sister-in-law, Ma's eldest daughter-in-law. How dare she skip town without a word? Now that my brother's gone, as his widow, she has the duty to support my mother. I don't care where she's run off to, she better cough up the cash, or I'll go raise hell at her family's house." In his efforts to bail Bai Lian out, Chu Xing had brushed up on some legal tricks enough to come up with this scheme. He had been fired. The factory canned him, and he had no idea who was behind it. He had just played hooky for a bit. How did that warrant getting fired? Plenty of people did the same, taking leave whenever they pleased, so why was he the only one punished? And they even accused him of being a hooligan, harassing people. Total BS. They were just cooking up charges to justify firing him. There had to be someone screwing him over behind the scenes, but before he could find out who it was, he had been too busy running around for Bai Lian's sake. Now he and his mother were completely broke, no job, up to their necks in debt, with no one willing to lend them money. His mother had to take on odd jobs like washing clothes and cooking just to scratch out a living, but even then, the two of them could barely eat their fill. So they had to find a way to make money, and after racking his brains, the only option left was to shake Xia Xian down. No matter how tough the bone, as long as you chewed through it, you could still fill your stomach. Chu Xing and old lady Chu had no choice but to bite the bullet. When Lu Jun heard Chu Xing's shameless demand for support payments from Xia Xian, if he weren't in uniform, his eyes would have rolled clean out of his head. How could someone have the audacity? First, they conned her into marrying in, turning a perfectly good girl into a widow. Now, with the second son still alive, they wanted Xia Xian to foot the bill for the old lady? As if. I'm not getting involved in this. Work it out yourselves, it's not my jurisdiction. Lu Jun waved them off, herding them out before escorting Bai Lian back home. At any rate, Xia Xian was already in the capital. If Chu Xing had the guts, he could go there and find her, assuming he even knew her address. But given that Chu Xing didn't have a single cent to his name, he couldn't even afford a train ticket to the capital. What could he possibly do? All he had was all bark, no bite. Shut down by Lu Jun, Chu Xing reluctantly clamped his mouth shut. But she can run, but she can't hide. Even if Xia Xian had gone to the capital, her parents were still here. If he couldn't find her, he'd go after her family, making their lives hell until she had no choice but to come back. These people's schemes were endless. Like damn roaches, no matter how many times you squashed them, they just kept coming back to cause trouble. Still, this was a last resort. After all, Xia Xian had 2 older brothers, her family had numbers on their side. If he tried to kick up a fuss, he'd likely get his ass kicked instead. At best, he could only annoy them. But little did he know, fate would soon send him an unexpected godsend, someone who would become his little helper and reveal Xia Xian's biggest secret. Armed with this leverage, they would head straight for the capital to extort her, sticking to her like gum on a shoe. No matter where she went, they would follow. Sickening. For now, though, they couldn't disturb Xia Xian. She was living easy in the capital, dividing her time between studying and outings with Quan Ruifeng, and her life was sweet. And Quan Ruifeng had even brought her good news. The college entrance exam might be reinstated this year, Xia Xian. You're in luck, your dream is about to come true. The proposal has been submitted and is under serious discussion. A decision will be made soon, and the chances of reinstatement are very high. For now, don't look for work, just focus on reviewing and wait for the official announcement. Quan Ruifeng shook Xia Xian's shoulders excitedly, a rare display of unrestrained emotion from him. The news of the exam's return was just too damn exciting. Really? That's amazing. I'll make sure to pass on my first try. Xia Xian was overjoyed. Even though she had known this would happen, without confirmation, there had always been a lingering unease. After all, she had been reborn, and some things had already changed. She feared more deviations. Now, with this news, it was like a reassurance settling her nerves. What's more, she knew the cutoff scores for various universities in the first and second rounds of the reinstated exams. Once she finished her test, she could estimate her score and apply accurately, avoiding the risk of rejection. Grateful to Quan Ruifeng for bringing her this news, Xia Xian couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and peck a kiss on his lips. Her eyes sparkled as she asked, "Will you take the exam too? We could go to the same university." Xia Xian extended the invitation. Attending the same university, going to classes together, eating meals together, dating each other. Admittedly, Quan Ruifeng was moved by the idea. He liked the sound of that. Chapter 83. It doesn't count, you still have to spoil me today. I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it for a few more days. However, Quan Ruifeng held back. After all, he wasn't exactly young anymore. He had already been working steadily at the Public Security Bureau, where promotions were practically guaranteed. Whether it was necessary to take the college entrance exam again was something he needed to consider carefully. All right, I'll wait for your answer. If you do take the exam, we can aim for the same university. Xia Xian naturally wouldn't force him, but if Quan Ruifeng decided to take the exam, it would be best if they attended the same university. Without realizing it, Xia Xian had already come to rely on Quan Ruifeng. And who could blame her? He doted on her, keeping her happy in body and mind. After living for so many years, Xia Xian felt truly feminine for the first time. When Quan Ruifeng devoted himself to pleasing her, even her usually calm heart would flutter with excitement. Only now did she realize how bleak her past life was. Still, the two of them hadn't crossed that line, not because Xia Xian was unwilling, but because Quan Ruifeng refused. He insisted on waiting until they were truly together, married, before taking that step. Who would have thought he was such a traditional man? But things were fine as they were. The way Quan Ruifeng tended to her already made Xia Xian feel incredibly satisfied. There was no need to go further. Perhaps keeping things this way would make it easier if they ever had to part in the future, ensuring fairness for whoever came after. Yet, the thought of them separating made Xia Xian's heart ache strangely. She rubbed her chest, but didn't dwell on it. She needed to throw herself into studying. She was determined to get into the best university, Beijing University. So, she broke the news of her departure to Quan Ruifeng's family. My injuries have mostly healed, so you don't need to worry about me. I'd like to move back to my old place in the next couple of days. Xia Xian wanted to focus on her studies without distractions. Staying with the Quan family meant she had to chat with Granny Quan and her mother-in-law from time to time, and the grandmother, in particular, doted on her and sought her out to chat every day. If she wanted to study seriously, it was better to move out and live alone. All right, I'll help you move your things tomorrow. This time, Quan Ruifeng didn't argue. Now that he knew her dream was to attend university, he wouldn't stand in her way, nor would he let his family get in her way. Though Quan's mother and grandmother didn't know about Xia Xian's plans to take the college entrance exam, the two elders didn't protest the move. After all, the old house wasn't far, just a 5-minute walk away. They could visit Xia Xian anytime they missed her or invite her over for meals occasionally. Thus, Xia Xian's move was a breeze, completed in just one morning. Though she didn't have many belongings, Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi came to help. After all, she was their best friend's crush. It was only right to pitch in. Besides, Xia Xian and Xinyu had spent quite a bit of time together recently and unexpectedly clicked, becoming friends. Naturally, Xinyu wouldn't miss this. Leaning lazily against the doorframe, Xinyu asked curiously, "Why move out all of a sudden? Weren't you comfortable at Ruifeng's place? Isn't it lonely living alone?" Xinyu was someone who loved being around people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for the boisterous Zhou Xingshi, whose mouth could outtalk 3 people combined, capable of holding court all by himself. "Did Quan Ruifeng tell you about the college entrance exam? I'm planning to take it, so I'm moving out to study." Xia Xian broke the news casually, knowing Quan Ruifeng wouldn't keep it from them. Besides, they were peers. There was nothing embarrassing about discussing the exam, even if she failed. Sure enough, Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi showed no surprise. "He told us. I'm planning to take it too, even stocked up on study guides. How about I move in with you to study together?" Xinyu, inspired, also thought her place was too loud and considered relocating. "Sure, we can be study buddies." Xia Xian agreed immediately, welcoming the idea. However, Zhou Xingshi and Quan Ruifeng both protested at the same time. "No. Why? Give me a reason." Xinyu turned to glare at Zhou Xingshi, while Xia Xian looked at Quan Ruifeng with eyes twinkling with amusement, clearly aware of why he opposed. It was because if Xinyu moved in, the two of them wouldn't have any privacy for intimacy. Do I really need to spell it out? If you move in, it'll be awkward for Xia Xian and Ruifeng, and for us too. Zhou Xingshi shot back, sounding a little aggrieved. Lately, Xinyu had been rejecting him, refusing to get close. He had no idea what he'd done wrong this time. Was it because he didn't want to take the college entrance exam? But he had always been a terrible student. Even with advance notice, he wouldn't outperform others. Even if he somehow passed, there was no way he'd get into the same university as Xinyu, who was so brilliant. Since childhood, their trio had always consisted of 2 top students dragging along one lost cause. Did Xinyu expect him to settle for less for her? Then what was the point of taking the exam? He might as well not bother. If Xinyu went off to university alone, she could just pick a school in Beijing. He could visit her anytime, no long-distance hassle. Shut up. Not everyone's as one-track-minded as you, with only those things on their mind. Xinyu hissed. Zhou Xingshi clamped his mouth shut, looking at her like an abandoned puppy, too hurt to speak. Did she really think he wouldn't be upset by her words? Xinyu was just used to speaking bluntly. She didn't actually mean anything by it. Seeing Zhou Xingshir's hurt look melted a little, and she pulled him into the kitchen. We'll borrow the kitchen. With a click, she shut the door, cutting off Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng's curious stares. Xia Xian stroked her chin, staring thoughtfully toward the kitchen before leaning in to whisper to Quan Ruifeng. Are they also? She was shocked someone else dared to be as bold as her. As someone who'd been reborn, she had the courage to do these things, but in her past life, she wouldn't have dared. Probably. Quan Ruifeng gave an evasive answer. He had only noticed hickeys on Zhou Xingshir once before, not that he'd asked. It wasn't his business. Surprisingly, Zhou Xingshir actually kept quiet and didn't say anything to Quan Ruifeng. It seems he still knew this shouldn't get out. The truth was just as Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng had guessed. As soon as the door closed, Xinyu immediately rose up to kiss Zhou Xingshir, to placate him. Zhou Xingshir was thoroughly pleased by the kiss. After a long while, the two stopped, panting heavily. However, he still nursed some resentment and couldn't help rehashing their old argument. When can we get married? Yu, I won't be put off so easily now. Zhou Xingshir buried his big head in Xinyu's neck, asking petulantly. Hearing this, Xinyu felt her temples throb. Why must they get married? Her father and mother had been so madly in love when they were young, but look how that turned out. Just 1 year after her mother passed away, her father brought another woman home. That's why Xinyu recoiled at the very idea of marriage. She accepted the engagement because she didn't want to lose Zhou Xingshir, but she refused marriage because she didn't want to lose herself. What if I never want to get married in my lifetime? Zhou Xingshir, would you want to separate from me? Xinyu murmured. Xia Xian thought the two would come out soon after going in, but it seemed now it might take a while. Having no intention of eavesdropping, Xia Xian pulled Quan Ruifeng along to straighten up the room. However, once they entered the room, Quan Ruifeng closed the door too. Xia Xian arched a brow. Xia Xian, I've always been top of my class in everything since childhood. Now you can't let me be last, can you? Even Zhou Xingshir gets coddled, why don't I? I don't want you to live with Xinyu either. I miss you. Quan Ruifeng hugged Xia Xian, lowering his head to nuzzle against her, planting kisses, speaking sweet nothings in a deep, sexy voice. I just coaxed you yesterday. Xia Xian pointed out. The only reason Quan Ruifeng had agreed so readily to her moving out was because she'd worked hard to coax him yesterday. That doesn't count, that was yesterday. Today you should coax me too. Quan Ruifeng pouted, taking Xia Xian's delicate hand and placing it on his own. Chapter 84. Marry or else. Who knew such a big man could be so childishly stubborn? The more time she spent with him, the more Xia Xian realized that Quan Ruifeng was only cold on the surface. Beneath it, he was full of tricks. Xia Xian had no choice but to humor him. All right, this is the last time. Don't even think about it again. Hurry up before you and the others. Don't worry, Xinyu isn't so tactless. She'll drag Zhou Xingshir away. Quan Ruifeng said with certainty. He didn't want Xia Xian thinking about anyone else. Cupping the back of her head, he pulled her in for a deep, lingering kiss. This was getting out of hand. What kind of tool had she picked? He was slipping out of her control. Xia Xian closed her eyes and let Quan Ruifeng have his way. Meanwhile, Xinyu finally managed to talk Zhou Xingshir down after much effort. She pulled him out, only to find Xia Xian's door closed as well. She arched a brow, while Zhou Xingshir was still confused. Where are they? We're still here, and they just left. Never mind them. Let's go. Xinyu smirked and dragged him away, even thoughtfully closing the front door behind them. That's why smart people were so easy to deal with. Oh. Zhou Xingshir took Xinyu's word for it. Right now, he had no mind for his friend, all he cared about was clinging to his wife. Well, even if they couldn't marry, she was still his. If he held out, maybe Xinyu might change her mind someday and agree to marry him. It had to be said, having a simple mind had its perks. He faced problems with such optimism that nothing bothered him for long. But Zhou Xingshir's parents didn't see it that way. It was the weekend, and the couple were both home for once. Seeing Zhou Xingshir return looking pleased with himself, they called him over. finally back. You've been running around all morning, we couldn't even track you down. Sit down. We need to have a serious discussion. Father Zhou jerked his chin sternly, signaling for him to sit. Mother Zhou was equally grave. Both were party cadres, all business by nature. When they put on stern faces, few dared to defy them, except their own wayward son, who never took it seriously. Zhou Xingshi slouched into the chair carelessly. What's wrong? You finally get a day off, and instead of relaxing, you're lecturing me again? Did I do something wrong lately? My job's going fine. Or are you promoting me? Be serious. No more nonsense. We're not here to talk about work. This is about family. I'll ask you straight. When are you tying the knot? You have been engaged for so long. When are you finally going to register and hold the wedding? Just how old are you? Isn't it about time you settled down? Nobody stays engaged forever, Zhou Xingshi. Mother Zhou emphasized, even calling him by his full name. But Zhou Xingshi kept grinning, brushing it off. How old am I? I'm only in my 20s. Young and strong. Besides, they're encouraging later marriages now. Your party cadres, shouldn't you support national policy? If the country isn't in a hurry, why are you? He tried to logic his way out, but they weren't buying it. He'd used this excuse for years. Before long, he'd be hitting 30. It was past time to get married. If he weren't already spoken for or had no one he liked, they could take their time arranging matches. But he'd been engaged to Xinyu for years. How could they not marry? The whole neighborhood was already talking about them. Are we the only ones worried here? Aren't you worried at all? Aren't you scared she'll dump you? We already know. She's preparing for the college entrance exams, right? Once she gets into university, you'll only grow further apart. If she doesn't want to marry now, she'll want it even less later. If you two really have no intention of marrying, you might as well break off the engagement now. Stop wasting each other's time. As well-connected officials with good connections, they shared information freely. They kept no secrets from each other, so Zhou Xingshi's parents knew and could guess Xinyu's thoughts. Xinyu was smart. Once the college entrance exams resumed, they were sure she'd pass. The only question was which university. But no matter what, she'd spend years studying, then working. Marriage would keep getting postponed. And if they weren't marrying now, when would they? Even though Xinyu had grown up before their eyes, and they'd been very satisfied with their future daughter-in-law at first, after all, they'd known her since childhood. After so many years without marriage, it was impossible not to have doubts. Zhou Xingshi was clearly eager. If he didn't want to marry, it was impossible. The problem had to lie with Xinyu. The couple couldn't help suspecting she was leading Zhou Xingshi on, waiting for a better match. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Xinyu and I are doing great. Who's breaking up? Zhou Xingshi stood up angrily, ready to leave. He didn't want to hear this rubbish. Sit down. What kind of attitude is this? Is that how you talk to your mother? Is she wrong? If you and Xinyu are really so close, why aren't you married? Her father's been pressing us too, asking when we'll bring her into the family. Both sets of parents are anxious, only you two aren't. Father Zhou was so angry his beard bristled. His son was nothing but trouble, nothing like Quan Ruifeng, who was smart, capable, ambitious, and independent. He never gave his parents any headaches. Look at him. He'd only returned after accomplishing something great. If her dad wants to nag, let him. You don't have to get worked up too. We'll get married eventually, just later. Don't worry. Xinyu would never abandon me. She loves me to death. Zhou Xingshi declared confidently to his parents. Father and Mother Zhou's ears ached from hearing such sappy talk. He was proud of being led around like a dog. Then tell me why she doesn't want to marry. If you can give me a reason, one that convinces me, I'll never bring this up again. Otherwise, either get married within 6 months or I'll break off the engagement and find you someone else. No negotiations. Father Zhou was uncharacteristically firm, leaving no room for argument. Zhou Xingshi was furious. Dad, how could you do this? You're tearing us apart. Haven't you heard the saying, better to demolish 10 temples than ruin one marriage? Never heard of it. Not as cultured as you. Father Zhou's sarcastic reply left Zhou Xingshi utterly defeated. Angry, he stormed out of the house. If he knew why Xinyu didn't want to marry, Would he have gotten so worked up just now? But his parents didn't understand him either. They were pressuring him too. What could he do? Frustrated, Zhou Xingshi returned to Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian's place. Luckily, the two had finished. When he barged in, Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian instantly pulled apart. Xia Xian turned away, picking up a book to pretend she was studying. Quan Ruifeng shot him a cold glare. Did you forget how to knock? Did all your education go to the dogs? Already upset from his parents, now his best friend was mocking him too. Zhou Xingshi was fuming. He plopped into a chair angrily. I don't care, you have to help me deal with my parents. Otherwise, I'll make you move in with Xia Xian. If I'm miserable, you two won't sneak around having fun behind my back either. Clearly, he'd noticed their lingering kiss. He'd even learned to threaten people, seemed like he'd grown a brain. Quan Ruifeng was in a good mood, so he decided to humor him. What did Uncle and Aunt Zhou do to you? You're radiating resentment, like a jealous husband. Xia Xian pressed her lips together, her almond-shaped eyes curving. She barely held back a laugh. Quan Ruifeng's description was spot on. Zhou Xingshi really did look like a jealous husband, with a dark storm cloud over his head, ready to thunder. You and I might have to break off the engagement. What? No way. Chapter 85. I'll help persuade her, a taste of her own medicine. Xia Xian was utterly shocked. Weren't they deeply in love? Hadn't Xinyu just cheered him up earlier? Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one calling off the engagement. Don't treat me like some scumbag who abandons his wife and child. It's my family who's unhappy. They say we've been engaged for so many years, yet Yu still refuses to marry me. They're giving me 6 months to marry her or call it off. Zhou Xingshi muttered dejectedly, his head hanging low. His voice was thick with emotion, and when Xia Xian discreetly bent down to glance at him, she saw tears in his eyes. He was crying. Well, of course. He'd rather be the third wheel than leave Xinyu. He's clearly crazy about her. How could he possibly want to break off the engagement? Then why don't you two just get married? Xia Xian couldn't help but ask. A 10-year engagement? That's crazy, no wonder his family's pushing. Usually, engagements lasted 2 or 3 years at most before the couple tied the knot. Is it because Xinyu doesn't want to? Quan Ruifeng asked coolly, cutting straight to the point. Yeah. Does she think I'm useless? Is that why she won't marry me? Does she want to see me achieve something in my career first? Zhou Xingshi speculated miserably. I doubt it. Even though Xia Xian had only known Xinyu for a short time, she had some understanding of her. Xinyu loves Zhou Xingshi just as he is, why would she think less of him for being useless? Besides, Zhou Xingshi comes from money, has a good job, and a promising future. There was no way he could be considered useless. Could it be because of her family situation? Xia Xian also knew about Xinyu's biological mother passing away and her father remarrying. Her stepmother had even given birth to a younger brother who was already 5 years old. After a brief thought, she guessed it might be related to that. That's probably it. Quan Ruifeng nodded in agreement. He had some insight into the matter, though he hadn't expected Zhou Xingshi to remain oblivious all these years. Huh? Family situation? What does that have to do with anything? She's marrying me, not her dad. How's that relevant? Zhou Xingshi didn't understand. TSK, no wonder people said 2 top students couldn't carry 1 slacker. Xia Xian finally understood the saying. Is it possible that her parents' marriage left her with psychological scars, making her distrust the reliability of marriage? That's why she resists marrying you, but because she loves you, she can't bear to leave you, so she stays with you all this time. Honestly, Xia Xian had similar psychological scars, so she totally got where Xinyu was coming from. Her disastrous marriage in her past life had made her distrust marriage in this life as well. She'd never really thought about getting married or being in a relationship. Even though Quan Ruifeng liked her, treated her well, and they got along great, even if she felt something for him, she still had no intention of changing their relationship. She thought things were fine as they were. It made her happy and allowed her to bail any time without hurting herself. Xinyu was probably the same. The difference was, Xinyu's feelings for Zhou Xingshi must run deeper than Xia Xian's for Quan Ruifeng. After all, The two had grown up together and had been together for so many years. Huh? But she's never told me any of this. No wonder. Zhou Xingshi had an epiphany. He only knew Xinyu disliked her stepmother and half-brother and was distant with her father. So whenever they were together, he avoided bringing up her family to avoid upsetting her. But he never considered how deeply her family might have hurt her. Because honestly, Xinyu's father treated her well, never let her want for anything, spoiled her rotten, and cared for her deeply. The one thing he hadn't listened to her about was his remarriage. Even after remarrying and having a son, Xinyu's status in the family never changed. She still lived in the biggest, best room, and her father had long since prepared her dowry, nearly a huge chunk of the family's wealth. Not only did she receive her mother's share, but her father also contributed most of his own, leaving only a small portion for his new wife and son. Of course, as Xinyu's father and the boy's father, once Xinyu married, most of what he earned would likely go to his new wife and son. Xinyu had grown up in wealth, and her maternal grandparents spoiled her. Money wasn't the issue. What she wanted wasn't financial security, she just felt her father's attention had been stolen. He was no longer just her father or her mother's husband. Logically, she knew her father was still young, and remarrying was normal. But emotionally, Xinyu couldn't accept it. Zhou Xingshi was clueless, and his parents thought remarriage was no big deal, so they'd never considered this angle. But I'm not like Uncle Shin. I'll be devoted to you my whole life. To be brutally honest, even if she died before me, I'd never remarry. Zhou Xingshi blurted out. His love for Xinyu was as true as the sky is blue. People's hearts change. What you say now may be true, but if you change your mind later, that'll be true too. Quan Ruifeng shot back coldly. He wasn't targeting men specifically, men and women were the same. One moment, their feelings might be genuine. The next, they might change. Promises of a lifetime could only be proven when that lifetime was over. I won't change my mind. If I ever do, you can do whatever she wants to me. Zhou Xingshi panicked. Why wouldn't Xinyu believe him? Why didn't Quan Ruifeng believe him either? He looked pleadingly at Xia Xian, but she looked everywhere except at him, avoiding his gaze. Clearly, she couldn't fully trust him either. This time, Zhou Xingshi truly deflated. He slumped back in his chair, unwilling to move. So, what do I do now? Am I really going to have to break off the engagement? Once his parents made up their minds, nothing he did would change their minds. They weren't nearly as flexible as Quan Ruifeng's parents. Quan Ruifeng could threaten his parents into accepting his relationship with Xia Xian, but Zhou Xingshi's parents wouldn't budge. If it came to that, they'd rather he never marry than let him stay with Xinyu. Xia Xian, you're both girls. Can you help me sound her out? Ask her what she's thinking? Please, you're my only hope now. Zhou Xingshi refused to accept fate. He was basically begging on his knees. All right. I'll ask her for you. But I can't promise I'll convince her. Xia Xian reluctantly agreed. Hearing this, Quan Ruifeng had an idea. He'd long noticed Xia Xian's reservations. Maybe he could have Xinyu help him sound her out in return. Xia Xian? Damn, Quan Ruifeng's too clever. Xia Xian never expected she'd be the one getting reverse-fished for information. Chapter 86. Friends are there to be used. Xia Xian wanted to help her friends. Zhou Xingshi and Xinyu had such a good relationship that, if possible, Xia Xian didn't want to see them part ways with regrets. After carefully phrasing her words, she prepared to sound out Xinyu on Zhou Xingshi's behalf. But long before she was ready, Quan Ruifeng had already gone to find Xinyu. To what do I owe this visit? You're actually seeking me out alone. Xinyu was equal parts surprised and confused. Since he wasn't clinging to Xia Xian, why was he coming to her? Could it be something about Xia Xian? Xinyu was quick on the uptake. She immediately guessed Quan Ruifeng's purpose. For Xia Xian. And for Zhou Xingshi. Quan Ruifeng spoke calmly. The latter part threw Xinyu for a loop. She touched her ear, listening intently. How did this involve Zhou Xingshi? Uncle Zhou is pressuring Zhou Xingshi to marry you. You know that, right? I know. After being engaged for so long without marrying, it was only natural for the Zhou family to push. Zhou Xingshi had been holding out until now, but with Quan Ruifeng asking like this, did it mean he couldn't hold out anymore? Quan Ruifeng nodded. He never beat around the bush with Shenyu. Uncle Zhou gave two options, either marry within 6 months or call off the engagement. Zhou Xingshi doesn't know what to do, so he came to Xia Xian and me for help. I see. So Zhou Xingshi had brought these two in as go-betweens to persuade her to marry. You've got it backwards. Zhou Xingshi asked Xia Xian for help, not to convince you to marry, but to figure out why you don't want to. Why have you never told him? Coincidentally, I also want to know why Xia Xian doesn't want to marry. When she asks you, help me pick her brain too. Quan Ruifeng made his request coolly. This man was truly something else. Her own problem wasn't even resolved, yet he had the gall to ask her to get inside Xia Xian's head. Shenyu crossed her arms, about to refuse. She wasn't the type to manipulate her friends. She was firmly on Xia Xian's side. Let Quan Ruifeng do his own dirty work. If he wanted to marry her, he should put in the effort. No cheating his way in. In return, I'll handle Uncle Zhou for you. Before she could refuse, Quan Ruifeng dangled an irresistible condition. Shenyu inhaled sharply, went quiet, then exhaled, and then agreed. She truly couldn't refuse this offer. Fine, I'll help you ask. But I can't guarantee she'll be willing to talk. And even if she did, how much she'd let slip depended on her mood. Shenyu still had some conscience. Even if she betrayed a friend, she wouldn't do it completely. Quan Ruifeng read her like a book, but didn't call her out. After all, friends were fair game. He had promised to help her deal with Zhou Xingshi's parents, but he hadn't specified how. And so, the two agreed to each other's terms, each with their own ulterior motives. By the time Xia Xian found an excuse to invite Shenyu over to study together and ask for help with a few problems, Shenyu was already prepared and went with it. Which question do you need help with? Let me see. Why didn't you ask Quan Ruifeng? Is he off catching murderers again? Shenyu joked. Like there are that many murderers to catch? He's at work. I thought since we're both preparing for the college entrance exams, we might as well compare notes. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask me too. Maybe I can help. By the way, how far have you gotten in your review? Xia Xian didn't actually have questions to ask, so she seamlessly changed the subject. Because of her unfinished business from her past life, she had been diligently reviewing her studies. Now, with these materials and questions, she basically knew everything. If there was anything unfamiliar, one run-through was all she needed, so her progress was very fast. I'm just getting started. There's still too much to deal with. I'm not in the right frame of mind for studying. Shenyu shook her head and sighed, taking the initiative to open up to Xia Xian. You know Zhou Xingshi and I have been engaged for years. Now his family is breathing down our necks more than ever, and both of us are at our wits' end. Xia Xian hadn't seen this opening coming, making it much easier to probe. She didn't have to rack her brains figuring out how to work the topic and naturally without raising suspicion. Her eyes flashed with interest before she suppressed her excitement and put on a puzzled look. Mind if I ask, but I've always wondered, why haven't you two married after being engaged for so long? Where I'm from, most couples marry within 2 or 3 years of engagement. And you're not getting any younger. Putting down roots is a normal thing. Of course, it's a personal choice, and I respect that. I'm just curious, just wondering. It's fine to ask. We're friends, what's the point of secrets between friends? I don't need to hide anything from you. I don't want to marry because I don't trust the reliability of marriage. Zhou Xingshi is a simple soul, and I really like that about him. He's without a deceitful bone in his body, and only has me in his heart. But that's exactly why I don't want to marry. If we did and he changed, it would destroy me. Shenyu didn't hold back, she spilled her guts. It wasn't that she completely rejected marriage or never wanted to wed. If it were for pragmatic reasons, like benefits or necessity, she'd still go through with it, since there'd be no real love to lose. Divorce wouldn't scare her. Nothing ventured, nothing lost. Shenyu's meaning was clear. Xia Xian hadn't expected this layer of reasoning and was temporarily at a loss. But if you're together all the time, how is that different from marriage? Why not give him that security? It'd make him even more devoted. Otherwise, he might start reading too much into things, wondering if you don't love him. Feelings wither without care over time. His affection might fade. That'd be the opposite of what you want. Xia Xian remembered her mission and began her first stab at convincing her. Without marriage, breaking up would be easier, a cleaner break. Xinyu shook her head with a small sigh. Ultimately, she cared too much about Zhou Xingshi. If she gave him marriage too, she feared she'd lose control. If he ever changed, she didn't know what she might do. Without marriage, it'd be simpler, no children, no shared assets. As for feelings, if he changed, she could too. She could tell herself she never loved him, which was why she never married him. Then his straying wouldn't cut as deep. In truth, Xinyu's fear stemmed from loving too deeply. Even the smartest people became emotional wrecks when it came to emotions. Xia Xian was caught off guard by Xinyu's logic, but in the next moment, the question turned to her. Don't you think I'm right, Xia Xian? Have you given marriage any thought yourself? Chapter 87. Was it Quan Ruifeng who sent you? I actually think you're right. I feel the same way. I haven't really thought much about marriage either. It's too unpredictable. Even if we can be certain of each other's sincerity at this very moment, what about the next moment? And what I fear most isn't a change of heart, but deception and lies. I'm afraid he'd trick me into marriage without ever truly loving me, just after something from me, making my whole life a joke. Xia Xian said, growing angry. What she hated most was deceit and concealment. She knew feelings change quickly, even she couldn't guarantee loving someone forever, so she couldn't expect it from others either. Yet many couldn't even remain faithful while in love. If she were foolish enough to be deceived by such a person, she wouldn't just want to kill them, she'd feel too ashamed to keep living. Besides, marriage didn't offer much for women like them. Being single and free was better. In the past, she had wanted children, her own child, so she had Chu Nan Nan and gave her all the love she had. But what had that led to in the end? Kids don't always love their parents back. So in this life, her obsession with having kids had faded. If it happens, she wouldn't push it. Deception and lies are absolutely unacceptable. Hearing you say that made me realize I've hidden a lot from Zhou Xingshi. In truth, he's the one who's been treated most unfairly between us. Xinyu went quiet, thinking about Xia Xian's words. Honesty comes first. Without it, you'll only lose those who truly care for you. But I think you treat Zhou Xingshi quite well. Maybe there are just some topics you avoid discussing with him. You're evasive, but that doesn't mean you don't love him. Luckily, he's easy to appease. Since you don't want to lose him either, try sweet-talking him more. As for marriage, have an open and honest conversation with him. Tell him what's worrying you. You could even ask him to make promises or sign agreements, like promising to always treat you right and never change. These things can be discussed. But avoiding the topic will only breed misunderstandings. Xia Xian advised sincerely. If Xinyu shared her fears with Zhou Xingshi, he might even understand and drop the idea of marriage altogether. After all, Zhou Xingshi truly loved Xinyu. He was a total romantic. Since they loved each other now, they shouldn't let misunderstandings ruin what they have and drive them apart. I understand what you mean. I'll have a real talk with him. Deep down, I know Zhou Xingshi loves me dearly. He's so patient with me, that's why I'm willing to indulge him. When you're the favorite, you can get away with anything. Xinyu had always taken advantage of being loved. She had been just as spoiled with her parents, but after her mother passed and her father remarried, a rift formed between them. With no one else to turn to, she took all her moods out on Zhou Xingshi. Though Zhou Xingshi wasn't the brightest, he was attentive and expressive with his emotions. Xinyu needed someone who could openly show love. People who can't say how they feel weren't suited for her difficult personality. Enough about me. What do you think of Quan Ruifeng? Xinyu abruptly shifted the topic back to Xia Xian. Why are you bringing me up again? I think he's fine. Xia Xian's answer was too vague, and Xinyu wasn't satisfied. Propping her chin on her hand, she stared at her. I just opened up to you. Aren't you going to be honest with me in return? Is that fair? Fine. Having pried into Xinyu's thoughts, Xia Xian felt a little guilty. There was no point in hiding now, so her tone grew more serious. I really do think he's great, but beyond that, I can't really explain. Do you like him? Xinyu pressed further. If it wasn't clear, then more questions would make it so. Uh, I guess so. He's tall, handsome, comes from a good family, is capable and does whatever I say. I think anyone would like him. There's no reason to dislike him. Xia Xian answered truthfully. But that kind of liking might not be what Quan Ruifeng wanted. Xinyu caught her meaning and took the opportunity to push further. Then beyond that, don't you feel anything for him? Why else would you say he's so great? Because I'm not in the right phase for a relationship right now. Xia Xian chose her words carefully. Her emotions were still unsettled. She had no energy left to love anyone. She'd rather focus on crushing Bai Lian, Xu Xing, and Old Lady Chu, those shameless people, and then build a career to make up for her past regrets. But now that those three had been taken care of and she'd gotten her revenge, she could finally adjust her mindset and move on to the next chapter. Still, like Xinyu, she had trust issues. What phase are you in now? Xinyu asked eagerly, as if she wouldn't stop until she got an answer. Xia Xian had no choice but to explain. Chaos, doubt, wariness, anger, ambition, too many mixed emotions. I don't have the room in my heart for romance. I need to figure myself out before I can truly commit to a relationship. As she spoke, Xia Xian suddenly felt something was off and eyed Xinyu suspiciously. Why are you asking so much? Did Quan Ruifeng send you to fish for information? It finally clicked. Xinyu smiled without answering. Didn't you pry into mine first? She shot back. All right, fair enough. Xia Xian immediately felt embarrassed, quid pro quo, so neither could blame the other. Let's look at the questions now. Xinyu showed no intention of pressing further, changing the subject back to studying and tacitly ending their mutual probing. Xia Xian pinched her earlobe. Compared to Xinyu, she felt hopelessly naive. She still had a long way to go. Even with her rebirth, keeping up with these shrewd people required relentless effort. Both completed their tasks for the day. As for how they'd relay things to Quan Ruifeng and Zhou Xingshi, that depended on their eloquence. Either way, today's conversation had been quite pleasant. Meanwhile, after days of silence, Chen Wenwen reflected deeply and hatched another brilliant plan. She refused to give up. Even if she couldn't win Quan Ruifeng over, she wouldn't let some country girl like Xia Xian snatch him away. Otherwise, what would that make her? Someone inferior to a village girl? She'd be a total joke. Once her mind was set, she immediately organized a class reunion. She'd already reached out to everyone before but hadn't settled on a date. Now that it was fixed, everyone eagerly agreed to come. She also invited Quan Ruifeng, Xinyu, and Zhou Xingshi, but given the unpleasantness last time, even Xinyu showed no interest in attending. Perfect, she didn't want them there anyway. On the day of the gathering, Chen Wenwen glanced at the 3 empty seats and couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 88, Provoking Conflict. As expected, when everyone noticed that the 3 most popular classmates they had hoped to see didn't show up, they immediately turned to Chen Wenwen. Wenwen, what's going on? Why didn't Ruifeng come? And Xingshi and you aren't here either. The classmates were puzzled. While they hadn't come solely for those 3, their absence made the gathering feel incomplete, as if the soul of the party was missing. Sigh. The moment they asked, Chen Wenwen let out a sigh, hesitating as if she had something to say but couldn't bring herself to. They initially said they'd come, but then we had a bit of an unpleasant incident. Huh? What kind of unpleasantness? Have you already met up? Oh, right. I remember now, you're working at the local community office near Ruifeng's place, aren't you? So you must have seen them. What exactly happened? The classmates were both curious and anxious. What kind of disagreement could make them disregard their friendship like this? I really shouldn't say anything. Let's just eat, everyone. The more they pressed, the more Chen Wenwen avoided answering. She shook her head and picked at her food, as if trying to silence herself with it. The classmate sitting beside her couldn't take it anymore and jumped in, ready to defend her. Don't you all know? Quan Ruifeng brought some girl back from the countryside and has been treating her like gold, even letting her stay at his place. Apparently, she ran away from home to follow him to the capital, and since she doesn't have a residency permit here, They asked Wenwen to help her get settled. Wenwen, being the capable person she is, agreed right away and got everything sorted for them. When the girl arrived, Wenwen even went with Zhou Xingshi and Xinyu to pick her up, all out of goodwill for their friendship. But who would have thought that Quan Ruifeng would get completely spellbound by that girl? The moment they met, she called Wenwen a seductress, trying to entice Quan Ruifeng. What kind of nonsense is that? They're just classmates, and Wenwen never crossed any lines. How could they say such things about her? And then Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi took that girl's side, completely disregarding their friendship with Wenwen. They even tried to kick her out. They threw away the gifts she brought, saying they didn't need her charity gifts and refused to let her stay for dinner. They just wanted her gone. And now, after promising to come to the reunion, they didn't show up. I really don't know what's gotten into them. Meng Wenshan, a male classmate, spoke up hotly in Qin Wenwen's defense, spilling everything. The classmates were stunned, gasping in disbelief. What? This really happened? Quan Ruifeng actually brought a girl back after running off together? Holy crap, that's just... Isn't he working as a police officer now? How could he break the law like this? Isn't this considered a public misconduct charge? And Xinyu too? I thought she was on good terms with you. How could she treat you like this? Wait, Wenshan, how do you know all this? And in such detail. Amid the heated discussion, one level-headed classmate pointed out the obvious question. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. Yeah, how did he know? Was he there too? How do I know? Are you all doubting me now? Why would I lie about something like this? What would I gain from it? I just couldn't stand seeing Wenwen treated so unfairly. Meng Wenshan snapped, indignant. I work nearby, and I happened to run into Wenwen when she came out crying. She didn't even want to tell me at first. I had to worm it out of her. She even tried to make excuses for them, saying they didn't mean it. Wenwen, you're too forgiving. How could they not mean it when they treated you like that? Why are you still defending them? Right, Wenwen. Meng Wenshan turned to Qin Wenwen, his anger seemingly genuine, as if he truly wanted to stand up for her. But instead of looking grateful, Chen Wenwen slammed her chopsticks down in annoyance. Wenshan, how could you say all that? I told you not to. There's nothing to it, everyone. Don't listen to his nonsense. We finally got together for a meal, let's just enjoy ourselves. If Ruifeng and the others didn't come, it's probably because they're busy with work. Next time, if one of you organizes it and picks a better time, maybe they'll show up. You'll get to see them then. Chen Wenwen gave Meng Wenshan a sharp look, clearly trying to brush it off before urging everyone to eat and drop the topic. But her reaction only made Meng Wenshan's claims seem more credible. The classmates immediately broke into murmurs, their appetites gone. Wenwen's really been wronged here. Not only did she help for nothing in return, but she got bullied on top of it. If it were me, I'd never want to see them again. Forget being classmates, screw that. Exactly. Those guys are way too arrogant, teaming up against her like that. You really can't judge a book by its cover. They seemed decent before, but I guess money got to their heads. I always knew Quan Ruifeng and his friends came from well-off families. So, what if they're well off? Does that mean they can do whatever they want? He even brought a girl back after running off together. That's straight-up delinquency. If someone reported him, he'd be screwed. Totally. The reunion had completely gone off track. Instead of catching up, the classmates were now entirely focused on picking apart Quan Ruifeng and his friends. Many in the class came from hard-up backgrounds, some from ordinary families, others forced to be sent to the countryside due to joblessness. None of them had the advantages Quan Ruifeng's group enjoyed. While they'd initially tried to stay on good terms, hoping for some advantage, now that it seemed impossible, their envy turned into resentment. They wanted to drag them down, to see them taken down a peg or worse. Seeing that she'd successfully riled everyone up, Qin Wenwen stayed quiet in the background, picking at her food while the others argued. She said nothing, playing the victim. Some classmates, moved by pity, came over to comfort her. Qin Wenwen's goal had been achieved. This was just the opening move. She planned to take it slow, making sure they got theirs. She smiled, her eyes glinting with spite and triumph. Never underestimate the lengths someone will go for revenge. Meanwhile, since none of them had attended the reunion, Quan Ruifeng and the others remained clueless about the drama. They continued with their lives as usual, with Quan Ruifeng even making a decision. I've decided to take the Gaokao too. But I don't plan to follow the usual path. I'll test out of classes and graduate as soon as possible. At the same time, I'll apply to keep my job at the bureau, helping out part-time during my studies. Really? Which school are you aiming for? Xia Xian was thrilled. She hadn't expected him to choose this path after all. Really? Once the exams resume, higher education will become essential for jobs and promotions. I can't afford to fall behind. Plus, I want to experience school life with you. Quan Ruifeng nodded calmly, though his eyes gave away his smile. The exams were a rare opportunity. He couldn't pass it up. Wherever you go, I'll go too. He was clingy like that. Chapter 89, Quan Ruifeng's Devious Scheme. Tisk, really? What if your score can't catch up to mine? Xia Xian teased, though not entirely in jest. She asked with a hint of seriousness. After all, she had prepared for a long time. Surely he wouldn't surpass her so easily, right? As she pondered, Xia Xian suddenly felt a flicker of uncertainty. If I don't beat your score, I can at least get into your school. Quan Ruifeng smiled faintly, exuding a quiet confidence. All right, then let's wait and see. Xia Xian was brimming with determination. However, if you're taking the Gaokao and Xinyu is too, what about Zhou Xingshi? You're not planning to sneak off without him, are you? Zhou Xingshi had just declared last time that he'd rather die than step foot in school again. Who knew how he'd react upon learning Quan Ruifeng had defected? No need to hide it from him. I'll tell him my decision. If everyone else is doing it, he'll definitely join too, no persuasion needed. Zhou Xingshi was terrified of being left behind. Even when he hadn't planned to take the exam, he'd said that at least the two of them could keep each other company so he wouldn't feel lonely. Now that Quan Ruifeng was joining, Zhou Xingshi would participate too, no matter how unwilling he was. Sure enough, that very evening, Quan Ruifeng informed him of the decision, and Zhou Xingshi let out a dramatic wail. Heaven help me! Why would you be so foolish as to go back to school? I've had enough of studying all these years. I'm so mad. How could you change your mind just like that? You jerk. Zhou Xingshi punched Quan Ruifeng a few times in frustration. If he weren't already a full-grown man, a tall guy over 6 feet, he might have even thrown himself on the ground and rolled around in protest. His girlfriend was slipping away, and now his best friend was abandoning him too. Was the Gaokao really that irresistible? Did everyone have to fall for it? Just say whether you're joining or not. If you are, apply for a study leave early and start studying. If not, go back to work. Quan Ruifeng spoke calmly, leaving Zhou Xingshi with only those two options. I'll join. None of you are leaving me behind. He gritted his teeth and agreed, unable to accept being abandoned, no matter how tough it got. Since you've chosen to participate, show some dedication. Even if you can't get into our school, at least aim for one near Xinyu's. Ask her to make you a study plan, and I'll help refine it. As their de facto leader, Quan Ruifeng immediately took charge. Got it. Zhou Xingshi glared at him with deep resentment, but nodded. And don't call me a jerk. I wouldn't even bother with you. Don't ruin my image in Xia Xian's eyes. Quan Ruifeng shot him a sidelong glance, delivering a light but firm warning. I'll call you that anyway, jerk, jerk, jerk. Zhou Xingshi seethed inwardly before reluctantly nodding. Then he turned to Xia Xian. Xia Xian, did you ask for me? What did you say? I did. She loves you so much that she's afraid you'll change your mind and abandon her someday. That's why she doesn't want to get married. Not marrying would prove she doesn't love you that deeply, so even if you do change later, she won't be heartbroken, and she can leave anytime, making it seem like she was the one who left you. Xia Xian had a knack for summarizing. In just a few words, she conveyed Xinyu's deepest fears in a way that Zhou Xingshi could accept and even find deeply moving. Sure enough, upon hearing this answer, Zhou Xingshi was overwhelmed with excitement, emotion, and a touch of sorrow. I'd never change my heart. I'm even willing to be her other man. What kind of change is there left for me? He bellowed, as if yelling alone could prove his sincerity. Because of her upbringing, she has these worries. It's not as simple as you promising not to change. Even you can't guarantee your feelings decades from now, so her concerns are completely understandable. Spend more time with her, show her through actions. Time will tell. Eventually, Xinyu will trust you and agree to marry you. Xia Xian patiently advised. Since Xinyu wasn't ready now, giving her time was the best approach. Forcing a rushed marriage would only lead to explosive conflicts later, damaging their relationship beyond repair. All right, I believe you. I'll cherish you even more. I'll make sure she marries me wholeheartedly. Zhou Xingshi was pumped, even a little thrilled at the thought. After all, Xinyu loved him madly. He was the luckiest man alive, unlike Quan Ruifeng, who was still nursing a secret crush. Asterisk huh. Who said he couldn't surpass Quan Ruifeng in anything? Now he had proof. Asterisk. Thinking of Quan Ruifeng, he turned to him and pressed. When are you going to talk to my parents? What reason will you give them? He was genuinely curious. Since he couldn't think of a solution himself, he wanted to see how Quan Ruifeng would handle it. You don't need to worry about that. Go find Xinyu. I'll handle Uncle Zhou and Auntie. Quan Ruifeng didn't explain, merely tilting his chin as if to say, scram. Fine, he'd take his leave. As if he cared that much anyway. Ridiculous. Better to go find his darling Xinyu. With a silly grin, Zhou Xingshi bounded off in a whirlwind. Honestly, it wasn't just Zhou Xingshi who was curious, Xia Xian was too. Once he was gone, she couldn't help but ask Quan Ruifeng. How do you plan to talk around Uncle Zhou and Auntie? Can you tell me? Xia Xian wanted to learn from a smart person's thinking and methods to improve herself. Of course. Quan Ruifeng smirked, leaning in with a sly grin to whisper a few words in her ear. What? That's so sneaky. Xia Xian was shocked. Was this even a human idea? Who knew Quan Ruifeng, with his clean-cut look, could come up with such a dirty trick? So you think this'll work? When Xia Xian teased him, Quan Ruifeng neither got angry nor felt ashamed. Instead, he calmly asked her. Okay, it should be effective. Xia Xian had to admit that this could indeed be considered a good approach. You've got to break some eggs to make an omelet. Zhou Xingshi, good luck to you. Xia Xian mentally prepared for Zhou Xingshi's impending doom. You keep studying. I'll head over now. Quan Ruifeng didn't disturb Xia Xian any further. He ruffled her fluffy little head and left to visit Zhou Xingshi's parents at the Zhou residence. By the time Zhou Xingshi returned, Quan Ruifeng had already worked everything out. His parents weren't pressuring him anymore to break off the engagement or rush into marriage. But his world had collapsed. Quan Ruifeng. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 90. Study incentives, massages, and kisses. Zhou Xingshi's yelling wouldn't stop, and even the Quan and Xin families next door could hear. Xiaofeng, did you bully Xingshi again? Gao Shuang asked curiously. Quan Ruifeng calmly shook his head. No, I helped him. He'll thank me later. Pfft, your idea of help is something else. Gao Shuang knew all about her son's mischievous schemes. She clicked her tongue and shook her head. She could only pity poor Zhou Xingshi. Hearing Zhou Xingshi's howls, Xinyu's father set down his chopsticks and asked her, What's wrong with Xingshi? Did something happen? Dunno. Xinyu continued eating indifferently, not even glancing at her father. Xin's father wanted to say more, but his younger wife stepped on his foot under the table. He sighed and shut up. Whatever. They rarely ate in peace. Best not to stir things up and risk another argument. Then take care of yourself. If you ever need help, just tell me. MHM. The father and daughter exchanged a few lukewarm words before the conversation fizzled out. The next day, the Xinjing F4 study squad was officially in session. Xia Xian, Quan Ruifeng, Xinyu, and Zhou Xingshi, all four were present. I've prepared a study outline. We can follow this first and supplement as needed. Quan Ruifeng said matter-of-factly while distributing the materials to the group. Xia Xian and Xinyu immediately lowered their heads to review the documents, but Zhou Xingshi glared at Quan Ruifeng like Quan had killed his dog. Why are you staring at me? What, is there a textbook on my face? Lower your head. Read the materials. If you fail the college entrance exam, you'll repeat the year until you pass. Quan Ruifeng's tone was light, but he pulled out a ruler and whacked Zhou Xingshir's arm hard. Ow! Seeing that damned ruler again gave Zhou Xingshir flashbacks. Why was this cursed thing still around? He rubbed his arm frantically and finally lowered his head to read, listening attentively. Watching Zhou Xingshir's reaction, Xia Xian couldn't help but grow curious about the ruler. She leaned over and whispered to Xinyu. "Did you guys use this ruler to hit him often before?" She asked quietly. Asterisk, spare the rod, spoil the child. Asterisk, he was a total menace and dumb as a brick as a kid. If it weren't for Quan Ruifeng and me whipping him into shape, he'd be stuck at home doing laundry and playing house husband instead of bragging at the police station. Xinyu was just as ruthless, airing all her fiancé's embarrassing childhood dirt. You, can you spare me some dignity? Zhou Xingshir was ready to bawl. He was a grown man now. This was no different from showing everyone his childhood bedwetting photos. Be good. Knowing yourself is what matters most. Even if you're an idiot, I won't abandon you. But whether Quan Ruifeng will is another story. Xinyu smiled sweetly, ruffling Zhou Xingshir's hair like he was a puppy, offering gentle comfort. Somehow, their roles seemed reversed. And with the way they were acting, Xia Xian couldn't help but feel like a third wheel. She subtly inched sideways. Quan Ruifeng sat down beside her. Don't mind them. Just pretend they don't exist. Quan Ruifeng stroked Xia Xian's soft hair and leaned into her. Now it was two couples, double the awkwardness. The four of them settled into an orderly study session. Things only got chaotic when it came to teaching Zhou Xingshir, but overall, the atmosphere remained productive. Studying together was lively. Whenever someone got stuck, they could ask for help. Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu were sharp and had excellent memories. Even after years away from school, they got it in one glance. Xia Xian, having lived an extra lifetime, had her own insights and occasionally played tutor, which made her feel like a genius. Of course, Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu also taught her plenty of techniques. They complemented each other, making rapid progress. Zhou Xingshir, though? Hopeless. The second he opened a book, he'd conk out. A smack from Xinyu's ruler woke him up, but soon he'd doze off again, only to be jolted awake by Quan Ruifeng's strike. He'd sulk and pretend to read. Eventually, even Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu grew tired of hitting him and handed the ruler to Xia Xian. At first, she hesitated, but a light tap did nothing. His skin was too thick. So she let loose with a loud crack. Youch! I'm awake. Stop hitting. Zhou Xingshir leaped to his feet, tears welling from the pain. Blinking back tears, he picked up his book again, only to flop onto Xinyu like a sack of potatoes moments later, mumbling pitifully. I'd rather be chasing criminals. Go ahead. Xinyu didn't persuade or force him. Instead, she cupped his face and pressed her lips softly against his, shutting him up with a slow, sweet kiss. Zhou Xingshir's jaw dropped. Still want to leave? If you stay, I'll kiss you every half hour you nap. And every 3 days I'll... She didn't finish, simply gazing at him with a look that could melt glaciers. Never going back to the station. Study. I'll study till I drop. Zhou Xingshir was pumped up, more energized than any ruler could ever make him. I almost forgot. Now that everyone is an adult, there's no need for the disciplinary ruler method anymore. There are better ways than that. Quan Ruifeng's indifferent gaze shifted back and landed on Xia Xian. Xia Xian immediately understood what he meant, but she was a top student. She didn't need any pep talks. She shot him a refusing look. Since when do top students not need motivation? Quan Ruifeng wasn't asking Xia Xian to motivate him. He wanted to motivate Xia Xian. He set the book aside and began massaging Xia Xian's shoulders. Tired? He asked in a low, deep voice. Well, after such intense studying, sitting here for most of the day, of course she was tired. Unsure of his intentions, Xia Xian honestly nodded, curious where he was going with this. You need balance between work and rest. How about this? For every hour you study, I'll give you a 10-minute massage. Every 3 hours, I'll help you relax. And every 2 days I'll... Quan Ruifeng began playing up his role as her personal assistant again, making his demands. If he was a tool, he might as well serve his purpose. Otherwise, what was the point? That wouldn't be a tool. That'd just be decoration. Alright, I'll give it a try. To be honest, Quan Ruifeng's massage skills were pretty good. His hands worked out the soreness in Xia Xian's shoulders quite effectively. She had been firm in her refusal, but under the temptation of this Quan Daji, a sly fox-like temptress, referencing Daji from Chinese lore, she caved, hesitantly agreeing. It's not like it'd disrupt anything, right? Turned out, it was way better than expected. Quan Ruifeng took care of Xia Xian flawlessly, doing laundry, cooking, massages, even keeping the bed warm. He adapted to whatever pleased Xia Xian, and she lived like royalty. Of course, Quan Ruifeng was more than happy with the arrangement too. Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi were also fired up. The four of them focused on making their shared life great above all else. However, this comfortable life only lasted a few days before the bomb Chen Wenwen had planted at the class reunion finally blew up in their faces. Chapter 91. Detained by the Public Security Bureau. That day, Xia Xian and the other three were still studying in the old house, with the full support of their parents. After Quan Ruifeng spoke with Zhou Xingshi's parents, not only did they stop pressuring them about marriage, but they also treated Xinyu even better. Now, free from pressure, they could all study without worries. Normally, Gao Shuang wouldn't disturb them, only stopping by at meal times to deliver food. But that day, before lunchtime, she burst in anxiously. We got trouble. What's wrong, Mom? Take your time. Quan Ruifeng immediately stood up, his brow furrowed. Xia Xian and the other two also rose to their feet, wondering what could have happened to make the normally unflappable Gao Shuang so rattled. Someone reported you and Xia Xian, saying you have an improper relationship, that she ran away with you, and calling for you to be charged with hooliganism. The police and the residence committee are already on their way. They also accused you of abusing authority, so many things. No one knows the source of these rumors, but they're spreading like wildfire now. If this were just gossip, it wouldn't be a big deal. The problem was that someone had written an official denunciation. Once reported, the situation would escalate. After everything they'd been through in recent years, even the slightest disturbance was enough to make them nervous. Even though things had calmed down a bit in the last 2 years, she remained vigilant. So the moment she received word, she rushed to find Quan Ruifeng and the others. Quan's father was still at work and couldn't come back right away. She wasn't sure whether to notify him immediately. This is deliberate. Have you offended anyone recently? Xinyu asked. But Xia Xian had just arrived in the capital and hadn't had time to make enemies. That left Quan Ruifeng or someone from the Quan family. If she had to think of someone they'd recently crossed, only one person came to mind. But would she go this far? Chen Wenwen. Chen Wenwen. Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian spoke in unison. If they had to name someone, it could only be her. Her demeanor when she left that day made it clear she wasn't about to drop the matter. But since there'd been no activity since then, everyone had forgotten about it. Forget who's behind it, what do we do now? What if the two of you get engaged? At least Xiao Xian wasn't living with you. Xiao Feng stayed at home, and she stayed here, so there's no smoking gun. Even if Xia Xian had stayed at their house, it wouldn't have mattered. She wasn't living alone with Quan Ruifeng. There were elders present. But if someone made a fuss, it could still cause trouble. It's too late to get engaged now, Quan Ruifeng shook his head. It's not too late. When you went to my place before, you brought a lot of gifts. People already thought we were getting engaged. Even though we denied it, we can say it's true now. At most, we just kept it quiet. I'll call my family now and bring them up to speed. Xia Xian spoke decisively. At this point, there was no use worrying about whether engagement was a good idea. Like Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi, they'd been engaged for a long time without marrying. Even if she and Quan Ruifeng got engaged now, it didn't mean they had to marry immediately. There was plenty of time to think things over. The priority was surviving this mess. Her family would back them up. It's fine. I'll handle it. Even with this perfect opportunity, Quan Ruifeng refused. He shook his head slightly, rested his hands on Xia Xian's shoulders, and said seriously, I don't want us to get engaged in such a rushed situation. I want it to be because you're willing and the timing is right. Not out of desperation. But Xia Xian tried to argue, but Quan Ruifeng stopped her. Don't you trust me to handle this? Do you really think I'm that useless? Leave it to me, okay, Xia Xian? Quan Ruifeng's husky voice held a persuasive edge. Gao Shuang, watching from the side, was biting her nails with worry. There was no need to be so stubborn. Adapting when it counts wasn't a bad thing. They could always compensate Xia Xian properly later. But Quan Ruifeng had made up his mind. No one could change it, not even Xia Xian. She could only nod in agreement. I'll listen to you. If his plan failed, they could always claim they were engaged later. Xia Xian hedged her bets. While Quan Ruifeng was collecting his belongings, she secretly wrote a note and handed it to Gao Shuang, asking her to call her family. Just as she passed the note, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Is anyone inside? Comrade Quan Ruifeng, Comrade Xia Xian, please cooperate with our investigation. We are. They'd arrived. Quan Ruifeng's face hardened. He dropped the documents and strode to answer the door. When the door swung open, recognizable figures stood outside, followed by a gaggle of neighborhood women, likely from the residence committee. Long time no see, Ruifeng. Wanja wasn't his typical laid-back self. Instead, he greeted them seriously. Since this was official business, Wei Lai wasn't eating candy either. He formally displayed his credentials. Comrade Quan Ruifeng, you've been accused of engaging in hooliganism with Comrade Xia Xian, allegedly running away with her from her hometown to the capital, creating a public scandal. Do you have anything to say? A man and a woman living alone together. Something must be going on. The residence committee director frowned at Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian, making snap judgments. In response, Xia Xian pushed the door wide open, revealing Gao Shuang, Shenyu, and Zhou Xingshi inside. It's me living here alone. Who are you referring to as single men and women? They are all my friends who came to keep me company today because they were worried I'd be bored. Is there a problem with that? As for the accusations of hooliganism and running off together, I don't accept them either. I don't know who made such a baseless report. I was assigned here as a reward for my work on a case, that's all. Back in Ningqing, I even met these two police officers. They know what I did for that case. How could such absurd rumors even spread? Xia Xian fired back coolly. For a second, she nearly faltered, as if she really had been involved with Quan Ruifeng. But her reason for coming to the capital was entirely justified. There's such a thing? Since the case hadn't been widely publicized, it was understandable that the committee director and the rest didn't know. That's true, but since someone filed a report, we've got to do our due diligence, Wanja nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor. You're coming down to the station for further questioning. Whether it's a misunderstanding or the truth, everything must be clarified. Additionally, there are concerns about abusing authority that also need to be addressed. Fine, let's get this over with. Shenyu Xingshi, take care of my mother. No need to fret, we won't be long. Quan Ruifeng gave the instruction before throwing her a look, signaling her to follow. Steadying herself, she gave an almost imperceptible nod. Then, the whole entourage set off toward the police station. Chapter 92, Xia Xian proposes. Xia Xian was well aware of the political sensitivity of this era. Even though a new era was dawning, she couldn't deny that she was still nervous. But she had to stay composed, trust Quan Ruifeng, and besides, they had backup plans. Using power for personal gain? Coincidentally, both he and Zhou Xingshi had applied for unpaid leave. What a perfect alibi. Would someone guilty of corruption so casually take unpaid leave? As it turned out, it was much ado about nothing. Their reasons were legitimate, and there was no concrete evidence for the other accusations, just a tip-off letter. They didn't even need Quan Ruifeng's father to step in, nor did Xia Xian have to sacrifice herself. With just their quick wits, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng managed to resolve the situation. In the afternoon, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng walked out of the police station together. Xia Xian's back was soaked with cold sweat, but she maintained her composure. Only after they had left the station and reached somewhere private did she finally exhale, slumping weakly against the wall. That was terrifying. If she ever found out who wrote that anonymous letter, she'd make them pay. Who would report someone for no reason without any deep grudge? That person must be twisted, unable to stand seeing others happy. She'd need to watch her back in daily life from now on. Still, she suspected it was Chen Wuwen behind it. She'd have to investigate further. We're in the clear. Quan Ruifeng patted Xia Xian's shoulder, his eyes crinkling with amusement, his tense body finally relaxing. He had actually enjoyed standing together with her earlier. Wait, don't touch me. They were still outside, and they had just left the police station. Xia Xian was paranoid, afraid to make any wrong move. She glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, before speaking again. Quan Ruifeng, maybe we should temporarily take a break. Her tone was hesitant, but she still said it. Just from the first half of her sentence, Quan Ruifeng knew exactly what she was about to say. His smiling face instantly darkened, his voice icy and impatient. No. I refuse. Why should we end it? Are you getting tired of me? But just this morning, Xia Xian had seemed to like him. Was a woman's heart truly as unfathomable as the ocean? Or was she just scared? For a moment, Quan Ruifeng couldn't figure her out. All he knew was that he didn't want this to end. If they broke up, Xia Xian could date anyone else, and he'd have no say in the matter. Seeing his intense reaction, Xia Xian had no choice but to explain. Lower your voice. I didn't mean. I just think we've been targeted. It's not safe to continue like this. Let's cool things off for now and then. She tried to patiently explain her reasoning, but Quan Ruifeng wasn't listening. His mind was focused only on Xia Xian. He couldn't accept this ending. All he could think was that she was leaving him. No. I won't accept it. Didn't we clear everything up today? We got through the police questioning just fine. I promise nothing like this will happen again. And I'll find out whoever sent that letter. It won't affect us. Do you not trust me? Or are you really tired of me? Xia Xian, am I really so unappealing that you can just dump me? His words cut deep, his tone accusatory, his handsome face dark with anger. Even though he had once promised to be her tool, to never overstep, when faced with the prospect of ending things, he couldn't accept it. Like a petulant, unreasonable lover, he left Xia Xian both amused and frustrated. Will you let me finish? I'm not abandoning you. I don't think you're unappealing. And I don't doubt your abilities. I just think, to be safe, we should. Xia Xian helplessly took Quan Ruifeng's hand, trying to reason with him. But he wasn't listening. Instead, he leaned down and kissed her lips in a deep, passionate kiss. After all the talking they'd done earlier, their lips were dry and chapped. This was the perfect way to soften them. Sensing his anger and frustration, Xia Xian didn't resist. Instead, she closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his trim waist, and let him continue. Only after a long while, when Quan Ruifeng had finally calmed down, did he release her. Slightly out of breath, his fair cheeks flushed, he still wore a cold, reluctant expression. I should have just agreed earlier, let's get engaged. That way, she wouldn't be able to abandon him. Why did he have to wait for the perfect moment? As long as they were together, any moment was perfect. Regret washed over Quan Ruifeng, his eyes filled with frustration. You're unbelievable. Can you let me finish? Are you calm now? If not, do you need to keep kissing me? Xia Xian relented, leaning back against the wall, letting him kiss her as much as he wanted. No. I'll never be calm. Quan Ruifeng cupped Xia Xian's face and kissed her again, gently now, from her brows to her collarbone, lingering lovingly. But at least he didn't silence her this time. Xia Xian finally got to speak, not pushing him away as she did. What I meant was, let's take a break for now. Once this storm passes, we'll get engaged directly. Okay. She was direct, bringing up the engagement again, essentially proposing to him. Huh? What do you mean? Quan Ruifeng froze, stopping his kisses to stare at her in shock. Had he misheard? I mean, it's not an ending, it's a new beginning. But we have to get through this crisis first. Once you find out who's behind this, once the rumors die down, we'll officially get engaged. Didn't you say you didn't want our engagement to be rushed or sloppy? This gives you time to prepare. You can arrange it however you want, I'll go along with it. Unless, you've changed your mind? You don't want to get engaged at all? You'd rather stay my nameless, unofficial tool. If that's what you want, I can accept that too. Her tone was teasing, her brow arched as she studied Quan Ruifeng's expression. Quan Ruifeng's deep eyes widened in rare astonishment, even more shocked than before. You're saying you're willing to officially get engaged to me now? You want to be with me? With marriage as the goal? Or is this just a delaying tactic? He stared at her intently, waiting for her verdict. He even held his breath, afraid to exhale, terrified she might say something that would crush him. He had never been this nervous before, not even when they were questioned at the police station. Only Xia Xian could rattle him like this, making him lose all sense of himself. Chapter 93. I adore your aloof and distinguished demeanor. What do you suppose it is? At such a pivotal moment, Xia Xian still had the presence of mind to joke. She watched Quan Ruifeng with a half-smile, deliberately withholding a straightforward answer. Quan Ruifeng was beside himself with impatience, gripping her shoulders tightly. I don't know, just tell me. I can handle it. Xia Xian, I won't force you into marriage, but I still hope you'll give me a chance. I will fulfill every promise I make to you. I won't let you down. If I ever fail to keep my word or disappoint you in any way, then you're free to leave me, and I'll have no complaints. But I won't accept you abandoning me without cause. Quan Ruifeng spoke earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Xian. Though he stood much taller, looking down at her, his posture, which might have seemed imperious, conveyed nothing but sincere entreaty. Perhaps this was what it meant for love to humble the powerful. His words were so poignant that Xia Xian couldn't bear to tease him any longer. She gave him a clear, affirmative answer. I'm serious. I'm willing to get engaged to you, to be in a relationship with you, with marriage as the ultimate goal. Xia Xian shed her playful demeanor and spoke solemnly to Quan Ruifeng. When love arrives, no particular stage matters, because the moment you fall in love is the most perfect stage. It was only today that Xia Xian realized she harbored no resistance whatsoever to the idea of getting engaged, or even married, to Quan Ruifeng. That was why, when trouble arose, she had proposed engagement without hesitation. It wasn't merely to resolve the immediate issue, she had simply chosen the most time and effort-efficient solution within her comfort zone. She just hadn't anticipated Quan Ruifeng's refusal. However, despite the seemingly absurd reason for his rejection, his genuine sincerity had deeply moved Xia Xian, further solidifying her resolve. Why not give it a try with Quan Ruifeng? After all, there was nothing to lose by trying. And, truthfully, they had already been trying for quite some time. They had done everything couples, even spouses, would do. The only difference was that she had been stringing him along, withholding official recognition. How is she any different from those manipulative players? She shouldn't keep Quan Ruifeng living in constant apprehension, fearing she might abandon him at any moment. Why not open her heart and truly give this relationship a real shot with him? Not everyone was like Chu Xing, and even Chu Sheng couldn't compare to Quan Ruifeng. Besides, she had already met Quan Ruifeng's family. They were wonderful and had no objections to their relationship. With no familial obstacles and genuine feelings between them, there was no longer any reason to resist. At worst, if their feelings changed later, they could always part ways gracefully. Quan Ruifeng might change his heart one day, and so might she. There was no need to worry about what might happen in 10, 20, or even 50 years. As long as they truly loved each other now, they could always part amicably if things changed later. It would still be a unique and valuable experience. There was no need to suppress herself. In this second chance at life, Xia Xian's greatest desire was to live freely and happily. Yet, suppressing her emotions had paradoxically made her feel less free. Freedom meant following her heart, and she would do just that. Xia Xian had now completely made up her mind. Quan Ruifeng never thought he'd live to hear Xia Xian say such words, and for this day to arrive so swiftly. He still rubbed his ears in disbelief. Xia Xian, are you serious? You won't go back on your word? He repeated uncertainly. Xia Xian knew she had given him too many warnings before, making him unable to trust her sudden change. She could only nod again, offering him reassurance. It's true, truer than gold. If you don't accept my proposal soon, I might change my mind. It's already a big deal for a girl like me to propose to you, and here you are, questioning everything. What, don't I have any dignity? Even if I'm technically a widow, in reality, I'm still a pure and untouched maiden. The fact that I'm saying all this to you is already a huge deal. If you don't hurry up and agree, Xia Xian babbled on, trying to mask her embarrassment. Quan Ruifeng, captivated by the starlight in her eyes, couldn't resist silencing her chattering lips once more. But this time, it was out of pure, unadulterated joy. Finally, Xia Xian was willing to be with him. He was finally being promoted from a mere tool to a fiancé. It had been such a hard-won victory. His persistence had truly paid off. Persistence might not guarantee success, but giving up certainly guaranteed failure. In his excitement, Quan Ruifeng accidentally bit Xia Xian's lip hard enough to draw blood. Ouch! Xia Xian let out a muffled sound of pain. Quan Ruifeng immediately released her, looking at her anxiously. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I got too carried away. Let me. He was filled with regret. How could he have hurt Xia Xian? It's fine. It was just a small wound. Xia Xian didn't mind. She stood on her toes and pressed another kiss to Quan Ruifeng's lips, leaving a tiny smear of blood on them. Against his fair, handsome face, it only made him look more captivating. I know you were just happy. But can we go back now, comrade Quan Ruifeng? You're being so uncomposed, nothing like your usual self. I much prefer the cold, noble expression you had when we first met. Xia Xian deliberately provoked him, and just as expected, Quan Ruifeng retaliated with a light smack on her backside. And whose fault is that? You're the one who turned me into this. The first time I ever felt this kind of insecurity was because of you. Quan Ruifeng gritted his teeth, only for Xia Xian to tease him further. Fine, I admit I'm wrong, okay? But I'm only agreeing to get engaged for now. When I'll be willing to marry you, that's still up in the air. It depends on your performance. If you don't do well. She deliberately trailed off, letting the implication linger. Don't worry, there won't be any poor performance. Come on, let's go home. I need to discuss the engagement plans with my family. After being teased by Xia Xian so much, Quan Ruifeng finally regained his composure. He brushed imaginary dust off his white shirt and, with a smile, prepared to take Xia Xian home. Back at home, Gao Shuang and the others were still waiting anxiously. If Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian didn't return by the afternoon, she planned to go to Quan Ruifeng's father. She didn't care about making a scene, she just wanted Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian to come back safe. But what she didn't expect was that not only did they return unharmed, they even came bearing great news. Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian were getting engaged. Seriously? Chapter 94. Chu Nan arrives. This is completely unexpected. Didn't she say she didn't want to rush into an engagement? Why the sudden change of heart? Gao Shuang was beside herself with joy. Exactly. We'll take our time planning and pick an auspicious date. That way, it won't feel rushed. Quan Ruifeng beamed triumphantly, unable to hide his happiness. Xia Xian was finally willing to open her heart to him and even agreed to get engaged and married. How could he not be happy? He was ecstatic. Now you can finally give Xia Xian that hairpin. He was sure she'd accept it this time. Quan Ruifeng looked at Xia Xian with a smile, certain of his success. Yet, Xia Xian still declined. You should keep something this valuable. If I take it, I won't be able to sleep, constantly worrying about where to keep it safe. Xia Xian was telling the truth. Just stashing those gold bars was stressful enough, always afraid they'd get lost or stolen. Another treasure would just add to her insomnia. She'd have to buy a safe later to lock up all her valuables, only then would she feel at ease. Quan Ruifeng's grin vanished, and he frowned slightly. Did Xia Xian still not want him? Was this engagement just a stopgap? One look at his expression, and Xia Xian knew he was overthinking again. She never knew Quan Ruifeng could overthink this much, and a grown man this insecure was downright ridiculous. Seriously, just let me hold on to it if you're worried. Xia Xian immediately took a step back. Since this wasn't a big deal, there was no need to let her partner spiral into overthinking. He'd have to deal. It's fine. If you don't want it, you don't have to take it. We'll give you something else instead. No pressure, after all. Everything your father, your grandmother, and I have will eventually belong to the two of you. Gao Shuang waved it off. While the hairpin marked the Quan family's future bride, Xia Xian was still young. No surprise she wasn't ready for that duty yet. Exactly. Our family has plenty of good things. That hairpin isn't the only option. We can use something else as an engagement gift. It won't be any less meaningful. Grandma Quan cut in, scolding Quan Ruifing in the process. Look at you dithering, Xia Xian's got more spine. Quan Ruifing gave a resigned smile. After so long as Xia Xian's doormat, he couldn't help but fear she'd change her mind again, calling off the engagement, ending their relationship, and going back to how things were before. That whiplash would wreck anyone. Zhou Xingshi and Xin Yu were relieved to see them return safely. Watching Gao Shuang and the others joyfully preparing for the engagement, Zhou Xingshi bristled with envy, worried the two might get married before he did. Not to mention Quan Ruifing's dig about his dad still stung. Yu, what do you think would happen if I told Xia Xian he's, you know? Zhou Xingshi itched to mess with him. Don't even think about it. Quan Ruifing would pummel you senseless. Besides, Xia Xian knows him better than you ever could. A few words from you won't ruin his reputation. Xin Yu ruffled his hair affectionately, urging him to behave. All right, we're done here. Let's get back to studying. At your speed, we'd better start yesterday if we want to make it into college. She sighed, shaking her head. Fine. Zhou Xingshi slumped and obediently followed Xin Yu to study. As for how Quan Ruifing had convinced his parents not to pressure him into marrying Xin Yu, well, he'd played dirty. He outright told them he had equipment malfunctions and that Xin Yu refused to marry him until he got fixed. Zhou Xingshi's parents were shocked. If that was the case, how could they force the marriage? They panicked Xin Yu might bolt, so they quickly reassured her and put Zhou Xingshi on a regimen of pills and doctors to correct things first. Besides, Xin Yu had practically grown up under their care. If their son was defective, how could they saddle her with him? They'd have to cancel the engagement and let her find someone else. They couldn't ruin her happiness. All because of Quan Ruifing's fib, Zhou Xingshi's parents no longer had any complaints about Xin Yu. The heat was all on Zhou Xingshi now. But he'd man up and take it. As long as he could stay with Xin Yu, what did a little damaged reputation matter? No outsiders would ever know. Hence Zhou Xingshi swallowing his fury for now. The two went off to study and Xia Xian followed. Let the Quans handle the wedding prep, she didn't need to worry. All she had to do was just ace her exams and glide down the aisle looking flawless. Xia Xian's plans hadn't changed. Her top priority was still studying. But life had curveballs. Someone was bound to disrupt her plans, and in the most unexpected way. Meanwhile, in Ningqing at Chu Xing's home. Chu Xing's life had become a dumpster fire lately. He'd lost his job, his house had burned down, and debt was choking him. No matter how much he wanted to cling to Bai Lian or treat her well, he couldn't. His mom's pittance from laundry work couldn't keep up, he had to find work too. But unlike his mother, who could at least find odd jobs, he was nearly foraging through trash, though in this era, even that yielded little. Hunger hollowed him out, leaving him shaky on his feet. Ugh. This was all Xia Xian's fault. Chu Xing burned with spite. Once fed, he'd settle scores with her. Just as he stepped out of his house, a grubby, round-cheeked toddler, around 4 or 5 years old, suddenly crashed into him, nearly knocking him over. Daddy. Dad. Chu Xing froze. Since when was he a father? He quickly pushed the child away. You've got the wrong person, kid. Scram, don't bother me. But when he finally got a good look at her face, he froze again. Hold up, she was his mini-me. Had he knocked someone up and forgotten? How else could a kid look so much like him? Chu Xing was stunned. Chu Nanin's jaw dropped. She'd inexplicably turned into a child and traveled back 30 years with no food, no shelter, nothing. After countless hardships, she'd finally recognized a familiar place and made her way here, to her father. Oh my God. Chu Nan burst into tears of joy, clutching Chu Xing's clothes tightly and refusing to let go. Dad. I'm Nan. I'm your and Xia Xian's daughter. I know it's hard to believe right now, and honestly, I'm shocked too, But you have to trust me. Where's Mom? Tell her to fix me something to eat first, I'm starving. Chu Xing was floored by her words again. This was his and Xia Xian's daughter. How is this possible? Did he and Xia Xian actually get together? Chapter 95. The Truth and Aftermath of the Previous Life. Chu Xing's mind was in complete chaos. Reason told him this little girl might just be here to scrounge for food and shelter, hence the outlandish claims. But his instincts screamed she was telling the truth. Her face, 90% identical to his childhood photos, made him unable to simply turn her away. Come inside with me. Chu Xing immediately dragged her in, determined to hear her full story. Little did he know, Bai Lian next door had overheard everything. She had been about to leave when she caught a little girl calling Chu Xing dad and claiming Xia Xian was her mother. What in the world? Even if Xia Xian had slept with Chu Xing right after eldest brother Chu's death, there was no way she could have a child this old. The timeline didn't add up. This was downright unnatural. Bai Lian's eyes glittered shrewdly. She knew this was anything but ordinary. Quietly, she slipped out, intent on eavesdropping. Meanwhile, Xu Nanan was too thrilled to have finally found her father to care about possible listeners. She knew how crazy her story would sound. If she didn't explain quickly, they'd dismiss her as a lunatic and throw her out. If someone suddenly claimed to be her time-traveling child from the future, she wouldn't believe it either. But luckily, she looked just like her father. The moment they stepped inside, Xu Nanan poured out everything in a torrent, recounting decades' worth of events without pause, oblivious to the shock on Chu Xing's face. His jaw dropped so far it nearly hit the floor. He was too stunned to speak. Wait, let me wrap my head around this. It was too incredible to believe. He couldn't tell if this kid was lying or not. On instinct, he gave her the last piece of cornbread in the house to fill her belly while he tried to make sense of it all. This child, who called herself Chu Nanan, claimed to be his and Xia Xian's daughter. After his brother's death, Xia Xian had agreed to marry him, allowing him to continue both family lines, and thus Chu Nanan was born. Both he and Xia Xian had jobs and stayed in town. They even dug up gold from the yard, which he kept hidden until 30 years later when he sold it to buy houses for her and Bai Lian's son, Xiaojun. Bai Lian did divorce and return with Xiaojun, but Xiaojun never harmed Xia Xian or got sent to juvenile detention. Instead, he grew up with Chu Nanan, and the two developed deep feelings, eventually marrying. However, because Xia Xian opposed the union, they married in secret. When Xia Xian found out, she barged into their new home causing a scene. But she was in poor health, and when Xiaojun accidentally kicked her, she died right there in the new house, on Chu Nanan and Xiaojun's wedding day. But the horror didn't stop there. Though her death was considered bad luck, the law doesn't play favorites. Some spiteful busybody, reported Xiaojun for murder, implicating them all as accomplices. In the end, Xiaojun was sentenced to 10 years, Chu Sheng got 1 year, while Chu Nanan and Bai Lian received suspended sentences, keeping them out of jail. But life without Chu Xing and Xiaojun was a struggle. With no men to provide, she and Bai Lian, completely unskilled, struggled to survive. Bai Lian soon came down with a serious illness, as if Xia Xian's ghost was sucking the life from her, and no treatment could save her. Life in prison was just as bad for Chu Xing and Xiaojun. Xiaojun got his legs broken shortly after entering, while Chu Xing endured daily beatings. Maybe even worse things happened behind bars, but in the end, Xiaojun couldn't handle it and attempted escape, only to fall to his death. Chu Xing, meanwhile, caught some deadly illness in prison. Though not yet dead, he was close. In just half a year, their once solid family had fallen apart, some dead, others ruined. Terrified, Chu Nanan went to a temple to pray for help. The day after, she woke up 30 years in the past. She rushed to find Chu Sheng. This time, she swore to change their fate. She wouldn't let her jinx of a mother ruin their lives again. She could also ensure Chu Xing and Bai Lian got together early, letting her father and mother-in-law live happy lives together. That way, she and Xiaojun could grow up together, with no one standing in their way. And with foreknowledge of future events, she could strategize to make their family rolling in money. One house? Please, once redevelopment hit, they'd own dozens. They'd never want for money again. Dad, it's all true, you have to believe me. Have you dug up the gold yet? Hide it well, and in a couple of years, buy the 2 houses I mentioned. Once they're demolished, we'll have endless money. Chunanan grinned, chewing the coarse cornbread as if it were a gourmet feast. Just thinking about their future fortune made the plainest food taste like a feast. Xu Xing swallowed hard. If Chunanan's story was true, then Xia Xian was definitely hiding something. Was she, like Chunanan, a reincarnator? How else could her sudden change be explained? He'd been so confident Xia Xian would agree to the dual marriage arrangement. Who could have predicted her abrupt shift, her cruelty toward his family? And now she'd run off to the capital with some outsider. An outcome no one saw coming. Wait, the gold. Xu Xing suddenly remembered the mess in the yard when Xia Xian left. Had that bitch already dug it up? Like a madman, he sprinted outside and started digging. After the fire, their yard had no proper fencing, just a barely standing room that kept the wind out. Anyone could see him digging. Bai Lian could hide no longer. The revelations were too shocking. But she was smarter and calmer than Xu Sheng. She stepped out to intervene. Stop. Even if you find gold, if someone sees, do you think you'll keep it? Wait till nightfall. I'll help you dig then, she whispered. Mom, you're here too. Chunanan greeted Bai Lian like her own mother, hugging her warmly, truly treating her mother-in-law as family. Xiaolian, you heard everything? So, what do you think? Xu Xing hadn't expected her to eavesdrop, but what was done. His gaze toward Bai Lian grew heated again. According to Chunanan, he and Bai Lian had been involved long ago. She was destined to be his woman, his to claim. Walls have ears. Let's talk at my place. If what she says is true, we need a solid plan. Not only will Xia Xian never escape us, but we can also use this secret to make her work for us, forever. A triumphant smile spread across Bai Lian's face, all traces of her earlier despair gone. Xia Xian, you lost to me in your past life. In this one, you don't stand a chance. Far away in the capital, Xia Xian remained oblivious to the cruel joke fate had played, sending Chunanan back in time. When she found out, how would she handle it? Chapter 96. The Unexpected Informant. Did she still harbor maternal feelings for Chunanan? Would she go easy on her? Perhaps all would be revealed when Xia Xian finally faced Chunanan. For now, Xia Xian was engrossed in preparing for her studies and, in between, carving out time for her engagement. She simply didn't have the bandwidth to concern herself with Ningqing affairs. However, Gao Shuang proactively brought up the topic. An engagement is a significant event. It wouldn't be right if we didn't meet your family. Why don't you invite your parents to come for the engagement? Obtaining a marriage certificate shouldn't be difficult. Don't worry, we'll arrange all the travel, food, and accommodation. Your family won't have any financial burden. Your willingness to get engaged to Ruifeng has made this boy ecstatic. It's his good fortune to be engaged to you. We also want to demonstrate our capabilities to your family, so they won't worry about you. Gao Shuang was genuinely considering Xia Xian's well-being and understood the feelings of Xia Xian's parents. She wanted them to visit and see for themselves. Otherwise, how could they bear to marry their daughter into their family without knowing anything? Xia Xian appreciated Gao Shuang's kindness, but it seemed overly complicated, and she felt it wasn't necessary. Aunt Gao, it's just an engagement. There's no need for such elaborate arrangements. Following the traditional customs will suffice. My family is large, and traveling back and forth would be quite a hassle. Besides, my second sister-in-law is pregnant, and my 2 nieces are still young. Neither bringing them along nor leaving them at home would be ideal. I think we can keep the engagement simple. Let's invite them for the wedding instead. Moreover, my family has already met Quan Ruifeng and fully approves of him. They have no objections to our engagement. In fact, they're very supportive. So, Aunt Gao, you don't need to overthink it. Just proceed according to your family's customs. Xia Xian spoke earnestly, her small face radiating sincerity. Her demeanor was confident yet humble, and her expressive eyes always conveyed genuine emotions. Well, though Xia Xian's words made sense, Gao Shuang was a stickler for etiquette. She still felt that this approach showed a lack of respect for Xia Xian's family. So, she turned to Quan Ruifeng, hoping he could persuade Xia Xian. Little did she know, Quan Ruifeng was already completely devoted to Xia Xian, even before their engagement. He solemnly nodded. Let's do as Xia Xian says. There's no need for extra trouble, it would only distract her from her studies. She's determined to get into the best university in Beijing and even surpass me. His teasing tone put Xia Xian on the spot. She couldn't help but pinch him, playfully complaining. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. If she failed the exams later, it would be truly embarrassing. You didn't say that? I could have sworn you did. No, I didn't. Xia Xian playfully chased after him, and their banter easily diverted the conversation. Gao Shuang watched their playful antics with a smile and didn't press the matter further. All right, then she and Quan Ruifeng's grandmother would handle it. I told you this child has a fortunate face, a perfect match for our Ruifeng. Look how relaxed and happy he is when they're together. These two will bring each other good fortune. Grandma Quan chuckled, overjoyed. After so many years, their family was finally celebrating a joyous occasion. And the two children were such a good match, supporting each other. Their future would undoubtedly be brighter and more prosperous. Double the blessings. The Quan family was bustling with preparations for the happy event. Of course, they hadn't forgotten about the anonymous letter meant to sabotage them. Quan Ruifeng had already begun investigating and easily traced it back to the sender. Surprisingly, the letter wasn't written by Chen Wenwen but by Meng Wenshan. Meng Wenshan was also their classmate, but Quan Ruifeng couldn't recall any past grievances with him. I don't know him either, so he must have been targeting you. Yu, do you remember if Quan Ruifeng ever had any conflicts with him before? Xia Xian asked Xinyu. She knew nothing about Quan Ruifeng's classmates and had to rely on Xinyu and the others' memories. Meng Wenshan. I remember him as being quite quiet in class, not very talkative. He barely interacted with us. As for any conflicts, I don't recall any. We barely spoke. How could there be any conflict? Xinyu thought carefully but still shook her head. Could it be work-related? What does he do now? Ruifeng, did you stand in his way at work, or did you arrest a family member of his? But I don't even have much of an impression of him. Zhou Xingshi muttered, completely baffled. No, his family lives in the western part of the city, outside our police jurisdiction. Even if something happened, it wouldn't involve me. There's no way I could have offended him in that regard. He works at a food factory now. Our work doesn't overlap at all. Quan Ruifeng was certain. Since graduation, they hadn't seen each other or had any contact. His sudden action greatly surprised Quan Ruifeng. Didn't Chen Wenwen say she was organizing a class reunion? Did it happen? Xia Xian suddenly interjected, thoughtfully stroking her chin. It did, a while ago. She invited me, but I didn't go. After the previous unpleasant encounter, Xinyu naturally chose her childhood friend Quan Ruifeng over an ordinary classmate like Chen Wenwen and skipped the event. Could the problem have originated at the reunion? Xia Xian suggested. After so many years, a high school classmate suddenly targeting Quan Ruifeng, it had to be connected to that gathering. Was it because they didn't attend the class reunion, making him think Quan Ruifeng looked down on them? But how would Meng Wenshan know about Quan Ruifeng and her relationship? And so much about it? She was more inclined to believe that Chen Wenwen had revealed something at the class reunion, perhaps even instigating Meng Wenshan. In any case, Chen Wenwen was definitely involved. She had witnessed Bai Lian's ability to manipulate men. What would be so surprising about another Chen Wenwen emerging in Beijing? Then I'll go find out what happened at the class reunion. Xinyu agreed with Xia Xian's reasoning. They had to start with the class reunion. Retaliating against someone was easy, but the cause and effect needed to be investigated thoroughly to avoid making the same mistake twice. Then I'll leave it to you. Quan Ruifeng didn't stand on ceremony with Xinyu, entrusting her with the task to handle when she had time. Meanwhile, he and Xia Xian would be responsible for supervising Zhou Xingshi's studies, keeping him on track. As they continued to follow their plan, Chu Xing, Bai Lian, and Chu Nan and also began their first round of scheming. Their first plan? Head to Beijing to confront Xia Xian. Chapter 97. Are you pregnant? I'm still on parole and can't leave Ningqing. Aixing, you take Nanan with you. Call me anytime if anything happens, don't skimp on call costs. I know you're broke, so here's all my savings. Take it with you. This time, we can only succeed, not fail. Bai Lian spoke with grave seriousness, staking everything on this father-daughter duo. She even pulled out her nest egg, money she hadn't touched even when she was in police custody or when her son was sent to a youth detention center. That alone showed her determination. Besides, when most people have such a huge secret exposed, especially by their own daughter and ex-husband, it's practically a losing battle. No wonder Bai Lian was going all in. Got it. Don't worry, Xia Xian. With Nanan, I won't lose this time. I'll come back with plenty of money to marry you. Chu Xing took the money without shame, treating it as one family where small sums didn't matter. He made his bow to Bai Lian, showing his determination, but Chu Nan and couldn't help cutting in eagerly. Once we get the money, we have to save Xiao Jun first. She was determined to rekindle her relationship with her beloved Xiao Jun. In her previous life, they'd finally gotten married, only for him to end up in prison. They barely had any sweet days together, all because her mother couldn't rest in peace. This time, she vowed to grow up properly with Xiao Jun and live happily ever after. No one would ruin things for them again. Even after being reborn, Chu Nan remained boy-crazy, head over heels for a thug and murderer. Truly beyond saving. Of course. Xiao Jun is my son. Don't worry, Nan, we'll definitely get him out. I won't let him stay in that place any longer. Bai Lian also reassured Chu Nan, her eyes flashing with a vicious glint before quickly reverting to her frail act. She leaned into Chu Xing's shoulder, clinging to his arm. Aixing, you and Nan must be careful in Jing City. What if Xia Xian gets furious and tries to silence you? You have to protect yourselves. Money is important, we can't do without it, but if anything happens to you too, I don't know what I'd do. I'll be waiting for you to come back with the money. Aixing, all these years, I've been too embarrassed to tell you how I feel. I'm older than you, but I don't want to miss my chance like Nanan said, ending up together only at the very end. When you come back from Jing City, let's be together, okay? Bai Lian leaned limply against Chu Xing, her voice dripping with sweetness, soft enough to squeeze water from. Chu Xing had never been treated like this before. He couldn't help getting carried away, wrapping his arms around Bai Lian and declaring grandly, "Of course. Xia Lian, don't worry. My feelings for you are real. Even if I come into money, I'd never abandon you. The four of us will live happily together." As he spoke, he cupped Bai Lian's face and kissed her on the lips. Bai Lian resisted slightly, wanting to push him away. His presumptuousness was outrageous. But then she remembered the money was in his hands. If she angered him now, all her scheming would be for nothing. Biting back her discomfort, Bai Lian instead wrapped her arms around Chu Xing's neck, the two of them completely absorbed in each other right in front of Chu Nan. Chu Xing's hands even slipped under her clothes, eager to push her down right then and there, his lust blatant and blatantly sexual. Even though Chu Nan wasn't actually a child and understood such things, seeing her father and mother-in-law like this still made her cover her face in embarrassment. Geez, Dad and Mom are so much more passionate when they're young. She recalled how, in the past, the two would get flustered if she caught them being intimate. Now, they didn't even care about doing it in front of her. Youth really made people fearless. Chu Nan mused teasingly. Turns out, Xia Xian hadn't been wrong after all. She hadn't falsely accused Chu Xing and Bai Lian of being an adulterous pair. Chu Xing was willing to buy a house for Bai Lian's son and marry her daughter. Of course, Bai Lian wasn't innocent. The two had long been carrying on. Chu Xing was only willing to spend money after getting what he wanted. The saddest part? As a daughter, Chu Nan didn't side with her own mother. Instead, she helped Chu Xing and Bai Lian hide their affair from Xia Xian, even taking pride in it and cheering them on. What a disgusting daughter. Xia Xian didn't know what they were up to, but her chest suddenly tightened with dread. She clutched at her heart, wretched with nausea. A dry heave escaped her, and her head spun. She had to lean on the table, eyes shut, unable to keep studying. Xia Xian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Quan Rui Fing, sitting beside her, noticed immediately. He quickly made her a cup of hot brown sugar water, thinking she might have low blood sugar. I don't know. I just suddenly feel sick. Xia Xian shook her head listlessly, sipping the sugar water. But the nausea wouldn't go away. It was like something vile had crawled into her stomach. Did I catch a cold from not covering up properly last night? Both she and Quan Ruifeng assumed it was illness. But Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi, the two know-it-alls, exchanged a glance, their thoughts aligning. After a moment of hesitation, Xinyu couldn't hold back. Xia Xian, are you pregnant? That's what I was thinking too. Quan Ruifeng, you beast. You're not even married yet. How could you do this? What will people think of Xia Xian? And what about your child? How will they ever hold their head up? Most importantly, weren't you supposed to focus on college? How is she supposed to study and take exams while pregnant? Carrying a baby and hitting the books, that's too cruel. Zhou Xingshi lectured Quan Ruifeng righteously. Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian shared an exasperated look. I'm not. We didn't. Stop making things up. All right, we get it. Passion got the better of you. But what now? Maybe skip the engagement and go straight to marriage? Throw a banquet, get the license. Xinyu immediately started planning, insisting Xia Xian's foundation was solid enough that she didn't need to cram. Even if pregnancy delayed things a bit, as long as she didn't go into labor during exams, she'd be fine. With Xia Xian's abilities, Xinyu had full confidence. Yeah. Zhou Xingshi mindlessly chimed in. The two really were an engaged couple. At least they had some similarities. I am not pregnant. Nothing has even happened between Quan Ruifeng and me. Chapter 98. He was used as a pawn. It's fine, the baby will grow in the womb naturally, I understand. But the urgent matter isn't discussing how the baby was conceived, it's about how to arrange for this child. Are you really going to let Xia Xian secretly abort it? Though this is your private matter and should be your decision, and as outsiders, we shouldn't interfere, I still feel compelled to offer my perspective. If you two plan to marry and have children, even if this baby arrived at an inconvenient time, you shouldn't be so hasty about it. Anyway, if the baby is definitely going to be born, there's no real difference between sooner or later. Why not keep it and have the baby now? It won't delay schooling, you can leave the baby with Aunt Gao and the others. They'd be more than happy to help, and it would spare Xia Xian unnecessary suffering. Xinyu pleaded earnestly, trying to persuade them. If they aborted the baby now, only to have another one in a year or two, then the abortion would be meaningless, just subjecting Xia Xian to needless pain. Of course, if they decided they wouldn't have children for the next 5, 6, or even 10 years, then aborting it would be perfectly acceptable. It wouldn't matter. Yes, you is right. Ultimately, it's your irresponsibility. How could you let this kind of accident happen? You and I would never. Zhou Xingshi continued glaring accusingly at Quan Ruifeng, even using himself and Xinyu as examples, looking quite proud. But it seemed he'd accidentally revealed something. Xinyu immediately pinched him to shut him up. Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian were left both exasperated and speechless. They reiterated firmly. I'm not pregnant. Xia Xian isn't pregnant. We've never done anything that could lead to pregnancy. They stated firmly and unequivocally. Though the two loved sticking close to each other, and Quan Ruifeng had been Xia Xian's errand boy many times, they genuinely hadn't taken that final step. Xia Xian had agreed, but Quan Ruifeng had always insisted on waiting until their wedding night, unwilling to go further. Now, at least, it gave them a clear defense. Their expressions were so certain that Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi began doubting themselves. Really? Had they misunderstood? It must have been a misunderstanding. If the two hadn't done anything and Xia Xian was somehow pregnant, that would be unbelievable. They'd need to summon a Taoist priest. I probably just didn't sleep well last night, and studying today was too exhausting. I'll go lie down for a while and I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Xia Xian stood up, ready to return to her room and lie down for a while. Quan Ruifeng followed closely. How could he let her suffer alone? Let's go to the hospital, just to be safe. I'll take you to the hospital, okay? Xia Xian. Quan Ruifing continued urging gently, but Xia Xian just shook her head in refusal. No, it's just a minor issue. Don't overreact, I don't like hospitals. It wasn't about money. Xia Xian genuinely disliked hospitals. Accompanying others was fine, but if she had to go for herself, it always brought back memories of her past life. Since it wasn't anything serious, she mused, there was no need to put herself through that. Quan Ruifing couldn't actually drag her to the hospital against her will. Seeing that she didn't look too pale, he didn't push further. Instead, he poured her some water, made her drink it, and kept vigil as she slept. Before she drifted off, though, he still insisted. If you still feel unwell after waking up, we're definitely going to the hospital, okay? Okay. If sleep didn't help, Xia Xian couldn't delay any longer. Every second counted in their studies. Quan Ruifing and the others didn't know exactly when the college entrance exams would resume, but she knew perfectly well they didn't have much time left. If she was going to take the exam, she had to aim for the best university to make up for her past life's regrets. She didn't want to live a second life only to attend an ordinary university. She already had every possible advantage over others. If she couldn't even gain some edge, she'd be completely worthless. Then sleep. Quan Ruifing let her be, quietly keeping watch, gently fanning her as he silently guarded her. But he didn't waste time either, bringing in a book to study. He was good at managing his time wisely, so he never blamed Xia Xian for his own failures. Some people were just lazy, choosing to spend time with their partners, only to later blame them for their failures, accusing them of wasting their time, but that was just an excuse for their own incompetence. Fortunately, Quan Ruifing wasn't that kind of person. Xia Xian really hadn't slept well the night before, having trouble sleeping. Now, lying in bed with Quan Ruifing beside her, gently fanning her, she quickly fell asleep. Before she knew it, she'd slept for over 2 hours. When she woke up, she felt refreshed, with all discomfort gone. No need for the hospital, I'm fine now. Looks like I need to manage my rest time better. Xia Xian stretched with a sigh. Some things couldn't be rushed. From now on, extend your nap time. An extra half hour won't hurt, your health is more important. Quan Ruifing gave her cheek a stern pinch, refusing to let her push herself too hard. Yes, sir. Why so serious? Smile for me, won't you? Xia Xian deliberately touched Quan Ruifing's Adam's apple, teasing him to make him laugh. Quan Ruifing helplessly took her hand away, giving a wry smile. Happy now? You're the real boss here. She had given him quite a scare earlier, she couldn't do that again. Very happy, extremely happy. Such a handsome guy smiling at me, all my discomfort just vanished. Xia Xian grinned, leaning in to peck Quan Ruifing's handsome face, trying to cheer him up. Quan Ruifing in turn cupped her face, lightly brushing her lips with his. All right, get up and have something to eat. Move around a bit. Quan Ruifing decided to add an afternoon tea break for everyone, snacking, cracking some sunflower seeds, and relaxing. Being too tense wasn't good. MHM. Xia Xian used his hand to steady herself as she got out of bed. The two immediately composed themselves when they stepped outside, acting as if nothing had occurred. Some things were better left unspoken. As for the engagement arrangements, most of the work fell to Gao Shuang and Quan's grandmother. Quan Ruifing would discuss the necessary preparations with them at night, while Xia Xian played the role of carefree overseer, content to leave everything in their hands. In short, studying and engagement plans progressed simultaneously without delay. Meanwhile, Xinyu's inquiries about the class reunion had borne fruit. Though some who attended remained tight-lipped, unwilling to admit they'd badmouthed Quan Ruifing and the others, there were always those who'd talk. With some persuasion, Xinyu put together the full picture of everything that had happened at the reunion. Xia Xian concluded. Then this Meng Wuxian was just being used as a pawn by Chen Wuwen. What a coincidence. Chen Wuwen just happened to run into Meng Wuxian, just happened to accidentally twist the facts and manipulate his perception, and just happened to get him to write that complaint letter to champion her cause. All it proves is that Meng Wuxian is just too stupid. Yeah, that idiot still thinks he's playing the hero. So, what do you want to do now? Should I set up a meeting with Chen Wuwen and let you handle her? Just dealing with Meng Wanxian won't be enough. Qin Wenwen won't back down, that's just how she is. Chapter 99, Mom. I found you. Xinyu knew Qin Wenwen pretty well. After all, they had been quite close back in school. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped her last time. But Qin Wenwen's behavior had left Xinyu deeply disappointed, and this time was even worse. With her bullheaded personality, she was bound to suffer a lot. And they were classmates, yet she still pulled shady moves, even egging Meng Wanxian on to write that complaint letter. Not only did she try to harm Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian, but she also threw Meng Wanxian under the bus while keeping her own hands clean. It showed just how malicious she was. Now, Xinyu felt not one bit of sympathy for her. Whatever needed to be done, they would do it. Let's meet her and get this over with once and for all. Quan Ruifeng hated beating around the bush. He wanted to give Qin Wenwen a stern warning in one go. Alright. Though I wonder if she'll be too chicken to show up. But based on Xinyu's understanding of her, even if she was terrified, she would still come. She simply couldn't pass up even the slightest opportunity. There was nothing wrong with wanting to get ahead. Xinyu even admired that kind of ambition. But doing so no matter what it takes? That was unacceptable. No one would want to be friends with someone so unscrupulous, because you'd never know when they might stab you in the back. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Quan Ruifeng would handle it well. Xia Xian couldn't care less about getting involved, and there was no need for her to. Alright. Quan Ruifeng nodded with a smile, grateful for Xia Xian's trust in him. He had to do this perfectly, he couldn't let her down. He wanted to be Xia Xian's favorite right-hand man, as well as the person she trusted the most. It had to be said that both Quan Ruifeng and Zhou Xingshi had the makings of loyal companions, no wonder they clicked so well. Though they seemed different on the surface, deep down, they were quite similar. Who knew if Xia Xian had whipped him into shape? Not that she minded, it was actually quite satisfying. However, though Xia Xian wanted some peace, it seemed fate had other plans. Drama had already found her. Though Chunan and didn't remember knowing Quan Ruifeng or where he lived, now that she had his name and knew he came from a prominent family, it was easy enough to track him down. Chu Xing, for once, actually used his brain. He and Chunan had already made their way near Quan Ruifeng's home. The only question was whether Xia Xian lived there too. They hoped not. They wanted to threaten Xia Xian without alerting Quan Ruifeng. If they exposed everything to Quan Ruifeng, they'd lose their upper hand. Once a secret was no longer a secret, it lost its power. Lady Luck was smiling on them. When they put out feelers, they actually managed to hear Xia Xian's name. Oh, you mean that young girl Xia Xian? I know her. She's engaged to that Quan family boy. The Quans have been preparing for it lately, who knows how grand it'll be, but they're thrilled about it. Are you relatives of hers? Since Chu Xing had a 5-year-old girl with him, the auntie didn't suspect much and eagerly shared what she knew. Yes, we're relatives. We happen to be in the area, and her family asked us to bring her something. Chu Sheng played his part well, putting on a convincing act that fooled the auntie completely. She immediately gave him Xia Xian's exact address. He quickly took Chunan to case the old house. But Xia Xian rarely went out. The courtyard was big enough for her to stroll around, and whenever she went to the Quan family for meals, Quan Ruifeng always had her back. She was never alone outside. After 3 days of waiting outside, Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu went to confront Qin Wenwen, while Zhou Xingshi went home to take his herbal medicine. Xia Xian, feeling a bit cooped up alone in the house, decided to take a walk and see if the Quans needed any help. Finally, Chu Xing and Chunan got their shot. With no one else around, Chunan bolted out and clung to Xia Xian's leg, calling out in a high-pitched little voice. Mom, I finally found you. Xia Xian had heard footsteps behind her and thought it was just some playful kid passing by. She never expected to be hugged and called Mom. Her heart skipped a beat, dread washed over her. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? As a mother, no matter how many years passed, she would never forget that voice. Just the thought of what this might mean made her body stiffen. She didn't want to turn around. She didn't want to see that face. This had to be a nightmare. Xia Xian shut her eyes tight, but Chunan wasn't having it. When Xia Xian refused to turn, Chu Nanan moved in front of her, tugging at her to make her open her eyes. Mom, why won't you look at me? I missed you so much. I don't even know how I got so small. It was so hard finding you and Dad. Don't you want me anymore? Wah. Chu Nanan broke down crying soft, pitiful sobs. In her current child's body, her cries were especially gut-wrenching. This wasn't an illusion. Xia Xian could no longer avoid it. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and sure enough, looking up at her was the face of her former biological daughter, Chu Nanan, looking about 4 or 5 years old. But how had Chu Nanan gotten here? Xia Xian had come back in time 30 years. Since she never got together with Chu Sheng, Chu Nan and shouldn't even exist. So how is she here? And already so big. This was even more bizarre than her own rebirth. A person who shouldn't exist had suddenly appeared. Xia Xian got goosebumps all over. You. Mom, hug me. I missed you so much. Wah. Chu Nanan didn't explain anything. She just latched onto Xia Xian and cried, pretending to be nothing more than a confused little child, as if none of the past ugliness had ever happened. Xia Xian's mind was reeling. She stared down at Chu Nanan in silence, her expression a jumble of shock and confusion, too many emotions tangled together, leaving her speechless. Anyone in this situation would react the same way, questioning their sanity, or seeing a ghost. That was exactly the reaction they wanted. It meant their plan had succeeded, at least the first step. This was the airtight scheme the three of them had cooked up. To avoid Xia Xian's resentment, Chu Nanan pretended to be her younger self, before all the betrayal had happened. Back then, Xia Xian had still loved her deeply. Surely, as her biological mother, she wouldn't lash out at an innocent child. Chu Nanan could also use a child's willfulness to get Xia Xian and Chu Sheng back together, making their next steps easier. Chu Sheng would be the bad guy, threatening Xia Xian for money. With both tactics in play, whether out of soft-heartedness or fear, Xia Xian would have to pay up. She would become their personal ATM. But Chu Sheng and Chu Nanan were way too naive and idealistic. Once Xia Xian regained her composure, her face went blank. She slowly pried Chu Nanan away, her voice icy. Who are you? I don't know you. Chu Sheng and Chu Nanan's faces fell. Chapter 100, Heart of Stone, You've mistaken me for someone else. Chu Nanan clung to her again, her voice filled with desperate urgency. It's me, Nanan, Mom. Don't you remember me? I'm your daughter, yours and Chu Sheng's. I know you still remember me. Are you mad at me? I didn't mean to disobey you and get caught in the rain with Xiaojun. I promise I won't play with him again, and I won't get sick and make you worry. Please don't ignore me, okay? Mom, wah. Chu Nanan hugged Xia Xian's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. She deliberately brought up the incident where she and Xiaojun got caught in the rain and fell ill, hoping to make Xia Xian believe she had regressed to her teenage self. Sure enough, Xia Xian's movements faltered slightly at this. Chu Nanan's heart swelled with joy, and she immediately intensified her tearful plea. Mom, didn't you say you were going to buy me mangoes? How did you disappear in the blink of an eye, and I ended up like this? I've been looking for you. I was so scared. I still need to study hard, get into college, and be a good daughter to you, Mom. I can't just get lost like this. Mom would be so sad. It was by holding on to that thought that I found Dad, and then I found you again. Mom, let's never be separated again, the three of us, okay? Chu Nanan poured all her cunning into manipulating Xia Xian, knowing precisely what would soften her heart, and so she relentlessly pressed that angle. However, listening to these words, Xia Xian felt only a profound sadness. Did she still remember the promises she once made? Then why had she grown up to become like that? She only ever sided with Chu Sheng, even helping him commit adultery with Bai Lian. Where did that leave her, her mother? She disregarded her wishes to be with Xiaojun, secretly bought a house, refused to pay her medical bills, and never visited. Was there a single one of these accusations against Chu Nanan that was unjust? Xia Xian had no such daughter. She would never forgive her or Chu Sheng. Xia Xian closed her eyes briefly, then roughly pushed her away. I truly don't know you, child. You've got the wrong person. Is it because I resemble your mother? But I am certainly not your mother, and I have no connection to Xu Xian whatsoever, let alone could I have such a grown child with him. If I could give birth to a child your age, my family would probably call the police, considering I was still in school just a few years ago. Her gaze was cold and indifferent as she looked into Chu Nanan's eyes, devoid of any emotion. Mom. Chu Nanan lay on the ground, looking up at Xia Xian with pleading, heartbroken eyes, trying to make her relent, hoping she would acknowledge her. Chu Xing watched from the side. Seeing Chu Nanan's tearful act failing, he immediately jumped in to play the villain, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Xia Xian, I know your secret. You've died once and been reborn decades later, haven't you? In our past life, we were married and had Nanan. But in this life, you're greedy for wealth and status, abandoning your husband and daughter, unwilling to be with me, and you even dug up the gold bars from the yard, monopolizing our family's fortune. How heartless can you be? If you won't acknowledge your daughter, fine. But first, give me back my family's gold. Otherwise, I'll make you pay and I'll spread your secret all over the streets. Let everyone know you're a monster. Chu Sheng glared fiercely at Xia Xian, roaring loudly, as if afraid people wouldn't know he was threatening her. Chu Nan immediately pressed her palm down subtly, signaling him to lower his voice. If people found out about the gold bars, they themselves might not be safe. Chu Xing still listened to Chu Nanan. Seeing her gesture, he immediately lowered his voice and continued to threaten. Xia Xian, did you hear me? I order you to hand over the gold bars and give us 200 yuan for emotional damages. We'll discuss the rest later. If you don't want your secret exposed, you know what to do. He, Chu Xing, have you gone mad wanting money? To get money, you'll make up anything, won't you? Claiming I died once and came back to life? How can a dead person come back to life? And saying I have a daughter with you, that I'm abandoning my husband and daughter? Absolutely ridiculous. I have no connection to you whatsoever. Where would a daughter come from? Where would abandoning a husband and daughter come from? Are you my husband? Stop flattering yourself. And I've never seen any gold bars, nor have I taken any from your family. If your family's gold is missing, I suggest you report it to the police and let them help you find it. Stop slandering me here. I have no secrets. If you want to shout, go ahead and shout. Just don't bother me. Xia Xian couldn't be bothered with him. With a cold face, she rebuked him, refuting each of his accusations, then turned to leave. No, you're not allowed to leave. Xia Xian, don't think I'm just scaring you. If you don't hand over the stuff, I really will tell everyone. I'll go to Quan Ruifeng first and let him know you're an old monster trying to eat tender grass with an old cow. Let's see if he still dares to be with you. Chu Sheng blocked her path, refusing to let her go. They had finally found an opportunity to corner her alone today. They couldn't let her escape, or they wouldn't know when they'd get another chance. His travel permit was only valid for a few days and was about to expire. Not to mention Chu Nanan, who didn't even have a legal identity or household registration. If the neighborhood committee discovered them, they could be arrested as drifters. So today, it had to be success, not failure. Chu Nanan also kept up her efforts, throwing herself at Xia Xian again, whimpering and pleading. Mom, I beg you, just give Dad a chance. Dad didn't mean to make you angry. He really was just working overtime at the factory and couldn't come back in time to celebrate your birthday. But I bought you a gift. I bought you a small hairpin, Mom. Did you see it? Mom, I love you so much. Please don't abandon me. Chu Nanan clung to her like a persistent burr, constantly emphasizing the fabricated timeline of her transmigration, even bringing up how Xia Xian had sacrificed for her when she was little, trying to reawaken her maternal love. But it was useless. Xia Xian had already seen through the act Chu Nanan and Chu Sheng were putting on. She was even certain that Chu Nanan had only transmigrated after her death. Those disgusting things had already been done, so there was no denying it. And even if she truly had transmigrated from her teenage years, Xia Xian would no longer soften. This person was inherently bad, having completely inherited Chu Sheng's bad genes. Xia Xian looked at the person before her who bore no resemblance to herself and couldn't help but inwardly smile. Before, she had felt great regret, but now she felt only endless relief. Chunanan looked nothing like her. Even if these two went out and told everyone that Chunanan was her daughter, who would believe them? Child, I truly don't know where your mother is. I am not your mother. You've got the wrong person. With a cold, mocking smile, Xia Xian forcefully pushed Chunanan away again. In this lifetime, Chunanan and Chu Sheng would never be able to cling to her again. Mom, Xia Xian. One was heartbroken, the other enraged, but Xia Xian paid them no mind, quickly turning and walking away. If they dared to pester her again, she would simply call for help.